We've got Zerg here.
Eh? Look at all the Hydras, they're still at large, and the backbone bounces through the Candavis. He's only got a couple of small units, has nothing in. I think this is actually it, and that seems to be the last of Jujik's forces falling. It looks like the TheNightFox is sauntering into the Battlement stage.
Looking for some morphing, but it's their time. A huge storm on those Hydras.
Oh, it even preempted the movement there.
Yeah.
I love it. I love it.
No
I don't think this is possible. I think Kasuga's done it, honestly. Yeah, it's called GG. The overwhelming 4 production Shellacking. Cannoli's giving it to him. Cannoli is giving it to him until it's strewn into the main base again. They're not able to see the cloaking radius just enough for the Sundogs to take out the Watchdogs. Yeah, I think Shopkeeper Dog has been routed. So he can try to use the Draconins to snipe the Lakis, but yeah, he's getting overwhelmed, it looks like, on the front line. All the Dwarves are dead, so there's no more Ensnare. Oh man, he's suffering so many losses due to those spines, though.
Yeah, now the Hydras are here. This is like the perfect Zerg tier 1 comp. I think Jack might be smashing through his way to Battlements here. What does Shambler have left? Except a whole bunch of artisans.
Oh, he's got a lot of units in the queue. That's what he's got left, buddy. And I think we are witnessing the destruction of a man before our eyes. No GG as jakulangski goes to Battlements. You have more Hydras, that's why Frank is not ahead on workers. He's spending all of his money on combat. If Arthus can only stay alive, it would be a different story, but now the units are getting collapsed upon by Mass Hydra, and I think Frank might have outlasted him. That is it. Look at how many more Zerg there are. He's flooded the map. He's expanded everywhere. The Shambler holds on for as long as he can. But the Leviathan leaves nothing. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. It is my esteemed privilege and honor to bring you the first day of Acropolis number 3 Battlements. This is it. The main stage of, well, let's just say 2025's most prestigious tournament with a $1,000 plus prize pool brought to you by donors like Neblime and BiddyB. Shout out to the homies. Of course, our sponsors on the bottom. I suppose if you don't know that much about this community, you won't even recognize that clown lemon, but that is indeed Neblime. Classic move. And of course, the pickup partner, BiddyB's Moving Company, if you ever need some moving assistance on the Eastern Seaboard. So, we've got a couple of groups here today. This is only day 1. If you like that hype video, wait till tomorrow. Same time, same stream. We will be broadcasting day 2s because, let's just say we got another set of matches here. But there's a couple of things that we must go over beforehand. And that, of course, is going to be, well, our roster for our starting round here, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to be taking a quick look at Group A, because that is where we are going first. Have you heard of TheNightFox? He is, of course, a player known, I would say, to have a little bit of an explosive style to him. I would actually like to call, and I don't mean this in an insulting way, but I would like to call his playstyle the brute of the group. He is the man who will go Zealot Ecclesiast versus Zerg and just muscle his way through in the early game. He might even go for that sort of gateway-heavy style versus Terran. It's not exactly a meta strategy. A lot of other Protosses are discovering the Lattice right now, an alternative way to open in matchups really all over the board, even versus Protoss in the mirror. But TheNightFox, I mean, he's had a tough group here. He had a difficult time qualifying, obviously was felled in a 3-2 5-game qualification series against Smarty Cakes' Terran. So already some question marks about his PvT play. And now going up against TopRamen, one of the top Terran players we have here, I would say seconded by, of course, our reigning champion Ayud and HitEmUp when he rolls Terran, another player who tends to perform better. But TopRamen is a player who grinds it out, practices, watches replays, is a very studious player, I would say. And of course, a recent big money donor, so I'm rooting for him in that respect. However, TheNightFox Obviously, versus Zerg, I haven't seen as much of his versus Zerg gameplay yet. I have yet to see him play against a top-rated Zerg player, so that is something that, in my personal opinion, is something that I'm very interested in. But we'll need to take a moment before we get there, because we are, of course, talking about the other players in the group. I said, have you heard of TheNightFox? Listen, have you heard of TopRamen? This guy has been around for a heavy amount of time now in the community. His first sortie within tournaments for Cosmonarchy, he went through the second stage of the gauntlet after not participating in the first, all the way back in the original Acropolis last year. And he was able to make it through the lower bracket, actually got felled by a now no longer with us, no longer participating in the community, General Anakin, a Protoss player who 3-0'd him. Then he goes in, he takes a game off of Neblime in the Battlements stage, actually bloodying the eventual champion of that event, and then unfortunately ends up falling to some cheesy Zerg out of Taco Cake, a Swedish Zerg who's not playing as often these days either. Nowadays, TopRamen, I would say, is one of our most veteran players. Gone are the days where he is the underdog. He's the player who is maybe not quite, around as much, or, he's someone who's definitely been practicing quite a bit. I mentioned he's studious. He studies the replays. He was one of the main beneficiaries, actually, of the, quote, open bracket policy during Tyrant's Tale, a little one-off event where he actually scored second place, only being felled by HitEmUp in both of the times that they met in the tournament, once in the upper final and once in the grand final. So it was certainly an interesting time to see that particular matchup go. Those were the glory days of Terran in many respects, back in a very different worker-heavy meta. Now we come into Acropolis number 3. What are his chances? Well, in Acropolis 2, he narrowly was eliminated by the eventual champion, AUD64. It was a 3-1 victory for that Venezuelan Terran. TopRamen hailing from the United States. He was able to at least get a game off of the legend, the victor, the champion, but wasn't able to do better, and so he had to make it through the gauntlet stages. And I say that because the all-new tribunal stage qualification is not where we saw TopRamen find success. He was felled by jakulangski in a 3-1 set himself, and so that's another case where, whoa, hold on a second. Is Jack really good, or is Ramen maybe fallen off a little bit? There's question marks there. Now, he does make it through gauntlet stage A, through the upper bracket, defeating Shopkeeper Dog and T-Mirror, matchup that I think Shopkeeper Dog is not exactly favored in, mostly due to a mental stuff, mental game about that idea. He's not his favorite matchup, we can say. A demoralized dog. But TopRamen was able to make it in here in his very next chance to qualify. So we can't cast too many question marks or downsides. He's also one of the favored practice partners of HitEmUp, somebody who I think we need to give a lot of respect to. And I'm sure you guys would agree. But we do have one more player to talk about, and that is going to be Krankendau. Krankendau is really, in my opinion, the heir to the title of Hamster, right? Hamster is a player who has been around for a very long time. The Russian Zerg has been in back-to-back grand finals in the Ascension days, 6 and 7. He was able to make it there, 6 and 7, he was able to make it there. One game away from actually claiming a title before we switched over to the Acropolis title. And now, hasn't really found as much success in the Acropolis series. He tried to play a little bit as Protoss here and there, tried to play a little bit as Terran for Tyrant's Tale, wasn't very successful there either. Now he comes back to his roots as Zerg, and he was one game away from beating Neblime to go to the grand finals of Acropolis 2, from beating AU to go to the grand finals through the lower bracket of Acropolis 2, and yet he was just so close. It feels like if he wasn't so married to the idea of playing so fantastically, he would be able to win even just the entire tournament, really. That's where I think Krankendau might be able to do one better. Krankendau has no qualms about playing a style that some would say is, maybe a little bit less flashy. He doesn't have that little quirk that Hamster has, where Hamster is sitting here constantly thinking about how he can maybe innovate and do something flashier and cooler. Krankendau just is slow, steady, and he will find a way to win. Now, obviously, he's been playing a lot, practicing a lot lately. It's been a while since we've seen an official from him because he qualified so early through the tribunal stage. And that is where he ends up scoring that uppermost seed. Now, he will not join us for interviews. Maybe afterwards, after the group is all said and done, he might join us for an interview at the exit. But TheNightFox and TopRamen have been pitted against each other, courtesy of Krankendau's privilege as our top seed here. So when you qualify through the tribunal stage, or because you were top 4 in the previous Acropolis, you get this little perk that you can decide what the opening matchup is. I suspect most of our top seeds will pit the other two players against each other, but there is a little bit of mind game. There's a little bit of style there, where maybe they decide, yeah, just give me the easy matchup for a warm-up, and then I'll deal with the other guy after. Or maybe give me the hardest one first so I can just get it out of the way. There's little things like that that you can do. And also worth noting is that then, from that point onward, the uppermost seed that is actually playing in the opening matchup gets to pick the first map, which means TopRamen was able to select Crisis Vector as our starter. So we will be playing on Crisis Vector, TopRamen versus TheNightFox as our opening matchup. And I'm very excited about that, guys. I think it's going to be an exciting match indeed. One of the things that I want to give room for now is our homies to interview if they so desire. So if our homies, our players here, are enjoying some Cosmonarchy broadcast, I will encourage you. I will bring you in once you join the little casting waiting room there in the voice channel, and I will go ahead and ping Fox for that first if he is around. Join casting waiting room when ready. And we will see whether or not Fox is feeling confident ahead of things. I know he's been playing a lot of Cosmonarchy lately. I know he's been practicing quite a bit. I would say, actually, this group might have the biggest grinders of all. I feel like it's an interesting situation to find yourself in if you're in this group. This is not a straightforward group where you can confirm 1,000% certain players here and there are going to get out. If you had asked me for predictions, and I released a little 50-minute long, not so little actually, recording podcast, if you will, a prototype but private for only the donors, so that I could tell you guys how I feel about the Battlements here, previewing the individual players and how they're going to finish in the groups. I would say if Krankendau doesn't get out of this group, it would be a monumental upset. He should at least be able to score second place. I'm putting him out at first. But that second slot, that is really hard to call. I'd say Ramen is favored, but how much? It's really difficult to tell. TheNightFox has been grinding a lot. He's been playing a lot versus Terran. We'll get a bead on his confidence as soon as he joins the casting waiting room so that we can give him a little talking to. And after that, of course, we'll bring in TopRamen and get our games underway. So, with all that said, I will be flying solo for much of this group, I believe. It's a little bit too early for Neblime to join me. I don't know if he'll join me later on, so I hope you don't mind listening to my voice ad infinitum. I mean, if you're on this channel, you're probably used to that by now. I'll go ahead and get our map posted so that we have our round here. See what we get from that. But it's going to be a fun tournament. It's going to be a very, very fun tournament. And there he is. He is ready. Hello, TheNightFox. How are you doing this fine? I was going to say morning, but I guess it's afternoon, unless you're all the way on the West Coast these days. How are you doing, man?
I made my peace. 9 here.
You think you're not exactly slated to get deep in this one? I'm not so sure myself, because I was just kind of going over the roster here, and I know you've been practicing a lot. So is that true? Is that real that you're thinking there's not much of a chance? Because you even get your first matchup against maybe the player in the group that's a bit easier for you to go up against. Would you agree with that?
I practiced with Evie and probably traded like 50-50 with him. Apparently I'm really quiet.
Yeah, you were at the very start. I boosted you up already, so you should be a bit more audible now.
Yeah, I practiced with Aid and went 50-50 with him. Practiced a bunch with Jack, probably went 50-50 with him, so yeah, I'm not really too excited about my chances.
Well, if you were able to score games off of Aid, that would, in theory, put you in a really solid position, at least PVT. So, it sounds like from what you're telling me, you're maybe thinking more so about that second place finish if you want to make it into the throne room stage, into playoffs. Of course, for those who are unfamiliar with the format, last place does not proceed in the tournament. With that being said, I'm finding it really difficult to imagine you getting out of this group without scoring at least one win. And if you have one, odds are you only need one more to at least have a fighting chance at that second place, if not locking it in entirely. So you're saying, okay, Jack has been a 50-50 player that you go up against. Ayud about the same ratio there, able to score a couple of games off of him. How come these two players in particular, who are on the uppermost echelon now, I know Jack is maybe a more recent admission, but the reigning champion Ayud, that's not filling you with confidence being able to take games off of him?
I feel like he goes through periods of like inactivity, and his ramen just smothers me like mechanically. Usually when I play him.
Okay. Well, definitely you got some people in the chat, including Smarty, who is just saying he wants you to whoop Crank's ass. So I think there's people who are on your side here, at least in the chat. And so maybe there's a little bit of energy conversion that can go in. Tell me what happens if you score this first win against TopRamen, right? Say it's like a puncher's chance. You're saying he smothers you. Maybe he's not exactly dialed in this morning, and you're able to just kind of wake up, get out of bed, smash ramen, and then now you're up against Crank. Regardless of what happens in there, do you think your odds improve if you just score that one win I was talking about? You think you get yourself a fighting chance as opposed to just making peace with dying?
If I could win the first map, I think maybe I'll get some momentum, but yeah, I'm still not excited.
All right. Fair enough, sir. Well, thank you for joining us for that little preview. Always a nice time to get to hear what our competitors are thinking. If you have any final words, feel free to provide them to the audience now. Of course, we'll have an opportunity to catch your thoughts at the end of the group if you so desire. But if this is to be the last time we hear from you, what do you say? Anything you want to tell the chat?
No.
There you go. That's it. I'm going to put you in one of the competitor voice channels if you don't mind just sitting tight over there. If we need to see your POV, I'll probably join there and badger you to stream. But other than that, if you just don't mind hanging out in there, I will toss you in. Thank you, sir. GG, GLHF, etc. And, of course, after that, I think it's a good idea to bring in none other than TopRamen. That's right, none other than the pot stirrer himself. TopRamen joins us now. How the hell are you, sir?
I'm doing just fine this morning. Protoko, how are you doing?
There we go. Hey, listen, I don't know if you caught that hype intro, but I'm feeling pretty good about myself. So I don't know. There's some exciting things. Going on here, including this very group. I'm very much interested in how the match is going to play out between this opener. Obviously, I don't think you were quite familiar with the format where it was all about the top seeds sort of privilege of being able to dictate that first one. I kept that under wraps for the opening until just now. Even Krankendau didn't know. So with that being said, were you surprised to see that you're up against Fox in the opener? Did you have much of a reaction to that? How are you feeling about this opening match and how your pick of Crisis Vector as well?
Yeah, I didn't really, in previous battlements, we would have two players like pick random numbers and then whoever was closest to the number that was randomly generated would go up against each other. I was expecting something kind of like that. And I thought, so I think Crank used to do something like, you'd pick like 0 or 100.
Yes, all the way at the end.
Yeah. I think I was because of that, I was kind of expecting maybe I would be the first against Krankendau. But I think, I don't know. I don't really have any strong feelings about it. For the map pick, I was debating on either Crisis Vector or Near Impact for Game 1 versus Toss. I think they are pretty good. I don't want to go too much into detail.
Of course. But obviously you made the pick, so we can surmise from there. You had some thoughts about it. I know, like I was just previewing, you're a studious player. You've got a lot of thoughts about not just like the matchups, but also how the maps, sort of play out based on that. So with that being said, with that in mind, you're going up against TheNightFox versus Protoss. I was pitching this as it's going to be a tall order to scale the mountain of Krankendau and get to that first place. I know you're always coming in with confidence, generally speaking, but do you feel any danger in this group, or do you feel like this is an easy coast to at least second place for you?
A little bit of both. I think I kind of do think it is an easy coast for me to second place, but also so the biggest observation I have is that both these players are in no GG.
Okay.
They are. I think. So I'm thinking this is a strategic move for no GG and AU by extension. If I'm a threat, it
Right.
makes sense for him to practice a lot with both these players internally, keep all of that stuff under wraps. And if you can remove me off the board, then maybe that means it's going to be a smoother throne room for you.
I see. So you're basically thinking that the clan wars have begun in the Battlements stage already, and that's what we've got before us here. Okay. Hey, that's an interesting observation, and Fox did say he was practicing against Aoud. I'm not sure about Crank, but I know he was practicing a lot for a couple of different players that, like, I would just randomly get like little snippets of their games together where I'd see like a little bit of game detection and, oh yeah, the times and the maps line up. I wonder if they're in the same map, stuff like that. So I would randomly see, oh yeah, actually that makes a lot of sense. So obviously though, you've been practicing a lot yourself. Even in the chat there, HitEmUp was talking about how you went into the hyperbolic HitEmUp chamber this week. So obviously, I mean, from what I can gather, HitEmUp is back. He's still being the practice bonjour. But did that give you ideas to chew on, or was that mostly just like, get me in form? I'm warmed up, played up. I'm going to be able to perform exactly how I want in this opening matchup. Is that kind of how it is, or do you feel like actually you learned a lot?
A little bit of both. I felt like I unlearned things because so, and then relearned that they're okay. But so let me elaborate. HitEmUp does not play to the meta that we've kind of like established, and so it feels like when playing against him, like you see these holes that exist in the meta, and you go, "Oh, this is actually not the right way to play." I mean, even Aoud was commenting on it in the games chat earlier this week. Like, there's no point in, according to him, in practicing because there's no meta. But I think that's. I don't know. You just need adjustments on current play styles, really.
Right. Yeah. It feels that the top players play differently enough that you do have this almost like personalized meta that you have to start following, where you almost, it's weird because normally at like really top level of games, I've been doing a lot of Counter-Strike stuff lately, and there's this thing called anti-strat where you download the demos or the replays for our parlance, and you just study what they do, tendencies, etc., and then figure it out based on that, preparing strategies that would only maybe work against that player. And of course, people are familiar with that from professional RTS gameplay as well. It's not something that only exists in FPS, but I draw the comparison because normally that happens when it's a really developed scene, when people have been playing for years and years and years, and there's a humongous player base. For a player base that is a little bit more concentrated, and maybe even you could argue a bit top heavy, it does feel a bit odd that you might have to already start doing that, where you have to prepare things that your opponent specifically is going to deal with. But that's just because there's so many choices, I feel like, in the game, that you naturally have these people who try completely different things. Hamster's play style very different than Crank's in many respects in that way, right? As an example. So is that sort of what you're getting at there, where it's like, yeah, I had to unlearn some stuff, but actually it'll be all good now because I relearned how to adjust based on my opponent, that kind of thing?
Yeah, and I agree. I think because of the breadth of options, you get crazy variances in openers and even mid-game styles. But I think playing against HitEmUp, I learned some things, then reflected on replays, and we talked more and rediscovered that, hey, actually, these aren't bad. You can use these.
Right, exactly.
Hopefully, I hope that I could be like the model, like standard Terran player.
I do sometimes think of you in that way. I mean, I was describing Fox's style as a bit more like almost brutish, where he just tries to, not that he's super aggressive, but that he finds these timing attacks, and that's kind of where he pushes all of the chips into the middle of the poker table. Whereas I do think that by comparison, you have that more honorable Terran style. I think other people have called you that as well, right? Not that you can't cheese, but that you typically do go for that, like, here's the standard play, here's why it's strong. And here's these adjustments you can make versus specific strategies or players that might try to find the holes in that. And so I am very much looking forward to that round, actually. And I'm very eager to see how you shape up against Fox's Protoss, but also Krankendau's Zerg. So with that said, predictions here. You taking this opening match and going all the way to face Crank in the next? Is that how it's going to be? It's just a straightforward move?
We'll see. I think that is what's going to happen, but we'll see what Fox has prepared.
All right. Well, any final words before we kick things off? Because that lobby is up.
Nah. Good luck. Have fun.
All right, there it is. Ramen says GLHF. I'm going to toss you in that second group, second voice channel there. If I need to badger you for a stream, I will. Good sir, good luck. And that about does it, ladies and gentlemen. I think we are about ready here to get into things. Ramen has joined the lobby. He is here with the rest of us. Absolutely enjoying some Cosmonarchy here. And I am looking forward to bringing you guys the action in that respect. It'll be a great time, guys. This will be an excellent match here. Just gotta wait for the TheNightFox to come in. And once that's up, we'll get into it. I see people in the chat. Yes, Smarty, it's very nice to hear that people are like, hell yeah, this game's so epic. I agree. It is so epic, and it's very cool. Let's wait for our players to ready up, and then we will be into things. And get ready for our opening match here. I am so excited, guys. We're gonna go into Crisis Vector. It's an excellent map here, and it's something that Jujic put a lot of work into to make sure that it was properly activated here. So let's get into it. We've got TopRamen in the top left, rocking out as, ooh, this is a tough color. Is this snow? Snow Terran. I like that little action. And in the bottom right, we have the TheNightFox. He is our Palatinate Blue Protoss. I don't know how I'm on one for the color guesses. You know what that means, lads. We're in for an exciting series. Welcome. It is time. It is so time. We are so ready to witness some Cosmonarchy. I can't believe Dino Man left as soon as we started. That guy just tried to start a new clan, and this is how he repays me for authorizing it? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I'm glad Godweed's in the chat talking about Alex's address as well. This is great. We've got the full energy. If I am in somebody's television right now, my voice carrying through the Cosmonarchy sound effects, radiating into somebody's living room, welcome. Welcome to Cosmonarchy. This is going to be an excellent time, as we already have 2 gates coming up here for the TheNightFox. No scouting from him just yet, but the big reveal of the overgrown Crisis Vector just in time for the Battlements stage. It's here, courtesy of TopRamen's scout. I mean, doesn't that just look eh? And of course, as there is no Zerg, we cannot proxy hatch. That is correct. That is correct. Well, at least we got to see Crisis Vector right out the gate. A couple other maps have received some glow-ups, as Nebline put it. Maybe we'll get to them. Maybe we will get to them. The Hierophant going to go ahead and tag this Mason. Hey, Neutron was talking about the Hierophant's laugh. Here it is. Wait for it. It wasn't the laugh, but hey, it's still pretty cool. Honestly, I feel like when I first came up with the idea of banter as a sound effect that would play from a unit, the first unit I came up with it for was the Hierophant, and it was the Fate of All Fools, Coward, and the Laugh. You know, like that. I wrote that. I want to say like 2018, 2019. I wrote that down, and about a year or two ago, we were able to actually get it implemented. It was choice. Looks like we're getting a little bit of lag here, so I'm going to go ahead and pump up our brain cell count just a bit. Just a bit. Hopefully it won't affect micro too much, as that does increase latency, essentially. There's a curious Mason scout wrapping around the corner here, going towards the easternmost lane, as more and more lobotomy mines are being placed by these vultures. It's a very vulture-heavy committal early, right? This is 2 folk, mass vault. A lot of Terrans are going straight into Scrapyard at the earliest opportunity to start pounding those blackjacks. It's a very different style here with the Grand Library out of the TheNightFox before an expand. And his Nexus now going to come on down. So, from this position, Protoss definitely has an economic advantage. Fox, as long as he keeps producing workers, which he actually is just fine. He's like 2 seconds ahead of Ramen. At some point, there was probably some cut or whatever. Now has to contend with the 6 vultures that are leaving the building. I thought there was another round. Oh, there's another one that returns home. Yeah, okay. There were eight made in total, but 2 of them have actually returned back home. I'm not quite sure how that happened. But he will indeed end up moving across the map. There's a Zealot moving around, that Mason Scout wrapping that eastern block, and ends up getting bopped by the military, revealing more or less what Ramen is dealing with here, what Ramen is up against. A lot of Ecclesiasts just came down the ramp. We got a Herald coming down as well. I feel like it's going to be really hard for the Vultures to uproot this position, but behind it, we've got the Ministry on the high ground, Scrapyards coming, Third Folk as well. I think that even with these mines... Oh, yeah, especially with the Hierophant helping to stick them. Well, actually, all of the mines get caught there. 3 of them do get wiped by the 1 Zealot. And without that Zealot, it might be really easy for the Vultures to start picking these targets, but really they have to go after that Hierophant, man. Getting so much value. If they pick the Ecclesiasts, they are... Oh, big mine hit there. Big mine hit there, and he does pick the Hierophant. Really good targeting from Ramen so far. This does not look like a fight he was supposed to win. A lot of these Vultures very, very low. No splash damage right now for Fox. He's got an Atreus coming. He's got multiple Striders on the way. Just Dracodons, though. That Hierophant, a costly loss. Doesn't have the Vespene to replace it just yet. But remember, his economy is going to be a little bit better than Ramen's. So as long as he can hold on, this can be just fine. And with the Atreus coming out, it doesn't have any more armor, but it has so much more vitality. It feels like it's really hard, right? 80 more health with 2 armor is like, I think 9 or 10 more Vulture shots needed to kill it. I don't think that Ramen's going to be able to overwhelm, but he's already adding the 4th Folk, the Palladium for the inimitable Phalanx, inevitably going to be rolling across the map here for a siege, and we already have a Warden. So TheNightFox has a couple of, just 1 Idol Worker actually right now, but something that he wants to tighten up if he can. All right. Blackjacks, Phalanx. What's that second add-on, or I guess 4th add-on going to be from that Fulcrum? That's my question. Is it even going to be one? Is he just going to make more Vultures? It's actually an instant into the 5th Fulk. How much TVP has Ramen been playing lately? Fox, for a moment, they're floating a bit of minerals. Actually has a big gas bank right now. Oh my god. I was wondering where his minerals went. And now I see. You know, I don't like the queuing, but sometimes you got to do it, I guess. You don't really have to, but again, this is what I was talking about, right? Like Fox usually likes that early agency that he can get by having a smarter timing attack in the early stages of the game. He's gone for a faster expand than his opponent. He has a worker lead, but it's very minimal right now. I still like Ramen's positioning a lot because it's going to take so long for Fox to actually breach all of these mines that are in his territory. The Vultures that are, in some cases, wounded, mapping out the rest of the map, making sure no satellite bases have been taken, checking these reservoirs here. No artisans are in this position. Fox has made artisans before in the qualification series that he has played, so makes a lot of sense to check those. 3rd base on the way. So Ramen going to stick to his more macro-oriented origins. He's got 3 Scrapyards, double Palladium, just going to be powering on. He's drawn the worker lead to a 3, and that's actually less than it was before. Yeah, there's the next rotation out of Fox to put it back up to 5. So it's basically, we'll split the difference and say there's a 4 worker lead for the Protoss, but I don't know how quickly Fox can actually take his next expand. This Ministry will be up certainly sooner than that, and can, of course, float over as one of the Terran cornerstones is to do such a thing. And now with the mines, I mean, Ramen is able to take that advanced position. How many Phalanxes? Only 3? That's still enough with this small army to potentially break it. But he needs to respect the mine placement that he's got here. If he gets hoisted by his own petard, is my favorite thing to say when the mines go off and detonate in front of the Terran army, stunning all of their Vultures or whatever, it could be over because the splash damage from the Phalanxes, etc., etc. He's starting to fall back. That's a great hit. Only grabbing one of the Blackjacks, and it was wounded anyway. That one's a little bit more dangerous, but thankfully it doesn't do too much collateral damage. The Phalanxes, there was a Zealot that went super deep there, but the Phalanx is still able to get some connections. And no, look at this. The Grand Library army just pouncing on it. There's not enough, dedicated damage to actually clear the Atriuses. So that's a big release of tension for the TheNightFox. Now he can start thinking about his next base. Acestus on the way, scrambling the defenses. The production is really good for Ramen. He shouldn't be in too much danger, but I think the main thing that you can see there is he maybe split his damage a little bit. A lot of these Protoss units are very wounded, and there's still a little bit of the front line there. Right now, falling back to the next mine. There's no embassy on the way. Fox going straight for the Argosy with his float. And now the Phalanx is pushing forward there. There's the first shellacking of that Atreus. You really got to watch out for that one. Couple more zealots on the way. Yeah, frontline desperately needed here. 2-base Argosy is going to be the play. No expand. Fox feeling like maybe he's pushing it a little bit closer to an all-in status as the 3rd base is being taken. We got Phalanx Blackjack on the way. Zealots sacrificing themselves. They clear some of the mines at the very least. And also take some of those Phalanx shots. Teleporting Blackjack, classic move. Don't worry, it's still safe. This one Vulture now being cleared. Maybe there will be a 3rd base. It's hard to say. I don't see a Scribe on the way to actually take that, but he does clear the spot. Maybe that's just a feint. Ramen obviously going to be aware that that spot is now no longer under his vision. And you can see, yeah, Fox has a Scribe up here. He's also sending his army towards the bottom left. We'll call that like 6.5. I'll say 6 anyway, because you guys know the natural isn't 6. And that is an opportunity now. Remember, these power generators are blocking a little bit of the pathing, right? So it's going to split Ramen's army until those are destroyed. Anseal flying over just to see what's going on. There's a Servitor kind of mindlessly on the way. Hasn't been reacted to. Fox not going to end up pulling it back in time, so it will end up getting bopped. When those die, they give you the same speed boost as the Ecclesiast. So you don't want to really throw them away, but they are pretty cheap. First unit on the way out of the Argosy is going to be the Solarian. Not opting for the Didact despite the gas bank. I wonder if that's a sound choice. Anseal here mostly, I would imagine, just here for the shielding and a little bit of vision over cliffs and stuff, allowing for spotting for these phalanxes. There's the first couple of shellackings. Oh no, the Anseal. Yep, it's going to go down too close to the sun. Wings clipped. Back at home, a Wraith has been started. Atlas on the way for tier 2. So this push is actually not as powerful as it could be, and Fox has set up a wide little spread here. Almost breaching 1,000 minerals there. Ramen with a rare macro slip up as he's adding more fulcrums. There was a point where Fox was very brittle, but I think maybe a little bit of micro could have gone a long way for the Terran army in that clear. And now with the Solarian out, I'm not actually sure whether or not there's enough Blackjacks here to deal with both the ground army and the Solarian up top. So where are these phalanxes targeting? Mostly that stack in the back, which is good, but there's nothing to deal with all of these stewards. So the ground army isn't even going to be that heavily shellacked. This is a total wipe of the army. The TheNightFox will absolutely still have enough to push for some damage on the other side. And we can see TopRamen checking his rallies as the last of his offensive force starts to drop. The Atlas about to finish. I don't know that TopRamen can hold in this opening match. That's going to be the next big thing here. Maybe a little bit slowed by this phalanx, a sacrificial spot, trying to drag the army away. It does actually put Fox in a bit of disarray, but eventually the phalanx dies. We've got this frontal force, but they're pretty far from the Cestus, if it even matters. And coming in from the east, the TheNightFox moving in. We've only got 2 Goliaths here for anti-air. Really need to get rid of these zealots, especially those mines, stunning all of the phalanxes. Ramen had ample time to clear those and didn't. Now the 3rd base under duress, coming in with the uppercut punch. The TheNightFox looking for that momentum, and I think he might just be able to clear it. The captaincy's only halfway done. 5 Goliaths at a time being produced by the 3-base Terran. Is it going to be enough as the phalanxes have cleared a lot of the ground army? Only a couple units still left at that 3rd, slowly whittling down the economy, but the Ramen Mason count is pretty much identical to the TheNightFox's scribes, and as they get evacuated, sure, it'll shut down the base for a time, but he has held, avoiding disaster. That uppercut may be a little bit softer than it should have been. And now the TheNightFox with Zealots and Solarians. I don't think it's going to quite be enough. You can see the Gatling gun from the Goliaths. Really, they need the Phalanxes in action here to clear out these Atreus's down here. Not really focusing on any individual steward, but still reducing the count quite a bit. And now trying to focus down the Solarians before they get out of control. I think that's a 4th one on the way. A 3rd one still by the natural. Hasn't been rallied up. The Goliath count slowly getting out of hand. Ramen bought enough time that he even went for add-ons. Going for the Strigas. Very powerful units to use versus Solarians. They're well, they have the same attack for ground and air, but they have that sort of flame saber, that Ren's armor of the stewards, which will allow Goliaths with their lower armor pen, right? To actually breach the steward armor a lot easier. Very potent. Plenty more Goliaths on the way. Slightly out of position. The Positrons can nuke this mineral line very quickly. But with the 4th base already operational here for TopRamen, he can just evacuate over there. The question is, can he save the Ministry? As it lifts off, only the Zealots unable to attack. Everything else still good for it. But that was a big shellacking. 15 workers to the better is the Protoss. First Striga out. Isolated immediately. The TheNightFox knows how difficult those can be to deal with, and he falls back in a really awkward angle for the ground army to pursue. Well done. Good positioning here from Fox as he rallies outside his natural. Sort of got that triple split. Scribe over here by the 4th. Not actually operational just yet, and hasn't scaled his production that much. He's got the Ardent, right, making positrons. But he actually needs to drop that Nexus and maybe go for some additional tech. This is going to be a watchdog for scouting. TopRamen trying to see that. Now he's got a round of vultures to try to reclaim map control. I actually really like that pivot later on, and his worker count is slowly recovering. Only about 10 or 11 to the worst. He's adding a starport. We got more add-ons coming, Palladiums. I think maybe these might be for Madrigals more than Phalanxes. It feels like maybe the Phalanx at this point is outliving its usefulness when you start fielding that melee infantry at tier 2. The Phalanx splash might not be as good. But we've seen lots of ranged units being fielded by the TheNightFox. And now, an Ancestral Archives, it's clear. The next move is going to be the Optectons coming out. Heavy artillery for the Protoss. Going to try to control the ground game. And he's up to 5 Solarians with a 6th on the way. This feels so dire as those vultures are going to get cleaned up. We've got a couple idle workers here as the Terran ground army kind of getting split up and confused. That power generator could be killed to relieve a little bit of pressure. Commandment on the way. He wants the Seraph for the armor rend. He wants the Azazel for the armor boost. It's a mobile Cestus that also is able to cast Defensive Matrix, which in Cosmonarchy, in addition to providing the shield, also it gives you a little bit of healing. So it can be very good at sparing the life of one particular unit. Divine Intervention from the Azazel, if we end up seeing it soon. A Clarion on the way for the TheNightFox, going to make his shields that much stronger. But the Ancestral Archive still has some time before it's activating. And Ramen, he's caught wind of with the mines. He sees that the army is moving in opposite directions right now. The Terran is going to respond to this. Not able to slow down the assembly of that 4th base, but they're within 5 workers of each other, which at this level certainly is going to be easy enough. That Zealot destined to draw some fire from the Phalanx as the Strigas assembled to protect, and the big retake over here from the east. He's coming in to try to pincer this army. You can see the top is clearly being won by Ramen, but the midsection is not exactly sure. Still, the Strigas, they stay alive long enough to absolutely clean house with a lot of those Solarians, pushing the stewards back into the hangar and giving them a cooldown before they can come back up while they get repaired. Rest of the army linking back up as well from defending the 3rd successfully. And the Strigas on top, they are absolutely annihilating the Solarians. One of them goes down, the rest of the army absolutely caught, and that was without any sort of movement speed buff. But as soon as the Servitors pop, the Solarians are able to withdraw. Now at this point, the Clarion does not feel like it's going to be good enough, but I don't know if TopRamen will be able to successfully keep pushing. A Magister on the way. In only small numbers, it doesn't feel like they're the best option, but he's making a second one. That first Optecton still a ways off from being able to join with the rest of the army, and the Striga's getting popped. The Amaranth's committing on top of them. The Goliath's ignoring the ground army so they can try to focus down the Solarians, but without the armor rend, it feels a lot less powerful, a lot more anemic here. Ramen's getting reinforcements put into the middle of the map. He has pushed back the Protoss on their territory, and with the Strigas coming in, this feels like it's all she wrote for the TheNightFox's aggressive aspirations. He's not going to be brought down immediately, but he has been reset, and what a hell of an opening match here for this group. The first Seraph has already hit the field. I'm not quite sure where it is. I see. Snaking down, and the Anvil on the way. Ramen wants to nuke him. Isolated base, easy to find a spot for that Seraph to exist and paint down the nuclear strike. It's not just the Eidolon, formerly the Ghost, that can do that now. In Cosmonarchy, you can paint nuke strikes with the Seraph. Ministry expanding on location for a 5th base. That Watchdog continuing to isolate that spot. I thought he was going to lift it to scout the main base, but I guess he knows exactly what he's up against. This narrower choke is going to be where Ramen stakes his claim and attempt to basically beat back the 4th base. As the Seraph is going to come in, looking for irradiates. We've got 2 Morning Stars being armed. Nuclear missiles will be a possibility here. An inevitability, it feels like. He's already set up. Fox was not in a position to stop this. I think he's just got to concede the base. I don't think he can break this position. But if his army continues to try it, and Ramen just keeps him engaged for a little bit longer, an irradiate could come in to breach that position down towards 6 o'clock. It doesn't look like it's quite going to happen. And there it is. The payload is launched. Does he notice? He sees it. He sees it. He can evacuate the workers. Oh, he didn't target he actually did not target a mineral field, but I think most of his workers will get out alive. No, there's so many clumped up. Thankfully, only looks like just the warden ends up going down, but that is rough, man. That is so rough. Oh, he retargets the same location. Okay, I was wondering where that second one was. Just in case the workers go back to it. The Uptectons have hit the deck. There's 3 of them. This push from the Protoss is very powerful, and Ramen did not have time to set up. He was too busy targeting that missile strike. Looks like it will hit. Meanwhile, though, all of the stewards still alive. Striga's clumped up to try to deal with that, but I feel like the splash damage is too powerful. Here come the Strigas trying to get on top of the Solarians. They need to turn around now. With some Gorgon support, maybe they could have been slowed. Still, now rocking out. 5 Solarians still alive. Where's the army? Where's the reaction? Just Masons scattered throughout. No defenses over here. Another missile launch. Apostles now hitting the field. This is an opportunity. Once again, shutting down mining at this base. We've got no mining over here. No Nexus reestablished. This one's a long way away. And both bases depleted. Every single attack, every single unit lost from the TheNightFox feels like it's going to be more and more catastrophic, but he has the opportunity to inflict some economic damage. You got to ignore the worker count right now. You have to. You can't actually count it right now for the TheNightFox. He's lost the Nexus to nukes. It took 3 proper nukes to actually targeting that Nexus to bring it down. So now we know the math. This base established and then discovered. Will the TheNightFox commit to it? He's still got the 5 partially wounded Solarians. 4 Uptectons, though. And now, off to the side, he's going to see. It's a double strike. It feels like the TheNightFox might end up bleeding out. He does save his workers yet again and will finally get rid of that Seraph. But the next one does end up striking. And there's no reaction here just yet. He's losing a lot of workers to the irradiate field. Now he's figured it out. Another one painted on that location. Wants to kill the Nexus. It's not been canceled, of course. Forcing the TheNightFox into a defensive posture with the remaining of his units. He cannot link up. Meanwhile, Ramen is going to try to push across the map. He's got Matadors out. The speed, the armor end, maybe that's the answer. Another nuke strike, this time painted down here. Oh, man. So this army just coming out of the rallies here for Ramen is going to be able to slow down the push from the TheNightFox, and that's another impact. I don't think it's going to quite shut down the Grand Library, but he's going to go for it again. Meanwhile, coming on in here, clearing the stewards. The Uptecton's busy trying to attack north. Turns out the surround can be really, really good here, but with 5 Uptectons, oh, the Apostles are starting to revive the Strigas. This is going to be the Deathless Army, and even though he took him down for 21 and a half minutes, the TheNightFox has his trademark GG. And using Morning Stars, using nuclear strikes, we've got the tactic, we've got the first map. TopRamen will take it, but it was close. I need a moment after that one. That was a hype match. Wow. Hold on. Hold the phone, guys. Ugh. I ain't sending proof, but between the heat that is in my room right now and the heat being brought by our players, this calls for shirtless Pronogo to cast the rest of this group. Holy moly. Unbelievable stuff. I also asked the players if they were ready before I was ready. That's a classic blunder. Don't worry, guys. We're just warming up in a big way after that one. I'll recheck the ready. Oh, shirt no-go. Let's go. Our second map will be Radium as Krankendau challenges the pot stirrer. We're going to see just what we have to see here. Fresh off his victory, TopRamen, the Platinum Terran. Oh, it's just white Terran in the bottom left. In the top right. Hot damn, what is this? Is this Delft Blue? Dark Sapphire. Never would have guessed that one. Zerg in the top right. That's Krankendau. His map pick, Radium. I didn't guess the colors right this time around, guys, so we might not have a super banger, but I hope you guys still forgive me and enjoy the rest of this group. God damn. God damn. What a match. What a match. Bio opener for TopRamen, so that's our first little clue. Oh, I don't have any game audio for you guys. Sorry about that. We are sitting pretty, man. We are sitting pretty. Yeah, we used to have Dead Infested setting up Gamba, but I don't actually know how to do that. So, if somebody wants to and knows how to, feel free. I'll mod you for that on Twitch. Or if somebody wants to figure it out, I think Lucy's already a mod. Maybe he already knows. Anyway, we got important stuff to talk about. I'm still dancing after that game. What a sick opening match, dude. Let's reset. TopRamen needs to cool his head. That was a very tight game, 21.5 minutes. Up in the air for a really long time. I was actually not convinced it was over even when it was. But the nukes shutting down the bases and no response in time there for the TheNightFox really helped out. But Ramen's now got to reset, change up his whole strategy. Krankendau's been sitting pretty, lording over the peasants of his group. And he's got his pool up, he's got his Larvask about to finish. Very straightforward build. His first round of quads will come out. And his Droleth will get wiped by the Mavericks, but it will scout that it's bio. Toyota says this game will be amazing. Let's find out. Cheeky little attack onto the Droleth there. Can't do it on mobile? A classic. AOT says, mod view Gamba easy. I don't know what that means. Sorry. When it comes to Twitch, I might as well be a boomer. I haven't really messed around with their UI before. All my viewers are on YouTube. YouTube.com/Pronago. Let's see. See how it goes. First bio round coming out. It's Mavericks and Hurricanes. Okay. All right. Circuith by the ramp. So this seems like it's well prepared by Crank. He also has an Ovaleth coming out. We'll see if he wants to do anything in particular with that. That Circuith will be able to finish, but is it going to be able to get up in time? Oh, cheeky. With the Armor Rend and the Skimmed Mavericks, he might actually be able to break this before any units can actually finish. Having to cancel, smart play from Crank. Not yet killing any workers. Getting on top of those remaining quads. He's got more units on the way. Will Robin actually kill him in the opening? Dude, no way. We just had a 21.5-minute game. And Crank is struggling to deal with the Stimmed Mavericks running into his base. His frontal outpost there. Oh, stimming down the Larvask. Well, he got more quads out. I feel like he's going to hold just fine. But damn, that was some early damage, huh? Crank going to sit on 15 workers for a good while after that one. We got more Mavs coming. We got triple stockade added on. Ministry out here. Whew. All right. I think if you see bio openings versus Zerg, nowadays we know it's going to be a pacey attack. Worth pointing out, Ramen also tried an early pressure strat. Good attempt here for Crank trying to get into scout. Doesn't quite see whether or not there's an expansion operational. So nice positioning from Ramen as well. Really can dictate the pace. Maybe a drop might help. But Ramen tried this pacey attack with Vultures against Fox, and when it was reposted after a little bit of damage went away, it slowed down his opponent, made him play a bit more defensive, let him take map control, and this time around, Ramen will actually get the economic edge. Now, it's Zerg, so it's not really like Krankendau is going to be too far behind for too long. They can resaturate their bases quite a bit. We'll have to see what his TVZ is like. As a reminder, guys, this is a player who was, unfortunately, not quite able to make it past jakulangski in the tribunal stage. Now, you can say that about a lot of players. Jack did end up qualifying in first place, well, joint first place alongside Krankendau. So his TVZ might actually be under threat, under question. Krankendau already grabbing that Zorkish Shroud. We got quadruple Lakizalisk on the way. The Ovaleth here just scouting things out, but doesn't actually have anything in it. Is it enough for Ramen to actually start falling back, though? His stimmed Maverick. Is it going to catch wind? He sees the Lakers! Oh, does he? I think he panned over just in time to see it. What's he going to do now? Where's the star pad? Already operational with the Antseal on the way, which the Ovaleth will scout. You detect a production structure, you can click on it to see what it's making. So you basically see the same view we see now as the witness, as the observer, just from having detection there. Krankendau not willing to take his forward position just yet. Doesn't know if other Antseals are already on the field. Doesn't quite know the timing, it feels like. Quaz patrolling. Now starting to come down the ramp. Now starting to get that hatch set up. Wanted to wait for a couple more units, it looks like. So without Phalanx, it's really hard to actually breach these positions. At least that's conventional wisdom. Maybe I'll be bamboozled by something Ramen does. His second Antseal halfway complete. Once again denying a scout. This one will end up slipping by. He's got a Cyprian with his army. Stims down one of the lake is really nice targeting. This is all going to be down to Micro now. Has to pull away. Only lost a couple of maps so far. Will immediately rend down that Zorius. The Antseal, oh, it goes way too far forward. You want to talk about trends? I think we've seen that once already in this set. Against the TheNightFox's Strider stack. Never before has it been so significant, though. Those spines are going to claim the lives of many a Maverick, and the Cyprian just going to walk into death. Stimming on top of the ramp, but I think that might have been a bit too much clumped. Maybe he can try to pivot around the Lakers and go for a counter push, but feels like maybe he's got that idea a little bit too late. The Antseal drawing some fire. Oh, no! They weren't actually tasked further up. Even then, I don't know if it would have mattered. Maybe they could have picked a single one of the Lakers. Back to the drawing board now. Fully saturated natural for our Terran player with a 10-worker lead, but army looking very dire. First Fulcrum, done. Palladium, finished. Phalanx has to be on the way to hold. No Cestus. No secondary Antseal. He was making Trojans instead. He actually doesn't have that much detection here. He needs to slow this down. This is like, you know, PVT, you're slowing the tank push. That's basically what he's got to do here by killing those Lakers, forcing them to burrow and unburrow. Reposition. Maybe see if he can clear out some of these Zorius to tank. Big stim on top of that Lake is off to the side, but he does have to pull back. And he will still be able to clear out the Zorius. Remember, this is the version where the fire kind of sticks to targets for the armor end. He has a drop earmarked for the main base. And stimming forward, not quite able to kill that Lake is. Takes a lot of damage in the process, but he has stalled out for his Phalanx, it feels like. That one Quaz, reminding Ramen about that, might have actually backfired a little bit there. He's going to unload, but there's already a Circuit over here. He needs to stim these Mavericks. Maybe he can still do some damage. Meanwhile, back at home, not quite able to do any eco. Oh, and he didn't stim them. They do not clear the Circuit. The Trojan will also get bodied. Throwing a lot of bodies at this problem, but the Lakers are still alive. Feels like it was more than what you would want in terms of impact there. Ramen definitely struggling to keep his base mining. Eventually that Zorius will be brought down. But these two Lakers still making life a living hell. They'll go ahead and get the hell out of Dodge. A third ministry on location at the Natural, funnily enough. And spending down some of that money. Looks like Crank setting up for double expand. He's only got one of them making right now. A lot of Lakers. Over a dozen of them. We're really looking for Krankendau to show us why he's tier 1 in this group. Why he's the top dog, the guy to beat. And he was a little bit rocky at the start, but holding it was enough. And then after that, the initial bioforces, it's so micro-dependent. Ramen didn't quite have the right move. And now he's just trying to pressure a little bit, trying to scout out, see what he can find. Looks like the Droleth at 12 o'clock didn't actually commit to it. He sees a horde of Lakes, a couple Zoryus, and of course the third base. Anseal flying over to scout what's happening here. We'll spot the Hydrith, then finish. Double Ministry. Madrigal's on the way. He knows Gorgakors are coming. He clicked on the eggs. He's probably spotted some of the Gorgs actually hatching. Really smart play here from Ramen. He preempted that a little bit. The Phalanx drop only going to be able to clear a single one of those Quas. Oh, there you go. That's a little snazzy. Not quite able to kill a worker, unfortunately, but he did force a little bit of mining loss. He'll get a single kill. Oh, he got 2 more. Nice. That's not too bad. I mean, probably not as cost efficient as he wanted it to be, but it's a tempo thing. Remember, Ramen had better economy for a while now. It's starting to shift over now, but he has all of those extra ministries. Putting Acestus down right here is interesting. He wants to add armor to his Masons, which makes a lot of sense. Also to the Watchdogs, for that matter. That's pretty snazzy. Only the 1 Gorg, though. That's interesting. Crank now switching into more. But he's instead pivoted mostly towards those Lakes. And we don't actually have a big Phalanx count. One of them was used for the drop. The only other one that we have is on the ground right now. And this is despite Ramen knowing about all of the Lakes. First Gorg taking a couple of hits there. Oh man, this is going to be a bloodbath, it feels like. There's the tag. Zoryu speeding all of them up, courtesy of that Madrigal up at the front, and most of the bio going down. There's another string of them. The stim is expired. They need to go again. They need to stim again. There it is. Now they're going for it. Most of the air already gone. Well, really, there was only the 1 Gorg. Trying to chase these Lakes down, force them to burrow, force them to waste a little bit more time. This Trojan, pretty much empty-handed. That's one thing that the Mavericks can try to do. They can try to really heavily chase down those Lakes in a way that you can't really do with any mech. The Vulture's not really likely to survive very long. Crafty positions here with the anti-drop, courtesy of the Lakes in the third base. The 4th already on the way. 4th base now earmarked, establishing for TopRamen. Worker counts have been even so far. Atlas on the way. Remember, this is one of those maps with only 1,500 in the minerals. So you do not have access to as much of a sort of steady hand. If you get contained, if you get stuck on 1 base or 2 bases for a while, you will end up mining out a lot sooner. Lots of map control here for the Zerg. Not so much for Ramen. His 4th base is on a bit of an island, and this Estus might not quite actually get up and running. There you go. It does at the very end. Watchdogs being set up on location. Needs to get some units over there to clear that Zeph. Unless he wants to battle it with worker corpses. Yeah, a couple of Mavericks earmarked for it. Although they're not quite... Yeah, they're not quite on the ball there. We did see another drop get set up over here, but the Nathracors are out to chase it down. That's it. 5 Mavericks dead. Atlas complete, though. Bactalisk's on the way for Crank. He wants to start setting up the artillery ball with a lot of Lakes support. He only dropped, what, 3-4 Lakes earlier? He doesn't really need to make any more. At least not with the main army. 10 Gorgakors. The Cestus will help out those Watchdogs and will help out the repairing Masons, but it seems to be about it. And now the Ovaleth getting tagged. Still not uprooted. Stockade lifting. Probably going to help set up a frontal wall of some kind. It's a lot of captaincies. It feels like Krankendau has an opportunity here. If he pushes in and denies the 4th base, he secures a significant economic advantage later on into the game. That Ovaleth going to explode. Cestus Watchdog's not quite enough. The Ministry not actually moving. That feels like a bit of a missed opportunity, but maybe he's deliberately trying to keep Krankendau's army earmarked over there. draw him into the established phalanx spot. There's still a couple Anseals here. Oh no, Krankendau's made a critical error. Krankendau has made a critical error. Trying to respond to the drop up here got him all kinds of confused. Oh, that stings. Tier 2 on the way for our Zerg player. I'm not sure if he was inflicted with enough damage in the process there for Ramen to be able to move across the map, to sense that he's got this. The one Maverick here just heckling that base, the stockade floating out there with the vision. Madcap's now on the way for those steady hands, those steady holds. Really feels like he needs an Azazel or something for that mobile Cestus buff. It's so powerful versus Zerg. Stim and the Maverick getting a little bit more DPS here. You can see the stockade. The map is crawling with patrolling Zerg units, but that's really only a Pyrrhic victory for Crank. He's got a couple Gorgs positioned out here. I'm not quite sure he'll see the Mason moving to the bottom right. Most likely to expand on location. Remember that Ministry did die. So Crank's still ahead in terms of economy. Is Tier 2 now complete? We're on a timer. How long before Ramen starts to face Tier 2 Zerg? How long does he have to actuate his tempo advantage and his tech advantage? Madcap's coming in with the rest of the group. They can pack such a punch if they're allowed to stack up. But the Lakers can still try to shred them anyway. No fourth base on the way. Guild halls. We're going to see Autocrats and Olympians join the fray pretty soon. One more lake is popping. The count dropping. We only have 6 Lakers with this army. Got more on the way here, thankfully. Back up to a pretty good full house of them. Another drop earmarked for this position, but I think maybe Ramen forgot. Wait a second. There's a lot of defenses over here. He's going to scoop that one up. No anti-air. And here comes the next big attack. Krankendau not making the same mistake as before. He is diving forward. The Maverick stimming, but I don't think it quite matters. You can see all the Madrigals trying their best to deal with all of the ground army here for Krankendau, but I don't think it's quite enough. It's going to be a full wipe. The Madcap's up here shutting down the third base. Is it going to be enough of a distraction? The Anseals need to get the hell out of Dodge. Krankendau not quite actually moving his army. He's fumbling with the hotkeys, trying to find some repose. Looks like the Zorius will help clean things up there. And the army has really been leveled here. Even some of those Anseals not quite making it out. The one lone Phalanx misrallied. Will it come back to bite him? Will it even matter? He's just pounding Olympians right now. Wants to get as many of the heavy guns out on the field. Has he had a read? We haven't seen Olympians feature in top-level TVZ in quite some time. Mason earmarked for bottom right. No scouting yet for Crank. Lost a lot of workers, but still in the lead. Ultrav Cavern on the way as his tech du jour. Matravel Nest also here. But he's not actually making many of the Tier 2 units. He's got a bunch of Vilgs. So the Vilgoricors, they release the defensive cloud when they take hits. Opportunity to ignore, shrug off some of that splash damage, but that's not even really what Ramen is positioned with. Doesn't have any Autocrats, doesn't have any Cyprians, doesn't have any Ramses or Phalanx. Only affects ground units as well, the Vilgoricor passive. Ramen has done really well to extend play so far. But I feel like it's gearing up here for just an A move. I don't know that he can counter the Ultra Cores. 8 of them on the way. Crank with a great economy still. Seems to have recovered very well versus all the drops. And it kind of goes to show you just how powerful Crank's position was in the mid-game, that he was able to lose so many of those units, and Ramen still wasn't quite able to punish. A Hurakan-filled Trojan spots out a big ground army, and then the rest of his force is going to see all of Crank's units on the west. Is he actually going to commit to this push? It feels like it's a suicide mission. Look, the rest of the army's made it all the way to the natural. He can clothesline the production. The Hurakan's just going to get cleaned up by that lake, as Ahmed does not provide much solace in a moment like this. And as the air units return to base, while there's not any anti-air over here, and the Autocrats might be able to actually finish the job, Krankendau was not chasing the army back. He did not set up for a sandwich. This is an opportunity, potentially, for the Autocrats to really do some heavy lifting, but they're just being overwhelmed! They're just being overwhelmed! The Vilgoricor is taking way too long, and the rest of the army has arrived. The tides have not turned. You can have all the stolen lake as you want. There's still Zerg in your rally, and there's still so many more attacking your third base. It looks like Krankendau, after a hard-fought 19-minute match, is about to score his dub. One Huracan left. It's sinking in. The Zeths are attacking the guild hall. The barbarians are at the gates. The Ultra Cores are munching on your workers. The Bactylisks bouncing everywhere with their venom. GG. Krankendau takes his first match, setting up our third one. There's going to be some ZVP action, lads. Alrighty. You know what that means. Gotta get the TheNightFox's map pick here. Alright guys, you remember when I was talking about being shirt no-go? I think I might have to wear a towel at this point, dude. The heat is coming in thick and fast. Oh boy. What an opening set of matches, dude. At some point we gotta have some less good matches, right? Like, these are really, you know, high stakes. You got the macro out, got all kinds of shit going down. All right, let me get my glasses back on. Let me get my game face back on. Guys, in 2 hours, we got to go to the second group, right? Here's the problem. If the games keep going like this, we might have to go a little bit extra time. Let's find out. We wait for Krankendau to ascend to the playable slots. It's going to be Serenity for map 3, picked by the TheNightFox. Just going to go ahead and get the overlay ready for you guys, but I hope you're enjoying the match so far. Honestly, I haven't seen any problems, especially if the TheNightFox upsets Crank. Shambler's right, we are on track for the free-for-all. Think about that, why don't you? Here we go. Game 3. And it's Serenity. The TheNightFox challenges Krankendau. He is our... Is this tomato or something? I'll say... This is probably Scarlet, but I'm going to say Vivid Red. Oh, it was Vermilion the whole time. Vermilion Protoss in the bottom left. Krankendau. Oh, I so want to say Dark Sapphire again, but now the Hatrosk looks different. Maybe it's just a tile set. Dark Sapphire. No! Yemen Blue! Ah, I haven't seen that color in 2 years! I would never have even remembered it was in the game. All right, boys. Clearly my color guessing doesn't matter because we had a sick game last time when I missed it, and we had a sick game when I got it. Maybe it's like slightly sicker when I do get it, but it's sick no matter what, because this is fucking Cosmonarchy, ladies and gentlemen. Pardon my French. Pardon mon français. Oh, c'est ha ha ha. Je parle un peu français en casse pour toi. And as a result, we have a Quaseth Pool and a Kagran Cesian coming for Krankendau with a 2-gate. No, it's Lattice into gate for the TheNightFox. Very nice. Very nice. This is going to be a very fun time. Simulacrum on the way. The TheNightFox has a plan. The TheNightFox has a plan. Oh, I see Patrick's in there, dude. How are you doing, man? Yeah, the heat's getting me, I'll tell you that much. But that's all right. It just means we're going to have a fun time together. So last game, one of the things that we saw as a bit of a weakness potentially for Krankendau is he wanted to get his double Larvask in, and then he wanted to get his Circuith down. But it felt like maybe the timing was a little bit vulnerable to the first combat unit that can make it over. And look, the Sim is already on the way. Now, 2 pairs of Quas are about to hatch. There's a chance that Fox may end up coming away with a bit of a split. There it is. And he's got another one on the way as well. A Zealot being made. Now he's doubled his strength already. Still goes for the Larvask. Not assailed. Not harmed, it seems. There's more where that came from. Trying to commit to it. Oh, you can see Crank dancing. So when you do hull damage to the Sim, it will start to split after 5 seconds and inherit the same HP that the creator did. Oh my god. Oh my god, guys. The TheNightFox has quad Sim. You can see he's actually leading with one of them because he can micro one a little bit better. Now needs to start to fall back there. Where's the Zealot? Okay, the Zealot is on the way. It's really going to shift in favor of the Zealot pretty soon. The Zealot has so much armor. Softening up a little bit here. Needs to fall back with the Sim. Trying to focus it down while the Zealot does the dirty work. Back down to 2 Sims. Next set of combat units need to come out here. There's the first split, but it wasn't quite enough. Looks like he might have actually been held. If there were more combat units here already for Fox, that might have been a different story. Oh, it feels like this is a sick move. Try to get some early pressure going and get a little bit of a split going. And then as that Zealot gets closed in upon, tries to turn around for a little bit of softening up. Zealots sacrificing themselves. What's he got behind this? Queuing some units. Not really any other development. But Crank has been forced off the idea of producing any more workers. I guess Fox has as well, both at 13. Second gate on the way. Continuing to make simulacra. Oh, geez. Maybe he went a little bit too close to the sun there, although he does get 1 free sim out of it. Does he know that he's getting 1 free sim? I'm not sure. There you go. He's figured it out. The one droll that scout trying to kill his worker. Yeah! Bronze him! There we go. Back at the ramp. Still going for it is Fox. He doesn't want to let him breathe. Doesn't want to let him mass up too many combat units. There's a period of time where 2 workers came out. Maybe 3 as the Hydrathin was also made. So, yeah. Sims are pretty high in number right now, but Krankendau doing an excellent job just focusing the individual Sims. Not allowing his army to just split the attack move, because that would definitely result in a lot of splits there. Posturing. Needs to get that Zealot in the fight. 2 more Sims likely to go down here. Just barely on 1 HP. Those ones are definitely going to be glass ticklers, not even glass cannons. He's got the second gateway out, just making a lot of Zealots. If it's Sim Zealot, as the Hydras come out, I feel like this is already going to be a little bit hopeless here for the TheNightFox. Might be playing some ZVT pretty soon here. He's still pressuring. Still believes. We got 4 Hydras in this pile. No, 6 Hydras now. Much more than I thought. Upfront damage from those is pretty sick. Gotta watch out for that. Feels like it's way, way, way too much Zerg now. And they're not exactly with like a transition point at this point, right? The TheNightFox has no way to continue the saga. Look, his units are deliberately rallied to another unit so that they don't auto-attack. That's so sick from Crank. This is something that happened to Grass Eater when he was fighting Art of Turtle in the qualification. And he had his units on, like, right-clicked on another unit and didn't attack automatically. You can see this is a legit tactic to use versus the Sim. Super cool to see that in action. TheNightFox trying to set up for an expansion. Feels like he could just get bowled over at any time. Once this Nexus goes down, I would be thinking about setting up some defenses. I would be thinking about finding my next tech option here. Because I saw the Hydras. When you see the Hydras, you know your army is not going to be able to hang If you had a lot of Ecclesiasts on the field at this point, that would be one thing. But they just came out of the gateways. They are nowhere near the front line. Still, Krankendau being very, very tentative about pushing forward. He burrows the Hydras to give himself a little bit more room so he can actually reposition his army, pushing the Quas out for a great little surround. And now you can tell he's assembled enough of strength of force. The Hydra count is so high, and there is no splash damage here. No Acantors, nothing. The Vassal tickling the Ovoleth. The Scribe never made the Nexus. No static defense can be erected in time. This is probably not going to end very well for Fox, but now it's a bit of a more favorable engagement for him. With all the Hydras kind of balled up, he can maybe try to keep the Zealots alive with enough Ecclesiasts. He just doesn't really feel like he has enough. Maybe if he had snuck in a Vassal at one point to attack the workers, deny a little bit of focus on the micro there, might have gotten more splits. It's hard to say, but Fox is going to have to think about it. Maybe between games at this rate. Goodbye, Vassal. You served me well. The Hydra's moving in. The Nexus only got started very recently. There's some Zealots here. The Ecclesiasts can still help out. The Sim's actually getting that speed boost as the Ecclesiasts were focused down. Is this actually a late-stage resurgence for the Sim push? The Hydras feel like they're going to outlast this. Yeah, another W/E out of the TheNightFox. That's his, that's his personal GG. So he is out of here, it looks like. But that's Krankendau taking another victory. I'm not coming. Okay. All right, Fox. We love you, dude. With that said, that is another victory for Krankendau, chaining them together now. There was a real chance, I feel like, in that play, but it was really, really difficult for the micro that was requested, that was demanded, really, of the TheNightFox. And that's another Zerg victory in the group. Waiting for Ramen to select the next map. Man, the momentum was really there for the TheNightFox for a moment. Ooh! Okay. I think I'm going to keep this next map or reveal a bit of a secret, as it's very hype, very cool. The TopRamen selecting a map to play against Monsieur Krankendau. I don't know how to say Mr. in Lithuanian, so I'll just keep saying French instead. Now I just need to pop out the Protoss overlay for the Terran, and we are almost good to go here for our next match. Ladies and gentlemen, Zerg versus Terran. Ramen takes to the stage, proverbially speaking, yet again, and here we are. Back in action with Krankendau. In the bottom left, he is the white Zerg. Oh no, he's T-green, actually. Yeah, I got 2, which is my local nation ID. It would be really funny if it was a false alarm, but usually when those instant hashes hit. What is this? Is this, shit, this is either silver or dim gray, but I'm going to say silver, but it was dim gray. I should have learned from casting so many Jimmies. I don't know. I mean, right now it seems fine. I guess we'll wait and see. Anyway, we got Ramen in the top right. He's going for bio yet again. $1,000 APM. Like where we're all just sitting here like, huh? What? Huh? I'm glad the community is so full of elegant trash talkers. All right, the Droleth is going to come through, revealing the lovely blue look for Brainstorm's glow up. Stimming after that Droleth, stopping the scout of how many stockades are operational here. The third one very quick. Feels like maybe Ramen going for a faster third stockade this time around. I didn't quite catch the timing in their last match. But also, this is Brainstorm. This is a different map than the others. This one is very, very distinct. Got 2 Masons with him. Very interesting. Well, the Quaz is going to scout out the first round. Not able to get vision of the Masons. Okay, this is really sick. So I think what we're going to see out of TopRamen is I'm dialing back in now because I honestly thought we'd be remaking this one. With the stim coming out with the Mavericks, he's going to see that the Circuit is already there, and he's just going to walk straight past it. Brilliant stuff. He can set up something with the Masons on the other side, and now the Quaz have to fight mano-a-mano where they are absolutely not favored. Here come the Masons. Oh, he's going to go for the Circuit with the reinforcements, splitting the attention here. I think that's going to not quite be enough with those Mavericks. It feels like maybe he should have tried to combine efforts. Oh, wait, the Masons are going to finish it. No way, dude. The workers have to get off the mining. Pull the boys, Crank. We only have a couple more Mavericks coming in. This feels like maybe it's starting to slip away from TopRamen. But he still has that worker advantage, and the workers are still fighting because the Circuit was never remade. He doesn't have enough minerals. He's 1 return short of remorphing the Circuit. The Mavericks are going to keep going. Everything that Crank has here is invested into this one Circuit that's just going to get sniped fully, no cancel. The Mavericks can just keep fighting. He's got 3 more he doesn't even know about. Ramen. Oh, he gets it done. GG. Holy shit. All right. That's what he was prepping. That's what was going live. Wow. Okay. All right. I stand corrected. Krankendau does not exit without a little bit of blood. Dude, we could still go for that FFA. If Fox beats Ramen and then beats Crank after, we would still have the FFA decider. Just pointing that one out there. Let's see if he's good for it. See if he wants to return with us. See if he wants to give it another shout. It's TopRamen, fresh off a victory. Hot off the presses. Dude, that first match, Fox versus Ramen, almost 23 minutes or something like that? I can't remember. It was super good. I'm trying to convince the TheNightFox. I'm trying to give him my energy. Brainstorm is super good, dude. Brainstorm is super good. Love you too, Arbus. I think we just stew in this for a moment. I gave Fox the opportunity to take a 5-minute break. Share chat, what do you mean? You want me to put chat on the screen? I don't even know how I can do that. Let's find out. I guess I could probably come here and paste. Where can I bring you guys? I can put you right above Nebline. Oh, I shouldn't probably delete that, should I? I guess I should do this. And delete that. Did that break it on the other side, though? No, it's actually... Oh, yeah, it did break it on the other side. God damn it. Whatever. It doesn't matter. I don't use that anyway. Ah! Get that out of here. Get that out of here. Okay. All right. All right, lads. Here you guys are. I can't believe Dino Man's talking shit. Oh, see, he was still listening. I guess that counts for something, right? I can't really see if the chat actually looks good on the stream because I'm so small. Hold on, I'm zoomed out. Oh yeah, I guess it's fine, right? Good enough. I think we're getting the official ruling here pretty soon. I'll wait for the typing to finish. Meanwhile, I'm going to try to fix a visual bug I saw in the first match. There's every time somebody's nuking, it's revealing it like a couple seconds early because of the there's an iScript mistake there. Yeah, okay, 2-6. Okay. All right. I know what to do here. Don't worry, guys. Game Doctor Pronogo is on the case. Actually, I think. Well, no, that person's name was Gamer Doc, so it's a little bit easier to deal with there, but yeah. Okay, and it was 13, which I think is Special State 1, if I remember correctly. Just, you know, doing some programming here while we wait. Okay. I think I should be able to get away with just doing that. So now the trick is to push a quick update. Cheeky update, guys, in the middle of the groups, just to fix that. I don't want people knowing like 2 seconds early that there's a nuke coming down. Plus, it looks, it's a bit bad form, right? To have, that's not. I think it's bad form to have an error on the broadcast. You know what I mean? Not ideal. All right. Of course, I had no idea. I guess Ramen never screenshotted the error, or he never practiced with nukes, one or the other. Let's see. Or maybe he didn't want to tell, because, you know, if he recognizes that it's only from when he's nuking, he didn't want to, you know, he could always DM me it. But it might have, like, revealed the fact that he was playing around with Morning Stars, you know what I'm saying? Dude, what am I even... Oh, I see. People are shit-talking. Okay, so it's official. Another crash out has hit the group stage, the Battlements stage. There was one where it was Hapsea. I can't remember if that was Acropolis or some other event. It might have been one of the Acropolises, though. It wasn't 2, I know that much. Was it actually Acropolis 1? I don't remember. Something like that, anyway. So another crash out has hit the tower, and we are now moving into a different style, a different look. Oh, man. It is sad, I won't lie, when there was such a beautiful opening match to the tournament, and one of the players who was involved in that won't continue participating. Auto DQ. But we still have things to play for. I will not let these two go until one of them has scored 4 wins. Ramen and Krankendau are 1-1. So we could have some sick matches here. Technically, that could be. Let's think about this. So this is an unconventional change to the format, because I usually imagine everybody's going to keep playing it out. But Crank and Ramen will now need to win, 2 of the next 3 matches. So yeah, it's just basically a best of 3 from this point onward. Pretty easy stuff to figure that out. Okay. I believe we are all ready to go, as I don't think I need to worry too much about anything on the overlay side. That should be good. Oh yeah, I do need to worry about one thing. That is not quite accurate. We got to flip the borders. Defender of the, winner of the last match is always going to be off to the left side versus the right side. So there you go. That's how it is. Players joking about no rush 20 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now live on Blackwater Bastion, the new look Blackwater Bastion. Here we go. This map is, of course, by BiddyB. A little bit of quality assurance by Jujic towards the end, as BiddyB was very tired before falling asleep yesterday, but we got it in. We got the new version in. Let's go. In the top left, we've got TopRamen. Once again going for the bio opener here on a 4-spawn map. And he is platinum. Yes. Yes! I got one right again, guys. Returning to form. Cranking down the bottom left. Dark Sapphire. Yes! Yes! Oh, I'm so good at this game. Zerg in the bottom left. This is my performance, guys. You see these players actually playing the game? This is my performance. This is me right here. That's what I gotta do. Okay? My world championship is just guessing the colors. These guys' world championship is actually playing the game, and they've been playing pretty goddamn well so far. Very hype closer there for Ramen in the brainstorm pick. But is it replicable? Is it replicable? I don't know. I just don't know if that's actually going to happen. So we got to find out together. Is he going to grab another win? Is he going to be more macro-based? Here we are. Mason's scouting out over here to see if top right is where it is, but we know it's the other way. It is the other way around. Hell yeah, we got another Twitch chatter. It's HitEmUp. He's playing in a couple hours. Hour and a half, I should say. Shout out HitEmUp.
This individual is a fraud.
Kappa.
Hell yeah, brother. HitEmUp's a fraud of 14 months. Thanks, homie. So we do have that star pad pretty early. It's a 2 stockade star pad with the Mavericks on the ramp. Early scouting did not go Ramen's way, and only now is he really going to be arriving anywhere close to where he needs to be. Qua's already at the ramp. The Circuit will soon follow. If it even needs to be a Circuit at this point, right? Crank is going to scout the Mavericks on the other side. I don't actually know if there's going to be much pressure here. We'll find out if Crank still wants to play on the safe side. Having already fallen victim to the bio and scouting that it is indeed bio, he will go for the Circuit. And I guess maybe the fast star pad, it might not even be for an Anseal, although it would be super good in the early game for shielding the Mavericks versus the Quas. It could actually be for a fast Trojan. He might just decide to drop his bio past the ramp. You know, he saw that the Kagran was there, so he knows that the Circuit is likely. Lots of bio here. Big ups on the bio. Quas and Zeths. Zorka Shroud already coming. So Krankendau really wants to keep to his style. And with the Mavericks still defending in enough number that it's hard to really keep track of them, even if these units catch sight of them, right? Oh yeah, he's not even going to save that second Zeth. So this does look like it's an attack, right? But look at the Zeth patrol. Oh, is it going to actually get there in time? It's not going to see. This Quas will have to be the first port of call, and all of the units are pretty much at home, so the reaction time instantaneous, but this is a lot of Mavs. Once again, a lot of Mavs. I don't think Ramen realizes he can just go for it here. He's kind of evicted the defenders away from the Circuit. That is their outpost, where they are going to be at their strongest. Still just posturing. There are still a lot of Quas that just hatched.
Zerg here.
Oh shit, Toasted Bagels just hit us with a sub, just as the bio attack is threatening to come in. Appreciate all the support, guys. Thank you very much. There he goes. He gets the unload off, and now he's going to go for the stim. Still 2 Mavericks in there. Gobbles them back up as the other Bioforce pushes in. It's not the most numerous, right? But you can see Krankendau is kind of torn between 2 different sides. The Lakers have come out, though. I feel like this has been too much of a delay. Ooh, nice little evacuation of that very wounded Maverick. Now he's going to come away. He's still not moving in. The Wraith now coming. So this is going to focus some of the Quas away. An attack on sort of 3 fronts, despite it being... This is just a 1-base Zerg, and he's getting pinched by multiple locations. However, the drop did not sync up. The lake is spotted. Behind this, we don't actually have an Anseal, to my knowledge. He scoops those up, though. Wraiths again. 3rd Wraith on the way. 2nd one floating over. Kind of clearing the last of the scouting material that Krankendau actually has on the map, so that's going to be 2 more hits. Now the Gorg comes out, but just to get zoned away. Ah, look at that. A flying Maverick. Hot drops out of the Trojan just to bop that poor sucker. So this is a very technical play out of TopRamen, and he's got his first mech unit coming out. It's a Vulture. Still an opportunity for the drop to go straight for the jugular here and go after the workers. And that's exactly what we're going to see. With all the lake is off to the other side, these Mavericks still have enough HP to actually attack. And look at this. He's still keeping him interested. I don't know if Crank even realizes that this play is coming out. The stim kills one of the Lakers outright. That Circuit could have gone down as well, but instead Ramen is going to commit to the back of the mineral line. His frontal attack not actually threatening to clear the Circuit now. Away from that one in the main. Not going to be a major factor. Another Wraith coming in just to scout what he can. I think the threat of the attack has been really heavily lifted now that that drop is finally cleared up, but it's kept him contained so heavily for so long as well. The Wraith will get out. Only the one Gorg there to threaten. We still have many, many Lakers here. Many, many Lakers. Want to see me spined. I don't think that the Gorg is going to be able to do much in this action, though. He is actually going to be pulled back. The Wraith, a sacrificial lamb. Zorius. I thought it was a good idea to burrow them, actually, but he wants to pull back instead. Rill's just providing a little bit of value. Ministry not actually being mined from. The third one is going to come up soon as well. This is a play where Ramen just wants to keep up the pressure, prevent the Zerg from ecoing too much, and then suddenly have like 2-3 mining bases pretty much all at once. Oh, he could actually snipe a Lakers here, and he will be good for it. Needs to fall back now. Great play from Ramen so far. He'll pick the Gorg as well. Those are two expensive units to end up dropping at this stage in the game for the Zerg, who really wants to start making more workers, really wants to make an expand. Still hasn't even started the hatch. The stims are going to start to evaporate, though. Maybe a little bit too close for comfort. Another stim. The last Zorius falls. I don't think Crank can actually finish the job on this. The stim comes out again. He's going to chase down those Lakers as best he can. Unprotected, though. Yeah, that one in the back should easily be killed. Another stim going out. Oh, yeah. He goes after a full HP one, though, and there it is. All of the very wounded ones, too many stims. They just get pinched as he sees the Gorg, as he sees another round of combat units. He knows his harassment has been successful, but he doesn't have that many workers. He really needs to be pounding out workers out of that third ministry. He's going to go for a fourth one. Did he forget he made the third? I don't understand the fixation on it hyper-expanding. Right now, you don't have much map control to actually use this. A sieged phalanx in that Trojan. Wraith heckling. There's a couple of Mavericks here that can help clear that out as well. Gorg just on a scouting mission, it looks like. Going after the workers, actually, and not a great response so far from Ramen. He could just stop key these to split them up, but he's going to lose a lot of economic tempo there. Finally brought down. Wow, I missed the click on that for quite a bit. There's a lot of kills onto that phalanx. We don't know how many of those were prior to the worker attacks, but certainly a good showing. Good economic damage back. Yeah, actually, I guess all of those were actually Droleths. Devastated. Okay, well, Ramen has 4 ministries, and not as much production structures. Not as many production structures at all. Wild scenes here.
Is that a fucking crow? Ah!
Appreciate the follow on Twitch. We are getting up there in this game. 9 minutes. Only now is the Zerg been allowed to expand. A shocking statistic. With 4 ministries operational here for Ramen, just pounding those workers. Slamming them out. Maybe that's his plan. You want to try to attack me with Gorgs? Good luck, buddy. I have more workers than you can kill. The Wraith now heckling, forcing some anti-air to be made. It was mostly Zorius. And of course the lake is. Finally, that one will be plucked out of the sky. Is that another drop? Another sieged phalanx. The Trojan has enough HP to clear this Quaz that's patrolling. But the big ticket item here is all of the lake is setting up for the push. The bio stims, but they are going to get torn to shreds. The Ancial shields immediately evaporating. The bio still innumerous enough to clear those Zorius, but I don't know. Is it going to quite be enough to get rid of those Lakers in the back? I don't know if it's going to be enough. Oh, Crank is actually going to fall apart here with the attack. Still super cost efficient for the Zerg at this point. Ramen? Ramen? No, Ramen. Ramen, what are you doing, buddy? You had 1,000 minerals there for a second. Definitely needs to mass repair that phalanx. Armor Ren not quite helping out enough. The Maverick stimming. Counter pressure with the phalanx not quite there to clear that Quaz. Okay, well, at the end of the day, Ramen is still up by 10 workers. I don't know what happened there with the macro slip up, though. And that's so dangerous. If that's a situation that can happen to you, where you don't necessarily micro too well in the hold, you end up getting beat back a lot more than you thought you would, and then your counter harass gets slowed in the response. If you don't have a lot of production structures, if you haven't scaled up in accordance with all the macro that you've got, this can be really dangerous for the Terran. But he's still holding. The next attack won't be as effective, I feel like. And now here comes the push with that Phalanx. Only 1 kill so far. Another one, flying shot. A little bit of economic disruption, not nearly as effective as he wanted it to be. If that had landed while the attack on the front was going, I feel like that would be a very different story. With 8 idle Masons, though, Ramen definitely needs to get on that 12 o'clock position. Another Trojan leaving the building, spotted by the Zerg, but at the same time, it spots the Zerg. That one will finally be dealt with. So it's good that he's got a second transport. Should be aware that these units are out here. Crank responding pretty quickly to that threat. Pulling away as the bio tank. That's what we got over here. Phalanx and Maverick. Within range, the Phalanx needs to be scooted up a little bit. As the Zerg army returns, though, this feels like it's not going to be able to do too much. Sort of pulling the worker count away. Does kill 2. Big worker transfer to 12 o'clock, and it looks like with the game plan's revealed here, TopRamen doesn't actually want to go for the killer move right now. Instead, he's just going to continue piecing the Zerg up. The Nathrakor earmarked for that Trojan. It's a slow and painful demise. At least the Phalanx can get out of dodge. And the Trojan starts to return home, but not quite enough. Pilot definitely gone. Here's the Atlas, and the Macro Ministry has not actually left the building yet. 12 o'clock starting to get well saturated. I'm noticing we don't have any sieves, no gas caps or anything. No Eskagants for the Zerg either. A very tense game. Ramen with a 17 worker lead. And the position not quite there yet. Oh, the spines are brilliant. Krankendau has so many Lakes. A lot of them get splattered by the Phalanx, but there's no front line here for Ramen. Still, this doesn't mean that Crank can just move across the map. It's just another avenue that maybe Ramen could have used to secure the lead, but he's got more units than this. He's got more production running. Obviously, he's got tier 2 halfway complete and way more bases mining. So Ramen indescribably in the lead. A set of Mavericks stimming out, trying to chase down these Phalanx, but it's a bit of an anemic attack. The Mavericks not following, though. They were probably attacking a specific target, and then when that target died to the Phalanx, lost a lot of their luster. Now sieging in a cheeky spot behind the Sprite, peppering down those Zoryus. Really, those are the big targets right now. The Lakers have to move up in accordance with that, and you can see it's going to be more than enough. There goes the artillery. Nathrakor picked apart, plucked out of the sky. Anseals arrive for detection. Really needs to deny an attack at 12 o'clock, which I believe Krankendau is aware of. Spotting the third base being taken. Oh, body blocks it just at the last second. Dude, if he stimmed this Maverick, he would actually be legendary. Unfortunately, the Drollets will kill it, but that was a sick move just to delay it a little bit. Crank immediately on it, though. Doesn't delay him for too long. We've got captaincies being put down here to leverage Ramen's tech advantage. All the stockades are idle. His army is okay, but this is a little bit of a misnomer here. The Zerg actually has a higher quality army than the Terran. We now have the gas caps coming in, capping the ridges in all 3 bases, keeping the geysers running for now. Probably trade up to those afterwards. Here comes the stim from the Mavericks, but I feel like there's a little bit too much here. The Phalanxes were not deployed beforehand, so it took until the Zerg was on top of the army to actually get the Phalanx artillery shots off. Still, most of the lake is going down. It's a lot of Gorgs. Well, not so many, actually. 3, and one of them is very wounded. The Zoryus are the major threat right now. And once again, we've got Ramen sending out drops as his doorstep is being aggressed upon. The one Maverick heckling the third base, forcing some kind of reaction out of Crank, even though it's very, very minimal. Set of Mavericks, set of Phalanx. We got captaincies pumping out Madcaps. That's going to be the choice du jour for Ramen again. But it feels like this is very dangerous. On the precipice of getting 20-plus worker kills, Krankendau attacking the natural. The Phalanx drop is going to be good. The lake is actually going to get plucked out. So let's keep track of how many kills that Phalanx ends up scoring in the meanwhile. But again, 23 or so workers going down at that base. This is now a much more even game economically. The last Gorg. Nope, there's 2 more still. And Ramen's Phalanx hasn't actually done that much. Unfortunate Acestus there at the 12 o'clock position. Fourth base has been taken by Ramen meanwhile. I don't know. I feel like all the mass expanding, the extra ministry, I can see the game plan, but you need to be able to hold. He was trying to tech, expand, attack all at once, and it feels like, at best, if you're advantaged, you can do 2 of those things. But doing all 3, that's a way to throw your advantage, especially if you're not able to micro the army in the process. Leftover Zoryus sacrificing themselves. Zerg are pushing out to the eastern side of the map. Krankendau has spotted this base. The one Zeph getting quite a few kills, actually. The Antseal also in mid, being pushed around a little bit. Only the Gorgs for anti-air. It's not the most effective option here. Remember, Krankendau still does not have a tier 2 option. He has not made tier 2. He's got a lot of minerals, but he just spent all of his gas on a dozen more Likizilisks. Natural needs to be retaken. You can see it's still pretty healthy mineral count-wise. Trojan once again catches a Nathricor, and that's it. But we've got Madcaps, we've got Apostles. If the army can be combined, this Gorgakor only going to be good for a little bit of harass. Even the bio can clear that. Tier 2 going to be revealed as the Sentinels at 12 o'clock are going to prevent a ground push. Not so much on the anti-air front. Madcap's also visible for Crank. I'm not sure he clocked them exactly. Oh my god. This Phalanx that unloaded so long ago just cleared that Droleth in 2 hits. Got static defense being erected at the third base. Anti-surface only. And a big push out from Krankendau. But look, the Phalanxes can park down here. Sentinels, Cestus for detection. This feels like a spot where Ramen can easily hold. The lake is getting so bruised before they can even actually commit to the fight. And it does look like this is going to be all she wrote for the attack. We have another string of Zerg units heading into that fourth base, which I don't think actually has any static defense. Yeah, it has one Sentinel, so all those Lakers are going to clear that for some lifts. Reinforcements streaming into 12, but they are getting cleaned up, it feels like, by the Phalanx Madcap, even without the support of the Antseals to actually shield them. Still, all the workers going down at 12 o'clock puts Ramen in an economic deficit for the first time the whole game, and the Antseals getting jumped upon by the Hydras, still not able to burst the last of those shields. This Ministry shouldn't die, but the other one did end up having to lift off and evacuate. And a couple more Masons are on the way just to get cleaned out by the remaining Zerg here. Finally, that Phalanx will be dealt with. Tier 2 now on the way for Zerg. As he shuts down the fourth base and clears the third base of miners, we absolutely have an economic advantage for our Zerg player, and he's taking a fourth base in the process. But again, the tech still in favor of TopRamen. I feel like his Apostles were not a part of that fight. That would have been a good opportunity to just keep his army topped up despite the hold. Zerg sets the pace now. Where does Krankendau attack into next? Remember, this is his map pick. Another 20-minute game or so, served up on a silver platter. This is what happens when I guess the colors correctly, guys. Antseal moving in to 6 o'clock. Just to scout, see what's up. Tempo there, established. New middle here. No geysers impeding the way. Unit movement a little bit cleaner. Cestus double Sentinel doing its best. We got more units on the rally. Tier 2 is just finished, and the attack has been spotted by Ramen. The Phalanx once again deploying a little bit too late. He draws some fire with the Zoryus, but the Lake's spines are free to attack, and this army is going to get cleaned up by the Zerg. It doesn't matter how cost-efficient Ramen is here. He just doesn't seem to have the production. It feels like he's been overwhelmed despite being in such an advantaged position. Tried to do too much with too little. Yes, you had an advantage at the early game, but no, not enough to tech, expand, and attack all at once. Even then, it feels like maybe he could have done a pretty good amount if he had been able to actually control the fight in the middle, where he lost all those phalanxes early on and got wiped. That reset his army and gave Krankendau a look back into the game. It still had to be played out. It wasn't a foregone conclusion by that point, but that was the last time Ramen was comfortably in the lead. And now it just feels like he's running out of steam, running out of eco. 25 workers deficit for our Terran player, and Tier 2 is being actuated by Krankendau, if he even needs it to finish the game. It's such a prolonged affair, such a tough effort from both players. This is going to be a long series. Even if Krankendau sweeps it from here, I think the next game will also be another 20 to 30 minute banger, and we're just going to end up playing for quite a while here. Trying to land at the more default third base location here, but Crank is going to spot this out pretty quickly, it feels like. Confirms nothing at 12. Mason in the middle. Hi. How are you? He actually is able to thread the needle. I don't know how that's possible. Lyralisk's on the way. He'll scout the tier 2. If Ramen even pays attention to that poor Mason, he does not, but tier 2 was indeed sighted. A wall of meat, a wall of beef. TopRamen is about to get clotheslined, it feels like. Pushed in from just his little forked position here outside of the natural. Pressuring on the third. There's 4 Sentinels there. That's pretty good. With the Cestus as well. Maybe Krankendau will think twice about attacking that particular position and getting drawn in there. More isolated fights can be cleared by the Apostles. You can resurrect the army that ends up getting given over to you. I don't want to make it seem totally hopeless for our Terran player, but he is absolutely not in the lead anymore. Even when he regains worker parity, he's going to be on less bases, with some of his bases being depleted. His main is run dry. Natural not far off, maybe another 5 minutes or so at best. Krankendau pulling back as one of his Zorius. Yeah, actually sniped out. Good play there from the good positioning on the Sentinels. 12 o'clock taken, but the Hydra scouts it out, so it will withdraw. We've got a couple phalanxes over here. No, just for the harassment, it looks like. Once again tried. Here comes the attack from multiple angles, trying to overwhelm all these positions. Forces the units out of the rally back towards the natural, while the Convalisks try to get right on top and absorb some of the revives that the Apostles can do. This feels like it is going to be overwhelming. This bounces from the Lyralisks, able to clothesline, and all the Ancials are gone. They've got no more shielding, and the Apostles get overwhelmed. The sheer amount of firepower out of Krankendau dissolves Ramen's army before our very eyes. GG called, and that's another win for our Zerg favorite. That's 1 game away, lads. 1 game away from securing top seed in his group. I might not have that long of a break here, but I want to say it's been a brilliant first group. I know we had some issues. We had a crash out, but these games have been pretty good. I think there was even some hype moments out of that Serenity match where Fox almost overwhelmed. But all of these matches have been so cool. Especially our opener, dude. What a match. What a match. Bringing the heat. Peeling my shirt off. Catching our breath here, we wait for Krankendau to emerge. All right, as I just mentioned to our players, this is first place point for Krankendau. And Kingwa Valley may decide our series. Ramen needs 2 consecutive wins to make it out in first place. Otherwise, it'll be Krankendau securing the expected position, the expected placement. He is in the top right. I don't even know what color this is. I don't think it's tea green. It's probably not asparagus. But that's what I guess. I guess, or it could be Celadon. Damn. Celadon? Aquamarine? Brother, I haven't seen that color in 2 years either. All right. Very classy, very classy. Ramen in the bottom left. He is our Jet Black. Jet Black Terran. There you go. Guess based on the color name on that one. And we are on Kingwa Valley, another Bitty B map. This one also, you'll note, only 1,500 on the minerals, so keep that in mind. I was deciding whether or not to standardize those, and I think it might be a good idea, but I also kind of want to just see, like, what kind of games does that create, you know? How does that change your game plan? Okay. It's a bio hot drop, it looks like. Ramen going for a very fast star pad. Doesn't want to mess about now. Hasn't deviated from bio in any of the games so far. His earliest mech was probably on Blackwater, even despite the fact that he went for that star pad off of 2 Stockade. But this is his earliest star pad by far and away. What's he going to be up to here? Mason confirms. Second Larvosk on the way. Immediately starts putting some pressure. And the Mavericks are on the move. I think what we're going to end up seeing out of here is a push directly to try to kill that Larvosk. But that's a cheeky play from Krankendau. Burrows the Droleth, denies the Mavericks moving out. Oh, it's a second star pad, but he's actually locked in his Mason. I think that's intentional. He's doing it. He's doing the strat. He's prepped this before. That's for the magic box, ladies and gentlemen. Second star pad before any combat unit. Just so he can lock in that Mason. It's expensive. 1 miner not actually harvesting. Wow. Wow. Last time we saw heavy Wraith play, TVZ, was Shopkeeper Dog against Art of Turtle on Demaloon back in the March Invitational. It was successful in the end. Wraith, Antseal, eventually Valkyries to help clear the Skiths and such, but very interesting play, must be said. Wraiths are going to mass up in the base. Don't want to let on too early. Double Wraith production. Just mining with only 2 guys on gas. No attention paid to the ridge just yet. But I don't really like that the Mavericks are by the ramp instead of covering for the expansion. I guess the other thing, though, is Terran can be building it behind and lifting it, right? So it's not exactly an immediate option. And we see the Vestry. Guys, if we make a Shaman, 1,000% TopRamen is emulating Mystery Meat here, whether he knows it or not. Now, one problem here. Shaman on the way, of course, but there's a lot of quas. And the Wraiths are going to run through this scouting quas. So there will be a little bit of an emergency alarm system, early warning system. And when you see this many Wraiths, you know it's a heavy Wraith play. It's not just one. Now, they are not on attack move. They pick the first quas easily enough. Rest of them scramble forward. Pool revealing them. This is proximity cloak for Terran. Losing the first Wraith already is not going to bode very well. The Crank has already got his Orcish Shroud up. If you can start abusing the Wraiths, or abusing the Quas rather, this can be whittled down. He just joins with 2 more, up to 4 Wraiths. Needs to be microing a little bit better than that. Trading 1 for 1 is not what you want here. Slinking away, 2 more on the way. Across the map, this one Quas kind of far forward. Avaleth with nothing in it. Shaman is out. He kind of needs to get the Shaman to a position to repair the Wraiths. But just spamming Quas right now and getting that Spraith, it's a well-managed response. Very moderate. Shaman heckling, or being heckled by the Quas. That's some good damage, actually. Oh, immediately clotheslines the wounded one. That would have been something you could have healed a little bit. Oh, backed into a corner. This feels ugly. He's going to lose at least 2 here. Oh, drops a third. Shouldn't have even bothered trying to fight, it feels like. Not working out so far for Ramen. Can he somehow salvage this? He's got enough minerals to throw down another ministry if he wants to macro out of this position, and of course he does, right in plain view of the Ovaleth. Maverick's now moving around. The Shaman has deployed. This does look like a mystery meat game. Is that another Wraith that just goes down? If so, very unfortunate. Looks like a fresh corpse to me. Kind of trying to chase him down using their range. It's such a slim advantage. And remember, this is medium on the latency. It's not the lowest possible. That is a factor here for this Wraith micro. Hasn't been able to pick the Circuit. Hasn't been able to thin the herd of Quas. Even without the Circuit, it feels like... Oh, the rally. The rally was not corrected. But even without the Circuit, this Quas count feels like it would be able to deal with this. Shaman can, of course, heal the Mavericks as well. Third star pad. Lots of Wraiths queued. Definitely feels like an error there. Hydra then straight into ski backed. Krankendau is going to go for the Skithracore counter. It does deal the splash damage that he needs. How practiced is he against this style? That's what I want to know. Even though it hasn't looked very impressive, now we're in one-shot territory for the Quas. Doesn't feel like any opportunity for scouting will be here. Not quite able to one-shot the Hydras. Up to 10 Wraiths. 6 Skithrakores on the way. No Valkyries in sight. Feels like the Wraiths are not going to be very useful for very long. Getting pounced upon here. Another wounded Hydra. Ugh! I don't know what's happening with the right clicks here, but Ramen not quite able to target the right units. Tricky movement, perhaps, from Crank. Down to 9 Wraiths again. A 10th one rallying in almost into death. Careers off at the very last moment. Going up to 12 Skiths. Crank can go straight from the Wraiths directly into the enemy base with those. No anti-air is here. Going straight up to 4 CC. Again, 4 Ministry. Wild play. Wild decision. What's Ramen's reaction going to be here once he sees the Skiths? Okay, he sees them. Doesn't know how high the stack is. Another Wraith just going to go in on a scouting mission. Needs to fall back. Cannot allow all the Wraiths to die for so little. Oh, the fadeaway shot. The Stim Mavericks trying to help out. The Wraiths need to circumvent this. Maybe they can pick that individual Skith, but the ground army is cleaned. If there were more Mavericks, maybe that would be a different story. So many Spraiths up, though. This game does not look like it'll turn into a 30-minute banger after all. Last of Ramen's forces rallying across the map somewhat hopelessly. No bio, no mech. Down to only 5 combat units and dropping one of them in Anseal. Gobbled up immediately. He's got 3 Wraiths to defend, guys. Not much to say. Not much left in the tank. Krankendau is about to grab first place by both horns. He held against the cheese from the TheNightFox. The early push of Sims not enough. And while he was bloodied by a surprise brainstorm pick out of TopRamen, this last game has looked so very clean. And Ramen will exit in second. Crank takes first by storm. we've got about an hour before the next group, and that means I can put my fan on for a bit. But first, we'll speak to our competitors if they so desire, hear from the men themselves, the men of the hour. Bring in TopRamen first, it seems like. Let's see what he has to say. Hola, Monsieur Ramen. You end up exiting in second place. I know that last match probably didn't work out, but let's ask you a couple questions about earlier in the group, if you don't mind. I want to know how you're feeling about how TheNightFox played you on Crisis Vector, because there was a period of time where that looked like maybe it was his map to take, and you had to maybe salvage the situation through courtesy of the Morning Stars. How are you feeling about that opening map?
Yeah, I feel like he probably could have taken that game several times. But he did give me enough time that I felt like I was able to build a response that could deal with it, with Apostles and Mass T2 Bio. The Morning Stars are just something I like to do. It doesn't really matter what matchup, as long as I get the resources to do it. It's kind of like a bigger drop, you know?
Yeah. Well, I mean, it only took you, one of the math that we figured out from that is that it only took you 3 Morning Stars landing on the Nexus to actually erase it completely. So it might be something that people have to watch out for if they're not responding. It felt like it really sets you up with that APM tax you like to put on your opponent, where they have to respond to something, but if they're trying to do an army move out or some other hold somewhere else, it can really help them out, help you out rather, to sort of throw another chaos wrench into the mix, so to speak. With that said, there was a similar kind of moment. I'm going to jump around a little bit. Going on to Blackwater Bastion, it felt like you had a really strong advantage, but you went for a very early quad ministry, trying to go for maybe more economy is what it seems like, pumping out the Masons, etc. to keep ahead of the Zerg. You also grab your Atlas, you're also harassing with phalanx drops, and you're trying to move out across the map. Did you try to do too much all at once? What was that?
So the extra ministries is kind of a habit from playing against HitEmUp. Like I notice. So I used to do like treasury thirds and fourths. I think the tempo is nice, but noticing that in replays in practice versus HitEmUp, I just always fall behind. So, and I think, yeah, just in general, ministry expands are just going to be way stronger than treasuries. I think at one point I'd like mathed it out, like, well, you know, at 4 ministries, I'm going to saturate an entire mineral line in 2 minutes. So I don't know that I need to keep throwing, you know, full set, not max set at 20 rather than, yeah. So I think maybe there could still be an argument for that, but it'd be later. And maybe like extremity bases, like, you know, your 8th and your 9th base, you could probably say, okay, yeah, all right, we're just going to go treasury. But
fair enough, yeah, fair enough. I mean, at that point, you as long as your workers aren't getting massacred by raids, you can just transfer them from the depleted bases. So it does make sense for tempo there. I do want to ask a little bit also about Crank's style, and obviously it was very prepared, your Starpad play and the last map there. What do you think mostly went wrong for the attack? Because there were a couple of times where it felt like maybe you could start building up some momentum. As soon as I saw the Vestry with the Shaman, I called out the Mystery Meat sort of homage, because that's what it reminds me of. He was the first player to use Wraith Shaman to great effect, even in practice games when he was mostly playing Protoss at the time, and Neblime took that style and actually started a reverse sweep against him all the way back. I want to say this is like Ascension 5 or something, but maybe it was even Ascension 4. Either way, we're talking about a very old style that I haven't seen in a hot minute. Obviously, more recently, Shopkeeper Dog has used Wraith play against Zerg, but he went for more like Anseal stack with the Wraiths. He did it as a bit of a transition after opening Bio. You went straight into it. Talk to me about that game plan and maybe what went wrong about it in the middle of the game.
I think instead of Vestry after the 2-pad, go for 3-pad, and then go for the Shaman. I like throwing in the Shaman. I used to like doing that off of 2-pad plays at the beginning of the patch, because it would make magic boxing way easier. Like I didn't have to figure out how to trap a worker or anything. I think also Krink was really on the ball for micro. It felt like there were not a lot of opportunities for me to get in, and he just bought himself enough time to put the counter that he needed to. So I think if I go for a 3-pad first instead of going for the vestry, and I think just go really hard in Wraith before getting enough gas for Anseal. Also, I thought maybe I could cheese him out macro in the macro game by doing this Wraith play, but I didn't really anticipate the skits. I forget that those are things that you can build off of Den.
It's very, very rare to see those units come out. In fact, so far, just going back the last couple of months, I think the last time we saw Skith Cores made in a like where they made a humongous difference to the game, it was in reaction to the Wraith play from Terran. So that's the last time I think I really saw them in a top level game that was Dog versus AOT in the March Invitational. So interesting stuff either way. And I'm definitely keen to see where that style evolves. I think Wraithman has a significant set of potentials. HitEmUp was obviously doing it very recently as a Terran versus Protoss, funnily enough. He was going for that particular matchup, trying to navigate it with Wraiths against like the Akantor stack or whatever. So if Protoss open with that kind of thing, although it does feel like Positrons can just annihilate them, so I don't know if that's actually a thing, but either way, it's interesting to see Wraithman be explored again. Very cool, very cool. Well, all those observations aside, you end up exiting in second place. Your last Acropolis showing, you were first place over Hamster and Jakulangski, who exited last in your group. This time around, that means that you will not have a chance to score your playoffs bye. When you go to the throne room stage, you will be up against another player. So how are you feeling about sort of your odds now that we're going to enter back into series play, now that this group has concluded? And do you think that, I know you're a preparation type player, you like to be studious. You have a, pretty good confidence in your own level of preparation that you can fix up some of the issues that you've seen here, practice some more games, and get deeper into the tournament. Is this the time when TopRamen secures a top 4 finish, or too early to tell? What do you think?
I think it depends on what other Zergs learn from this and what I'm able to. I think there are a few things that, even like the Radium game, that I jumped too quickly to, that I could adjust. I think, I don't know. I feel like I have, a pretty good chance at top 4.
There it is. There it is. Any players that you're specifically looking over, you won't be able to get placed against Crank because you were in his group. So besides that, any players you're looking out for when it comes to that first head-to-head or even like an early meeting that you might be like, oh man, I hope I missed that guy, skip that guy for a bit, and anyone that stands out to you as being particularly strong that you want to avoid?
I'll always hit him up as long as his mental stays together, right? I think HitEmUp's Zerg is very, very strong. I'm not sure what to do about it. And he does some really non-standard and wacky things in PvT. I think there are solutions for that, and I think TVT. Yeah, I don't know. We've played a few lately, but
right.
Maybe I can sneak something out.
Maybe you can sneak something in. Okay, if that happens, I'll give you this promise, as you were the chief sponsor of none other than Replay Kraken, which is still seeing some development right now, courtesy of Veek. And of course, you also sent in a good amount of money towards the Escozy development. I promise to you that in the playoffs preview of you versus HitEmUp, I will say that HitEmUp is by far and away the humongous favorite, and that will obviously cripple his mental. So then you can win easy. With any other players that you're particularly thinking of as maybe more dark horses, even just to get out of Battlements? Is there any particular group that you're like, wait a second, maybe that guy's got a chance, when other people may have written them off? Any thoughts on that?
I guess I don't know. Nobody has been sticking out to me as maybe Nebline. Nebline is never count out the Lemon Man.
Never count out the Lemon Man. Okay, all right. Yeah, I feel like he's got a pretty solid group, right? Going up against Shopkeeper Dog, who is demoralized by versus Protoss and also Terran Mirror. And then also going up against Smarty Cakes, who I guess is kind of the wild card of that group. Going into Group B, which is coming up next in about an hour, we actually do have HitEmUp playing. I'm guessing you're predicting him to coast through that group. Easy 4-0 first place.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
4-0.
Easy. That's my thinking too. All right. With that said, Ramen, thank you so much for joining us for the exit interview. And glad to see you move on in the tournament. Sorry that you didn't get as much Protoss competition as we expected you to. That would have been an interesting match instead of having to rematch right after Brainstorm. But at least you got your Brainstorm pick in. That's something that I thought was pretty sick, going after the Mason pull onto the circuits. Nice work there. Any final words before you say your goodbyes for now?
Nope. GG's, everybody.
GG's.
Hope TNF can get his mental fixed.
Me too. All right, man. Peace. I think it's time for the man of the hour. What do you guys think? Mr. Krankendau, how
Hello.
are you, sir? You have exited in first place, only dropping the one game with the confusing Brainstorm opening. How are you feeling? How are you feeling about everything?
Bad.
Oh no, bad. You end up
Yeah.
reposting Kingwa Valley so easily. The Wraith play doesn't even look like it phased you, and you think bad?
Yeah, because every game didn't go at all as I practiced, and I feel like I messed up in every game in every way possible, but somehow, I don't know how, still managed to, balance things that were happening out and win somehow. I don't know how.
There was a long time, especially on Blackwater Bastion, where you were stuck on tier 1 and kind of stuck on like 2 bases. I mean, even before, I think you got your hatch up at 9 minutes at the natural, for example. That was a tough one, I think, in particular, because there was so much pressure coming out. I have it on some authority here that you've been practicing against more aggressive Terran styles, but did TopRamen catch you off guard in some way with the way that he was dropping and trying to push at the same time, all that stuff on Blackwater in particular, but just across the whole series?
Yeah, we played with him last week, and he's now playing like a different man. And it's apparent that he practiced with HitEmUp because that's exactly similar to how HitEmUp plays. Because I practiced with HitEmUp today, and I can see the similarities a lot.
I got you.
That harassment non-stop. I didn't know what to think. What is happening? Was crazy games.
They were definitely on the crazy side. I very much appreciated the opener as well. Tell me, as the sort of the Battlements Knight here, who was able to decree what the opening matchup would be, you got that power. I revealed it to you very last minute. I kept it under wraps. It was cool to see your reaction to having such a power. Did you enjoy the first offering where, Fox took Ramen all the distance, like 22 minutes or something crazy, that opening map on Crisis Vector? Were you pleased with that offering?
That game was interesting. I thought that Fox is gonna win for sure, but somehow those nukes apparently flabbergasted him. How to say?
Yeah. It's a good word to describe.
Yeah, three nukes in a row in each base is crazy.
When you saw that opening match, was there any part of you that was like, oh damn, Ramen's here to play? He got the comeback and everything after getting the first advantage. Then he goes through these nukes. Were you maybe dreading that style, or did you expect him to entirely pivot into bio only?
Well, I know that he likes nukes and nuking and seraphs, so I wasn't surprised. I maybe just waited for Fox to somehow fend them off, but he didn't manage to do that.
Well, I'm interested in seeing how that style takes shape. I asked this of TopRamen, wondering if this tournament was going to be the time he gets top 4. But I almost feel like with the fact that you're able to secure first place berth. The only time you drop a map is when, whoa, are we remaking or what? What's going on? Like a little bit of confusion. He goes for this really cheeky, cheesy strategy. That's the only time you drop one. Every other one you're able to recover, even after maybe a deficit against Ramen or silly cheese from TheNightFox as well on Serenity. You looked pretty calm and collected, even if it didn't seem like that for you. That's what we get to see from the gameplay. It looks like you got all these plans. You're scouting all over the map, getting all the info. My question to you is Krankendau a contender? Is there a solid chance for you to win this whole event? Or at least get very deep? What do you think?
There is a chance, and I thought about grand finals at least. That was my thought. But after practicing with HitEmUp, I thought to myself that if I meet him, then probably maximum is top 4 for me. If I meet him and Hamster, then for ZVZ, because Hamster is cracked at ZVZ, like on another level, so I'm a bit afraid of Hamster, and now HitEmUp, especially his Terran. So if I don't meet HitEmUp, if I don't meet Hamster, then I think I have pretty good chances.
Okay, well, I'm interested in how those other groups go, of course. We'll need to evaluate the performances of everybody who goes first place, as well as the scoreline. And that will determine who ends up in the playoffs bye. But I'd say you did a pretty good accounting of yourself here, only dropping a single game and it being a bit of a cheesy play. In the macro game, you're definitely, I think, a strong force. You're talking about Hamster, you're talking about HitEmUp. Maybe somebody else will take care of them in the playoffs bracket for you. But I do think that I can easily agree with what you're saying, that based on your form, you qualified with ease to get here. In fact, if you guys don't know about this about Krankendau, the first Acropolis map loss he has posted was Brainstorm. He was undefeated in the Tribunal stage. The only one he's dropped so far was in the Battlements stage against Ramen. So if that kind of record continues, yeah, I think you're definitely a force to be contended with. So I guess I'll just wait and see. But a very exciting showing for your first time in Acropolis and now your first time in the Throne Room stage. Perhaps you will have that playoffs bye after all. So we'll see. We'll see. But I guess at the end, with all that said, any final words? Any closing thoughts you want to give the chat, or anything you want to say about how the games went or what you're looking forward to?
I should thank for practice for a lot of people. Arbus helped me a lot. Eud helped me a lot. Hamster helps me a lot. Kasuga, Doglived. These are the guys that I play most with, and they are really helpful with practice. So I just spam games with them, and I guess my macro is improving. But after today, these messy games, I think I need to change something in my style, because I don't feel very pleased with how I played.
I guess we'll have to find out once we see you in the Throne Room stage. And of course, it's double elimination there, so it'll be an interesting development. Sir, thank you very much, and I guess I should say, Sveikenu echu.
Hachu. Thank you. GG's.
GG's, my friend, and congratulations. With that said, we have another angle to take, lads. Don't you guys know that was only the warm-up act? Come on now. You didn't think we were done, did you? Group B coming up at you. 40 minutes until we get started there. Maybe a little bit earlier for the interviews. I'm hitting the fan, and then we're going to be going to this break. So please join us in just a few short moments. Well, 30 of them. And I will see you guys very soon. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back for Acropolis number 3's Battlements stage. It's a Canadian standoff in Group B. We've got HitEmUp's Random and Kasuga's Protoss hailing all the way from Taiwan. But IAMtheWHEATofGOD, another Canadian, the second Canadian, I think ever, to make it into the Battlements stage. If you go all the way back to Ascension, you know, where the groups were just sign up and there were no qualifiers. We did have Darkened Fantasies playing Protoss a little bit. Wasn't quite able to make it in, though, to any of those Acropolis tournaments. Didn't really play too often at that point. So, it's IAMtheWHEATofGOD to make the magic happen for Canada. Got some supporters in his own household, rocking out. I'm sure it'll be a fun time for them all. And we are about to go straight in to a very, very exciting opening match between Kasuga and IAMtheWHEATofGOD. HitEmUp has used his lordly privilege as a Battlements lord to pit the peasants against each other once again. And Kasuga, being the higher seed, selected Crisis Vector. Once more will be our opener. The lobby is up, but we gotta do a little bit of housekeeping here. Talk about some of these players. And you know what that means, guys. It's just an opportunity for me to play some of the music here. IAMtheWHEATofGOD is our resident Zerg player. He's an uncanny sort, able to participate in Gauntlet Stage B and not even need the second chance in Gauntlet Stage C. No, he qualifies over Jujic in the lower bracket 3-0. ZVZ, check, but ZVP also a little bit tested there. Despite that, he was more than capable of making it on through, and it feels like, well, at this point, we just don't know where he stands. Has he been practicing enough? Has he been preparing enough? Or is he going to go on vibes alone to make it through this group and upset the apple cart? Because, well, we've got another player in this group that I think could vie very easily, in fact, for second place. It's hard to ignore the Leviathan, but for one moment longer, I'll talk about a different player, Kasuga. Our Protoss from Taiwan, one of the most recent converts to Cosmonarchy, has been playing a decent amount of games, but there was a bit of a lull after qualifying in the lower bracket of Gauntlet Stage B over none other than Shopkeeper Dog, a veteran Terran player. He was able to dismiss him 3-1. It was not exactly close in some of those matches, and it feels like maybe his test was too easy. It feels like maybe he should have had to try a little bit harder, make it through Gauntlet Stage B as opposed to the Gauntlet Stage A that he qualified through. I think I misspoke there and said B earlier, but it was Gauntlet Stage A's lower bracket that he bested Shopkeeper Dog in. And that's a situation where you just think to yourself, wait a second, how has this man done it? He only needed 3 chances, lost in Tribunal Stage to Smarty Cakes, then, of course, lost in Gauntlet Stage A's upper bracket to Arbuz Budash, but then slaughtered through so many players. I think it was Grass Eater, and then it was definitely Smarty Cakes again, where he got the better of him in the best of 3, only for it to be Shopkeeper Dog at the end. And so, you know, it feels like maybe he needs a stronger schedule here to check. Here we go. That stronger schedule is about to come in, assuming we get HitEmUp, challenging Kasuga. Assuming Kasuga can make it good against Godwheat, it's HitEmUp. The man, the myth, the tyrant, he is here, and he is ready to play. Been doing a lot of practicing, despite saying before that he wouldn't do that he would come in with no practice, cold hands, and just rock out. Didn't end up happening. HitEmUp is here with lots of practice under his belt, with a good level and familiarity with the meta. He should be able to play down to even to his C game and make it through this group. It feels maybe a bit too easy, but a lot depends on the form of his challengers. And that's exactly why he's letting the nerves out. By watching Kasuga and Godwheat face off against each other, we will see what their level truly is. And HitEmUp will have some time to prepare. Is he going to be playing TVP or ZVP or PvP, or is it going to be a versus Zerg matchup to open things up? He's got practice in pretty much all of them. He has decided to go with Random, originally signed up as Terran to minimize the amount of variance. He pivoted back in to Random, which is very exciting, but also potentially a gambit that may not quite pay off. So the only drama here right now that I'm personally concerned with is whether or not it'll be, HitEmUp or, in first place flawlessly, or will he drop a single map? Otherwise, it's just a fight for that second place that we're all so familiar with some of these more top-heavy groups. So we'll have to wait and see how that one takes shape. But I'm going to speak to a certain man, a certain father. I'm going to speak to Godwheat. How the hell are you, sir? How are we doing right now?
Me? A little nervous. Feels like my wife's going into labor.
You might have a new child at the end of this. Do you think it'll be Kasuga? You going to put him in his crib?
Yeah, it's definitely going to be Kasuga. It's going to be painful, but something good will happen at the end, right?
That's right. That's right. I wanted to ask you an honest assessment of your chances in this group. Obviously, you come in here as our bottom seed player in this particular group, but not the bottom of the barrel in terms of the overall skill. There are some players, and I know you know this because you listened to that little 50-minute long podcast I released to the donors, that I have placed you above a couple other players in terms of the absolute seeding of the tournament. And I know you have practiced a little bit, but maybe took your foot off the gas a little bit here towards the end, right before the group. You're just going to coast in. How are you feeling about your chances here?
Yeah, I couldn't really practice this week, so I'm going off vibes, as you say. I'm feeling pretty good about second for sure. I'm planning on taking a game from HitEmUp, but my biggest practice partner is Sausage, who is Kasuga's disciple and adapted his style from him, and so I'm not super afraid of Kasuga.
Okay. But you haven't had too much experience playing against HitEmUp, though I do know that when he made his return, you took a game off of him. It was much talked about. So I have to ask you then, do you have much fear or anxiety or any nerves about that particular matchup? Because if you beat Kasuga here in the opener, which we'll talk about in a moment, you will be facing off against the Leviathan himself.
Well, everyone expects me to lose, so really all the pressure's on him. I mean, if he messes this up, he'll never live it down.
Fair enough, yeah. I mean, I am kind of like that too. I once beat HitEmUp with Mavericks when he was trying to make only workers, and I still tout that as a very legit win. So, these are things that we can do as fellow noobs. As fellow tier 3 players. If I was in a group like this, I'd probably be at the very bottom end. So I identify with that. I appreciate that. Let's talk about versus Kasuga. Let's talk about Crisis Vector. He is the sort of middle tier here, Malcolm in the middle. It's going to be Kasuga picking this map. How are you feeling about Crisis Vector? Have you had too many games on it? I know you've played it in the tournament to qualify, but do you like this map for your odds, or do you think maybe it's a bit Protoss favored? How are you feeling?
I think it's pretty good for both races. I've played a lot of Crisis Vector. It's like, this is the only map that I pretty much know which map it is just from its name. Okay. So you can tell I've played this the most. Right. I'm pretty comfortable on it. I chose it every single match in the first round of the tournament. Mm-hmm. So yeah, so I got no problem with him choosing this map. Okay. It's going to be another replay that I DM to you for my secret evidence locker of getting promoted. That's right.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I'll have to act surprised that this one comes through, since I will obviously have been casting it the whole time. Now, we are going to be watching Crisis Vector here in just a moment, but you're saying that you're not afraid of Kasuga. Does that mean that Godwheat here is locked for second place? Is that your prediction coming into this?
Yeah, if I get too proud, then I'll get humbled. So I'm definitely not locked, but I'm not afraid.
He's not afraid. Okay. Well, any final words for our chat before we send you off to the waiting room and wait for what HitEmUp has to say in his interview?
Yeah, just thanks to all the players and participants. Thanks to the people that I practice with the most, which is probably Sausage and Grass, I think. And I will be blaming both of you if I lose. So. Fair enough.
Thanks for now, but also screw you if I drop it. I understand. I'm going to toss you in one of the voice channels in case I need you to stream your POV later. Shouldn't happen. Hasn't happened so far, but just in case. Thank you for the interview, sir, and good luck in your games.
Thanks.
Let's bring in the man of the hour, the titan of the group. It's HitEmUp. How are we doing, sir? How are you feeling now that you're in a group with 2 noobs? Come on now.
That's rude. 3 noobs.
Sorry.
3 of us.
Sorry. Noob represent. Okay, that's going to be a clan later, I'm sure. Obviously, you've seen how the first group went already to some extent. I saw you were in the chat for some of it. I don't know how much you caught, but that was an interesting group. Maybe went as expected, as predicted. Everybody's kind of predicting the same thing here. I mean, maybe it's a bit of a toss-up as to who gets second place, but they're thinking you're going to be able to make it through even if you drop a map here and there. Is that your assessment as well? Do you think this will be kind of coasting? You're going to get to watch them play, like I mentioned, so that must feel good.
I honestly have no idea because I don't know their actual levels. I haven't seen them really play much, so. Like, I played Kasuga before I went on the sabbatical, like, 2 months ago.
Yeah.
And he seemed like he was going to be strong, but I've heard that he doesn't play that much anymore, so I really don't know.
Yeah, he has been a bit colder. I think maybe he got a little bit of practice the couple days before we started here, but a lot of it is down to time zones. He plays at weird times. This is like 6 a.m. for him, so he's just rocking out super early in the morning. I don't know if he hasn't slept or he just woke up, but either way, appreciate him for making the sacrifice. That being said, you are here, obviously, as the Battlements Lord from the top 4 of the last Acropolis. Given that that is the situation, and given that this is an opportunity for you to sort of ply your trade, I know you've been practicing a decent amount. I think I saw somewhere you must be over 50 games recently, right? Like just within the last week?
Yeah, well, that was the last, 3-4 days. I think I played Arbuz 5 times, Shambler 9 times, Ramen, 23 times.
Sure, yeah.
Crank, 11 times.
You're stacking up the numbers then. And some of those players are pretty solid as well. Obviously, we saw TopRamen exit twice, Crank exit first. With that being said, some of the other players still waiting to participate here. With that being said, at least on the practice game, you can say you did all the preparation you need. Is that a fair assessment?
I mean, I played 30 games total against Ramen and EUD, and they both play Terran, so I didn't really get much practice. My only Zerg practice was against Crank, and my only Toss practice was
Arbuz and
against
Shambler, right?
But and Arbuz, but they play really odd to me, so I don't know if Kasuga will play like that.
I guess we'll have an opportunity to find out. Is that one of the reasons why you picked these two to duke it out? Was that one of the main reasons anyway?
I want to see if Kasuga knows what to build in PvZ. And if he doesn't, I mean, I'll be happy, but...
Easy then. All right. Well, Mr. HitEmUp, I don't know if you have any closing thoughts or final words for us, but I am very much looking to this Canadian standoff. I guess one thing I can ask you before I ask for those final words, assuming you exit in first, is there a player here that you would like to see exit out? Do you have much love for your fellow clanmate and Canadian Godweed, or do you think maybe it would be funnier if Kasuga gets out? You've had a little bit of time to see their personalities, at least. Are you rooting for any one of them when they're not facing against you?
I have no idea, to be fair. Wheat, I hope he gets out in second. I see Alexander in chat. Why are you rooting against your fellow ass man, you asshole?
Well, he's rooting for Godwe, who is an ass, so I guess it's against one ass for another ass, you know what I mean? So lots of ass going around. All right, with that said, closing thoughts, final words, predictions if you want to make them, anything like that. You feeling good about this? Tell us what's up. Tell us what's good.
I'll go 0-4 just to make Dino Man happy.
Oh, okay, gotcha. All right, well, as long as you don't get banned from the server, it will still be an improvement over what happened before. GG's and GLHF, my friend. I'll put you in the competitor room there so I can see your POV if I need it later. And just hang tight. You'll get to watch with the rest of us what's about to happen.
Yeah, let's see.
All right. We are just about ready to get things started here for our second group, and I hope you guys are prepared because it is gonna be a big one. Although our first match is between two underdogs, it has ramifications for who is actually going to score the dub going into our second place. Godwheat has readied up. Kasuga has readied up. We go to Crisis Vector for our first match here, and I could not be happier. In the top left, we've got Godwheat. He is our green Zerg, or is this vine green? This is going to be some off-green color. I'm going to say green. It's green. Win or ass, says Kasuga in the bottom right. Who is Dark Sapphire? Yes! Dark Sapphire Protoss. I love that. I love Godwheat's ability to respond to the broken English. Beautiful. Beautiful. All right, let's go, boys. It's Godwheat. Going for that Hydrith first? And what's going on here, buddy? Gateway on the way for Kasuga. Hasn't really played that many games lately. Is he gonna know how to respond to this den opener? Is Godwheat gonna go for no, he's got gas. He's harvesting gas behind this. I was gonna say maybe he's gonna go for Izira Core run by, but the Vespene makes it obvious that is not what's about to happen. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have a very different look all of a sudden. And I don't know how to deal with that. I don't know what to make of that. Maybe he will still go for the Izzies after, because he is going to go for that K-Grint, which is undoubtedly about to be a Larvosk. Little centerpiece there once again on site. I'll catch it when there's actual vision of it, of course. But very nice from Jujik there. I was too busy flabbered and gasted by Hydrathen into Larvosk. Not a build you'd normally see. Now, we do have a Hierophant and a second gateway on the way, so Kasuga is well equipped to deal with individual units. And our first option, the I-Zero Core. Our second unit, the I-Zero Core as well. Very interesting. Feels like a bit delayed, but I guess he doesn't really have the larva for the push since he was making Droleths the whole time. And now he's going to be able to better equip himself. It's triple Izzy, maybe into another Larvosk or a Hydra or something. He's actually pushing the Izzies away? What is he doing? Is he scouting for proxies? Does he think Kasuga's a dirty player? I mean, he probably is. Hierophant now once again chasing, pushing past what he's got over here. There's a Droleth. Trying to evade, trying to go all the way home. A couple I-Zero Cores, maybe try to push it around. No Hydras. Another K-Grint. Hierophant will get to the doorstep and spot I-Zero Cores. The Droleth spurs on into battle. Kasuga is bullying. There's bullying occurring, guys. Can't bully 3 men at once. How much micro do you need? Zealot Ecclesiast seems to be the follow-up, as well as the third gateway. So Kasuga has been known to be a little bit of a 4-gate warrior. I will point that out to you guys. This is not somebody who is known for supremely honorable macro play. In his heyday, he qualified off of 4 production on Kingwa Valley versus Shopkeeper Dog. And prior to that, had been going very committal. I haven't really seen him go for the macro game. I haven't really seen him go for very many aggressive options. And Godwheat already going for a couple of Hydras. He said that he practiced a lot versus Sausage, going for 5 Droleth behind it. So this is an economic play. He'll catch up in workers. We got the Sedant on the way for the Protoss. He will go ahead and expand his Vespene collection. His income will be providing a little bit more once that finishes up. And triple gate, no extra production yet. I wonder what's the thought process behind the early Sedant. This Hierophant actually kind of pocketed, but the rest of the army is going to get sandwiched, and that Zealot is not long for this world. The combined arms of the Izzies and the Hydras, bypassing the Ecclesiast shielding. Now this Hierophant, it's not on an attack move, whereas these units are on an attack move, so they will turn and fight that Hierophant. Should that be what happens here? That one's starting to take a little bit of hull damage. Oh, wait, Godway doesn't even notice. He can just pinch this one. Surely he's going to be able to figure it out. No, he's actually bamboozled. How did this guy get here? Get him out of here. Kasuga just kind of running circles around him while his Ardent Authority, the next tech structure, and another production in particular, once again pops out. Now that Zealot, very low already. The Hydra is targeted by the Hierophants. We really needed to see these get picked. He's got triple Hyro, and he's going to pick multiple Zerg units. Remember, this is not the Zeph-based army, the Pool-based army out of Godwheat that we would normally see from the Zerg. Instead, it's Hydra. Instead, it's I-Zero Core. It's an option that does mean you are going to be faced with, I just want to say, a little bit more aggressive and slow unit counts, right? Higher damage, but individual units, the lower the army count actually is, the better the Hierophants are into it. And that Ovaleth should have been dead to rights, but the Draconin actually doesn't commit. Instead, Kasuga busy trying to focus down the hatch. Doesn't look like he'll be able to clear it, as many more Hydras have been made. 2 more I-Zero Cores joining the front line, and the pool is on the way. So Godwheat maybe figuring out, maybe I just need to overwhelm. If we see an instant upgrade to this pool, a couple Vorver Cores would look really nice right now. But the Hydrathen, I don't know. Going for the ski-backed right now feels maybe dangerous. If he can get Bactylisks, that can be one thing, but his Hydras need to respond to the Ardent, to the Acantor drop that's fomenting here. The Embassy, we kind of glossed over it, didn't even really tag it with the name, but that is going to be an interesting pivot. Now, the Ovaleth is back here. If the Envoy grabs that Acantor and pivots it directly past the detection, that is an opportunity for Godwheat to respond. What's his mini-map awareness like? How's he playing? But right now, this does look like very non-standard play, and another Droleth idle in the top left there. I'm not sure if Godwheat meant to make that into some static defense. Doesn't look like the transport is going anywhere but mid and reveals itself very early on. The Hydra stack off to the left side is about to get shellacked. Only one of the Hydras will end up going down with a little bit of assistance from a Dracodon. He can try to focus down that Envoy. That was an opportunity. Instead, he'll have to settle for clearing the Acantor, but still, that was a worthy sacrifice. The Gateway army is still very powerful, and no static defense has been erected. There's not really any combat units either. 7 Hydras on the way. 5 still alive. Even still, the Kagran's only now getting going. Easy to snipe here for Kasuga if he wants it, and indeed he does. Another Acantor halfway complete. The Envoy, I can't remember if it was brought down or not. It feels like it was still alive. Committing to the push here. We got 4 more Hydras. The circuit's only now starting. Workers might need to be pulled here, but the Ascension, the attack speed buff, courtesy of those Hierophants, still a tool for victory here for Kasuga as the second Acantor is about to finish back at home. Might take a while for it to be brought forward, but I don't think he's needed. Surplus to requirements. Kasuga gonna take the opener in style and in a bit of a demanding push. Unless Godwheat can actually rally enough Hydras down the ramp, I just don't think it's possible. This one's not even a circuit yet, and that should be a wrap. Unfortunately for Godwheat, his opening showing, his gambit with the Hydroth opener, putting him down a base, and it feels unrecoverable. Now Kasuga has a monumental military lead that he will use to just storm the gates with his 1 HP Envoy. Oh, he doesn't unload it in time. That's a big mistake, but it doesn't matter. There's so many Gateway units and so little Zerg. He's got a Circuit all the way back here. If only he could pick it up, but he's not at the right tech for that yet. Witness on the way just to see exactly how screwed Godwheat is, and unfortunately, he will not be able to make it out of the first match. He will now wait for the winner of HitEmUp versus Kasuga. Means HitEmUp gets to pick his map versus Protoss, and we will see. We will see. A solid first showing for Kasuga, but it doesn't feel like if the unit control maybe was a bit better, there was an opportunity for the Acantor to get wiped. Maybe Kasuga will have a more difficult opportunity going into the next. We're about to find out as Near Impact is selected. And HitEmUp has rolled Terran. After much consideration, I have declared HitEmUp as Vivid Red. And he is in the bottom right. Kasuga in the top left. Once again, Dark Sapphire representing Raineril's favorite color. A player who is not here with us because he prefers the non-standard game modes and the free-for-alls and the team games. But the original, I would say, proprietor of Dark Sapphire has lent it out to Kasuga, it must be presumed. What is HitEmUp going to do TVP? It looks like it will be a Fulcrum opener, as he already has the requisite Vespene. And he's still going to continue harvesting Vespene after the fact so that he can maybe grab the second one pretty soon. We're assuming it'll be Vulture opener, and Kasuga has a lot of experience doing that against Shopkeeper Dog. That was one of the things that Dog was doing against him. But is there a difference? Is there a HitEmUp aura? I wonder if Kasuga is even aware enough. Because, you know, HitEmUp has this reality distortion field around him. Arbuz Budesh has called it out in a different way, an acutely different way. I will say, though, Kasuga might just be immune to such things. I don't know if he knows enough to be intimidated. He's a bit of a newcomer. Two-gate opener, Hierophant once again, so no deviations yet from the game plan from game 1. Second Fulcrum on the way. Seems like Chad agrees, more or less, that there will be no fear from Kasuga. He drops his third gateway. His Hierophant will now exit the building and attempt to pick the Mason. Was on attack move, so all good there. Vulture lays some mines. Going to be a second one up pretty soon here. I do think the Hierophant has some value in these kinds of situations, because while a lot of other Protoss are saying Lattice is the way versus Terran, you don't really have the ability to kind of bully the Vultures around if you go Gateway. It's going to be instant Scrapyard, double Scrapyard, in fact, and a third Fulcrum. He's just sitting on the 2 Vultures, confident that he can use the mines to his advantage. Is he going to pounce immediately on the first opportunity? Looks like the answer is yes, but the Hierophant already loose. No offensive mines available, so that Hierophant just needs to tuck tail and run away. Yeah, the Vulture's absolutely a powerhouse here. Kasuga looking a little bit shaky there, losing a very expensive unit. I think it's 125 minerals, 75 gas from memory, and he doesn't even get anything in return. Clears a couple mines. That's it. Starpad already. Third Scrapyard. This is interesting, because I thought that was going to be for a Palladium, but he might be setting up for a Matador drop. We'll have to see if he switches off Blackjack production anytime soon, because this looks like it's just going to be a very, very straightforward transition for him. Grand Library into Embassy. Are we going to see a Storm drop? What's Kasuga thinking? I haven't seen him use the Grand Library very much, but he's switching into Atreus. Vulture's wrapping around the left-hand side of the map. They're going to come up through the 9 o'clock position and maybe see if they can't navigate past an army that right now is not there. It's up by the ramp. Kasuga being very conservative with his army positioning, giving HitEmUp a lot of room. And indeed, a Matador has been started. Only one, though. The Vulture's tagged by the Hierophant, realizing there are Protoss units up that ramp. He's going to have to be the one who moves out. And indeed, Blackjack's in the first Matador, already on the way. It's not going to be a drop, though. There's an Ant Seal on the way, and more Blackjacks from where that came from. So he's made the one Matador to charge forward, rend armor, and most importantly, tank. It might be called a micro tank, but be not afraid. When it deploys, it gets 4 armor. It's very, very solid. First Atreus sighted. Multiple Hierophants still active. Ended up making 2 more after losing the first. HitEmUp, is he going to try to hold his nerve and push in, or is he going to do what we see him doing instead? Mason posturing for an expansion, and army massing back up. Antseal dispatched to scout. No macro, really, here for Kasuga. He made the embassy for the witness so that he could clear mines. It's certainly an opportunity. There is an Antseal for counter detection, and a lot more Matadors where that came from as well. Big into Matadors here for HitEmUp. He's expecting the Protoss to move across the map, and the Antseal is going to confirm that, seeing some artisans being made by the embassy. And a heavy committal into production. He sees the 3-gate. First time he sighted it. Oh, the witness gets bopped! Unfortunately, the Antseal does too. But while it's locked down, courtesy of the lobotomy mine, it is revealed. Matador is getting closer and closer. You could see the Hierophants being focused down, the Antseal drawing fire and eventually being brought down on the other side, but this is an overwhelming amount of mech. Another Antseal here, just leading the army, trying to maybe slow him down on an attack move. It's not going to happen. Kasuga making a retreat occur. But look, he's actually brought to the middle of the map, and now going to fall back. Matador's absorbing the shot from the Atreus to leave that Antseal alive for a moment longer. It's still flying pretty close to the sun. HitEmUp only occasionally cycling it back. One of those Matadors very low as well. More Blackjacks screaming forward. We got the Ministry about halfway completed. back at home, and no Nexus for Kasuga. He needs to hold this military. He needs to hold this army push, and there's so many Blackjacks here. Does he have enough? The focus fire not quite there, finally pushing that Atreus down. But as those Ecclesiasts fall, the Striders can really try to kite back and forth. Kasuga not microing whatsoever. The last Zealot falls as well. That Hierophant will be not long for this world, it feels like, but all of these are so wounded from HitEmUp. The Striders hold the push. One Hierophant staying alive as well. And that is going to be a Blackjack drop. He's relying on his triple folk. He's adding a fourth Ministry here, but is he actually going to push across the map with such of a small force? 2 Artisans off to the side. Maybe that star pad needs to think about a Wraith to clear those. Big worker transfer to the natural as HitEmUp, continuing to scale his macro. Sometimes he wasn't really focus firing individual units, but there was a lot of times where he was, and those Artisans will be brought down by the Blackjacks. That's going to be 3 of them getting cleared. Oh, actually, hold on. There we go. Now there's 3 of them getting cleared. These 4 Striders all on their lonesome. And now the Trojan kind of just hides in the corner there. There are 3 Striders waiting to catch it, and the attack happening at the same time might actually be a good opportunity to pick that Trojan. Where's the reaction? HitEmUp. Oh, he's only now going to go ahead and drop them, and then focus on clearing another unit. The Hierophant getting dropped on the other side. A little bit of drop micro from HitEmUp. You love to see it. Not focusing down that Trojan might have been a mistake, but finally it will end up hitting the deck. One of the Drakodens getting cleared. So that drop didn't do too much. It did clear multiple Artisans and delay further offensive moves from Kasuga. His Nexus only now starting. His Sidon is done beforehand. This is all out of whack from our Protoss player. Palladium on the way for HitEmUp. He's just going to continue reproducing Blackjacks. Anseal, number 3 on the way. Remember, the others have died. Anseal management wasn't the best from HitEmUp earlier. Probably could have microed a bit better to maybe even break that position with the Striders, but it's not exactly a plus EV play percentage-wise. Now double Embassy to try to come back into it. A Crucible drop to empower his production. Kasuga playing this out for the comeback. Mass Blackjack with the Anseals, and now Phalanx is on the way. It feels like soon this will suffocate the Protoss. I don't know that Kasuga will quite be able to make it happen. I wouldn't say he's favored, but he's not so far behind. Capping the gas in his main base. Just the ridge so far. More Fulcrums. HitEmUp is just going to produce a ton of units and overwhelm him that way. His first move did not quite work the way that he thought. Good awareness from Kasuga. And you see the Artisans, you can't just ignore them. But maybe the Blackjacks could have done a bit more damage in the main base. There's no pylon here, only the Crucible, a very expensive structure, but not nearly as vulnerable, as snipeable as the pylon is. So I don't think Harassment will be able to clear it. Now you can see HitEmUp wants to confirm no third base, and he also wants to push down from this angle. See if he can't snake past the army that's spread along this position. The Anseal spotting the first sign of Protoss. Another Phalanx crawling across the area. There's only 2 of them here. So they're very precious resources. Another 4 Blackjack drop earmarked for this position undoubtedly. Seems like they might break those positions depending on how the focus goes. First Phalanx shot is good. Scaling on the back. He's got a sort of layered defense here. Kasuga losing all of his front line immediately, but the Anseals are not long for this world either. That Phalanx staying alive is humongous, though. Back down to just 7 Striders, 3 Drakodens, 4 Atreus. That's it. Another one on the way. Some reinforcements can get cycled through the natural. Actually, the drop bypasses all the Artisans completely and just goes for the main base. Interesting targeting there. Atreus continuing to be softened up. The Phalanx doing its best, and the Blackjacks have forced an evacuation. Great reaction time from Kasuga, but does he have enough in the tank to continue producing units? A Mine Tyrant on the way. No, he cancels it out for a Pariah. That was scouted by the Trojan, which does evacuate 3 out of 4 Blackjacks and is earmarked for that natural. Blackjacks are starting to falter on this side, though. Surely that Phalanx can be absolutely cut loose. Instead, the Blackjacks are raiding the mineral line once again of an evacuation, and more Phalanxes are here, but there's not nearly as much of a front line anymore. And they bypass the ones on the east to go after the high ground, not losing any units in the process. Atreuses are just so tanky. That's not a Nexus, boys. That's a pylon. It's a fraud. It's a fraud. But the phalanxes are unabated, unabashed. There are mines here. There are mines here, but the pariah wraps around instead. That could have been absolutely catastrophic for HitEmUp, but he focuses him down anyway and starts his retreat. There's so many where that came from. It feels like the Blackjack production, or maybe Vultures, need to be out a lot more in a lot more mass. Going for Madrigals now? Is that a mistake, or is HitEmUp expecting an air switch? Maybe he just wants to raid all of the artisans. That's another opportunity. He saw, I think, the complexion of the harvest here. Only one Blackjack. Yeah, they're just going to go ahead and defend themselves. The Trojan will stay alive. 6 Goliaths. 6 Goliaths in production, boys. We've got ourselves another Goliath enjoyer. Plenty of phalanxes here to defend a push. Third Nexus on the way. We have Kasuga essentially on 2.5 bases right now with the artisans. He's got a prostration stage empowered by a crucible. He's not capitulating just yet. It doesn't look good. Another drop for that Trojan. I don't know if that was repaired or if that's yet another investment in it. Stockade's coming out. I think he's going to add Hurricanes to this. Doesn't want to slow down the Blackjack production. No, he is actually. He's going for Matadors. I was going to say maybe that's what he wants to combine with it. Blackjack's just shredding some of these artisans. You can't fight this many. Not easily, anyway. Scooping him up as the Trojan starts to take a couple of hits, but it denied a lot of mining there, and, well, HitEmUp can just start going after some of these structures that are more nascent. An evacuation already of the workers, but that's not even what HitEmUp's target is. Well, maybe it is. He'll focus down the Seeded instead. A good target for sniping, as it doesn't have nearly as much HP as the other structures. So it will end up going down. Heckling a little bit of the Vespene there. That Trojan can evacuate as well, but HitEmUp is busy with other things. Indeed, Hurricanes are on the way. Hurricane Matador with lots of Goliaths and lots of Madrigals. That's the move here. HitEmUp just wants to overwhelm. Missiles, bullets, fire. The name of the game here. A deadly trio for the Terran as Kasuga starts to pull his workers back. The Trojan will actually get a good scout off, and in process should end up seeing the nascent 9 o'clock base. All the army is out here. Good opportunity for HitEmUp to set up for a push. He's even putting down some mines, but will they be more friend or foe? Whose side are they really on as the army gets scouted out here? No setup for the phalanxes just yet. We got to watch for those. There we go. First salvo is good to really soften up that pariah. I think there's another one somewhere, but it's trapped behind all the Striders, and the Madrigal's deploying in the front line. We've never seen Terran played quite like this. Not versus Protoss. The mine stuns a pariah wraparound, and I feel like the missiles are flying. I don't think Kasuga has enough to hold. Another batch of reinforcements out of his natural. There's more mech where that came from, but the phalanxes are out of sync, and that pariah is absolutely running roughshod over them. Ascended pariah. The attack speed too much as they clear the next batch of Madrigals, but those are not long for this world. And clumped up are the rest of the army. The Striders are not long as the Goliaths bop them. GG. HitEmUp takes it. But it took a bit longer than he thought. Godwin has selected map 3. I was starting to sweat there. I didn't know if HitEmUp was going to be able to finish the job. He definitely had the advantages, but you can never quite tell, can you? Good stuff, though. Kasuga doesn't die without honor, despite being a Protoss player. Some in the chat will probably contend with that statement. Let's get into it. PVZ. We've got HitEmUp in the bottom left. Tyrion purple Protoss. Godweed in the top right. Vermilion Zerg. I'm on one, boys. A gateway coming out of HitEmUp early on. He's not favoring Lattice. Not this time. Maybe we'll see that change. Already the Hydrith opener once again for Godweed. He will not shake this opener. He believes in it. Second gateway. Second gateway. That's HitEmUp's move so far. If Godweed can perform the upset, the nerves may be shot after all. But I feel like with the Hydrith opener, it's a tall order. Scribe already heckling. Droleth on the other side. HitEmUp did offer up information towards Godweed that his nerves were shot. He was doing a little rhyme, actually. He said, it's fucking hot and my nerves are shot. Something like that. I agree with on the heat, buddy. I gotta drink more water, actually. I'm sweating. All right. I'll have to get more later, I'm sure. But, ladies and gentlemen, double I0 core opener once again. Larvosk here. It's going to be a Zealot and a Dracodon out in response. First unit was a Zealot. I don't know about the I0 core opener. If you're going to walk past defenses and go after the workers, you can get a lot of value out of a bunch of I0 cores. I just need to see it actually work. I can't see the vision yet from Godweed. I don't know what Kasuga did differently for him. I guess it was the Hierophant heavy opener. HitEmUp not doing that. Maybe we'll get a better shot at it. The Scribe actually wrapping around to see, hey, you held the brain drain, but you didn't hold the brain trust. It's too good, man. It's too good. Scribe seeing double Larvosk behind the Hydrith Den. And the worker count also very important here for the Zerg. Denying a little bit of mining time here. HitEmUp can pretty easily cycle that back, but he will not, actually. He will end up losing the worker scout. He was too busy elsewhere. Third gate. Zealot, Dracodon moving on. Yeah, you can't really hold this. This plug needs to be removed. Where's Godweed's attention at? He's got his Ovaleth. He was going for a drop. He's got no static defense. Only 3 Hydras popping out. There's a chance that HitEmUp can end him here and now with 2 Zealots and 2 Dracs. Going after the Larvosk instead. Wants that critical infrastructure damage, but he was standing on top of the larva. Displaced by the eggs. 5 HP. It will eventually pop. No gas in the tank to remorph it. Was going to go for static defense anyway. Maybe it just helps him out. Those Hydras not really working out here. It actually loads him into the Ovaleth by a huge mistake and takes his foot off the gas. No cancel on that either. This is really big. He's trying to do a little bit of drop micro himself as well, but more units are streaming in from the gateways. And it looks like an inglorious end for Godweed here, unless he can rally at the 11th hour. Finally, those Zealots will end up popping, but the Circuith is brought down. That I0 core, not long for this world. There's another Hydra that's very, very low, but the Dracodons will eventually be pushed back. Better workers, and certainly better tech as the Ardent Authority on the way here. HitEmUp very, very comfortable from this position. Godweed only down on 14 workers right now. He never saturated his ridge. His Vespene count is so low, he can't afford to restock that Larvosk yet. So he's going to go for I0 cores. We're going to wait for his internet to reconnect. Canada moment, you know how it is. It's going to be a triple Hydra drop. The Zealot's not quite watching for it. I don't know if HitEmUp clocked that the Ovaleth was a purchase there. I think he's narrowly going to miss out on vision for it, though. Moving to the corner base just to see if that's what's been taken. Maybe it's a deep wraparound as well. We saw him posture with a couple of vultures for a bit of a run-by. Ends up going around the back. So the Hydras will be able to get in and maybe do a bit of damage. They'll also scout the Ardent. The Protoss army is not moving away from the position. We do have triple Drakadon on the way. Zealots running by. There is a Circuit. There's a couple of Aziracors as well. It doesn't look like they're going to get too much done. Where's the drop earmarked for? He's going to just micro it right now, so that's the answer to that question. No damage dealt by that 2 Zealot run by. Conversely, a worker has already gone down for HitEmUp, but remember, he's got the advantage economically. Now drilling on top of him. You've activated my trap card, so all of the Hydras will escape. No single Hierophant here to guarantee the kill onto the Ovaleth, but it doesn't matter. He picks one more worker for his trouble. He scouts the Ardent. I don't think that's what he wanted to see. Assessing his options. He doesn't see the embassy, but still going for anti-drop defense, it looks like. Ski backed on the way. He wants those Bactalisks. Taking an expansion. Godwheat will be allowed to get up to some multi-base gameplay here, at least for a moment. HitEmUp doesn't know it yet, but it feels like he could saunter across the map and force way more of a military push out of his opponent. First a Cantor here. Positron's after. Zealot Drakadon wrapping around. Easily punish that Hatrosk if they end up going through the Brain Drain. Conversely, Godwheat trying to do a little bit of pressure. He's going to spot this Scribe and probably pop it. The flank comes in as well. This actually tightens the noose around Godwheat's forces, so it forces a committal from him. The Aziracor is getting softened up by the Cantor, but a nice early pick. Is it going to be enough for Godwheat to do any damage? No, absolutely not. Absolutely shellacked. You might have popped the Cantor, but that delays the inevitable. Great army movement, great map control from HitEmUp, keeping token forces at his main base, at his natural choke there. He might have lost the Scribe he intended to expand with, but he can restock that easily enough. 8 workers to the better. Godwheat still struggling to regain any semblance of control on the map. Certainly needs to do a bit better than that. Maybe he can get up some static defense towards the Brain Drain, but that would require him to send some workers down, and he's not making any on location. And even then, coming in from the ramp, the bankers have let HitEmUp in through the back door, through the rear entrance. The Bactalisk is halfway complete, but there's only one. He needs way more than that. HitEmUp will muscle him through for a second victory in the group. And there's just not anything that Godwheat has left in the tank. GG has to be called. And if HitEmUp secures the next match versus none other than Kasuga, it's going to look really dire for our Zerg player to perform any sort of upset. So it all comes down to this next round. It'll be Blackwater Bastion selected by Kasuga. I had to type a little bit more than usual because I know his English isn't the best, just making sure he understands the format since he was confused earlier. All right, lads, we're about to get into our 4th map of the group. Remember, we have extra high latency in this particular matchup, courtesy of Kasuga. It's Terran again for HitEmUp. In the bottom left is our Neon Carrot Terran. Kasuga in the top left. Oh man, this is a hard one. It's not Cyan, though. It's Glacial. No, electric blue. I was so confident after saying it was a hard one. All right. I got half of a guess. Half of it, 50%. Therefore, this will be half a banger. Really, Near Impact was kind of half a banger. Kasuga going for that gateway opener. Hit him up. Mech once again. Hasn't bothered with bio yet, and we only saw one Terran game out of him. He is compelled to say his race. He's not required to. It's not a rule. He personally compels himself. He has created that rule for himself. Before, I think the rule was he only cares about maybe not saying his race if he's against the Shambler. I don't know if that's still the case, but that was a classic move back in Acropolis 2. In fact, it was the Shambler who fell to hit him up to earn him the top 4 berth, and then it was a 5-game set against the eventual champion, where he was relegated to 4th place. And in Hit 'em Up's mind, if he ain't first, he's last. So, let's see if he can get out in first place this time around. Not only that, but with a flawless round. Kasuga scouts his opponent first, which is a really nice advantage. Second Fulcrum on the way. It hasn't really been a build with cuts in it. Hit 'em Up hasn't gone for anything greedy, with the understanding that he's going to be attacked by early game units or whatever. So Kasuga scouting first doesn't really matter too much. In fact, as Hit 'em Up scores this scout to the bottom right, he's basically going to know his opponent is in top left. That's the only place you could be and still be scouting me at that timing, since I scouted the other close position. So thought process there, sort of accounted for. 2 vultures going to be opened up early. And then after that, I presume it'll be back to scrapyards. Kasuga did Keck W at the site of Hit 'em Up's Terran, by the way, when the race reveal happened. So I think Kasuga's not going to be happy about that. By the way, pocketing the scribe, interesting strat. Don't think it'll matter for anything, but you never know. Very fast star pad before the add-ons. I actually don't know what Hit 'em Up is going to go for here. But Kasuga, even though he's gone 2-gate, in a very interesting posture, by the way. 3-gate there it is. It doesn't seem like he's being super aggressive with his opening units. So even though there's a second round of vultures coming out here after the star pad, it actually seems like Hit 'em Up could have been greedy. Not that he knows that. He's confirming he's not top right, so maybe I'm less convinced now of whether Hit 'em Up figured out the timing on the scout, or maybe he's just crossing his T's, dotting his I's, making sure it wasn't like a cross scout at an early timing that got him. Scribe once again scouting. It'll be immediately killed. Kind of unnecessary, I felt like, to reveal that there were so many vultures, but small details, whether Kasuga even notices. I'm sure he saw the star pad, though. Instantly, Matrix on the way wants to prevent Wraiths from getting too much value. And there will indeed be a Cyclops drop. Ground Army reveals the Mason Scout and vice versa. The Vulture's now going to be sortying with them, it looks like, playing their mines down. There it is. An Ardent Authority on the way for Kasuga. And presumably an Embassy again, is my best guess. Doesn't want to go Grand Library this time, even though the Atriuses did help him out quite a bit. The Cyclops drop is earmarked for it. Even though there's a Matrix here, don't underestimate the Cyclops DPS. Vultures drawing attention. One of them goes down very early. The rest of them do not have mines. I think all of them were left in this funny little trail towards the ramp in the main. Into the main. There is one Dracodon kind of just sitting here, so that actually is extra drop defense. Well scouted by Kasuga. And as soon as the Matrix plus Dracodon is scouted there, the Trojan just tucks tail. Good to not waste the units. Now we've got multiple Goliaths about to pop out here. Ministry about halfway complete. Anseal coming. Hit 'em Up setting up for a nice little timing attack, it looks like. And that's why it's really nice that he preserved most of his vultures. They can add a little bit of chaff to the army. And Goliaths are pretty beefy themselves. Is there going to be another round of 2 Goliaths? I see one of them halfway through. Doesn't look like the other one had enough money yet. We'll see. He's going to come in from the other angle. We've got an Embassy and a second Matrix as the Dracodons abandon the mineral line for now. Sacrificing another Vulture is the name of the game here for Hit 'em Up, as he just wants to see what's going on with the ground army. Has convinced Kasuga to leave his base. No combat units coming out anytime soon, except for this Acantor. So as the Cyclops move on forward here, the Trojan is going to evacuate the premises. These are committed units. Let's see. Grouping up. This is a potential for an absolute calamity here. While the army is moving in. Oh, the worker count. is getting shellacked here a little bit softened up, but the drill is good to decollide that second Cyclops, and that saves a lot of those scribes. Meanwhile, the mine hits are going to be big here. Softening them up plenty, reducing the amount. Oh, he actually bypassed most of them and now is going to get maybe bopped on the way out. We'll see if Kasuga is committal about it. A Watchdog at the extremity. We've got Cyclops and Goliaths. Add-on-less gameplay here from our mech. HitEmUp is continuing to make workers so that he can eventually saturate that natural. The Witness is on the way to clear the mines, but it looks like Anseal Goliath Cyclops is going to be maybe flying a little bit too close to the sun now, but the Anseals are going to be focused down. One of them should die here. Where's the focus fire? Oh, the Witness! The Witness gets popped immediately. The Strider should just focus this Anseal down and then tuck tail, but they're getting a lot of softening. Looking not nearly as beefy as a lot of those Striders are meant to be. Envoy out for the Acantor that's on the rally. He'll get scooped up. Earmarked away. Ministry lands, worker transfer complete. Only 3 production, though. Now finally starting to see a Wraith come out. That Acantor could get some good value, but right now it's just going to be coming in with the army. The Goliaths, very deadly for the Envoy. Could ground it immediately. And HitEmUp will spot the army kind of out in the middle of nowhere, complete with the Envoy. So he knows that now the Acantor is kind of a sitting duck. The Goliaths could try to focus it down. One of them very low. Heavy walkers for HitEmUp. Another round of Vultures. In fact, 2 rounds of Vultures on the way as he adds a second star pad. It looks to me like HitEmUp. Oh, he actually snipes the Acantor, focusing it down. Anseal coming back to try to shield the military. That last Goliath very, very low. But still, sniping the Acantor is big. And going into mass Wraith now for HitEmUp as he adds double star pad. Another Acantor sighted in that Envoy. I don't know if HitEmUp actually spotted it. But we see that that's about to be choice du jour for Kasuga. Where are the Goliaths to snipe that Envoy? Mines are landed. Remember, the Witness got sniped super early. Artisan's now going to start saturating the natural. No Nexus gameplay here for Kasuga. Shades of the Shambler in the Tribunal stage. Maybe also a little bit in the Gauntlet stage. Goliath's wisely backing up before the Acantor can shellac. It's a little bit of a dance with plenty of mines as well. Very cool scenes so far. Double star pad about to finish back at home for HitEmUp. He's massing up the Wraiths. How many has he made so far? Looks like not so many, actually. Or maybe they've all been earmarked. Those are Vultures flying over to 9 o'clock. Mine's continuing to slow and reveal this advance from Kasuga. There's plenty more where that came from as well, so there's time for more Wraiths to be made. Quintuple star pad. The Vultures get all the way into the main base. What's going on here? What is happening here? They actually fly away immediately. Looks like they don't want to commit to the static defense. They know that that's what's not going to be very useful, so they're just going to continue scouting around. I think he doesn't realize just how all-in Kasuga is in this position. HitEmUp has way more workers and a much better economy off the back of using his natural base. Big mine hits slowing him down yet again. Kasuga just trying to get into this base, but he never remade the Witness. And now the Wraiths descend. If he can get rid of all these Striders, he can focus down that Acantor. That's a wrap on the anti-ground. All the Goliaths, all the Vultures, all the King's men, flanking as well from the east just to add insult to injury. Hardly any Striders left in standing. Kasuga struggling. Now a third base on location. Such is the way of things when HitEmUp feels so confident about the map control that he's got. He'll move in for the death push. More Wraiths on the way, adding even more things that these Striders have to deal with. There's no crowd control. There's no hope. Kasuga beaten back to his Nexus that's only now been started. His Striders being popped, collapsed. At best they can get a couple of trades, but the Terrans are insurmountable. HitEmUp grabbing his 3rd win in the group right before our very eyes. The last chance is to hold at the ramp, and it's not much of a chance at all. Oh, God, the Nexus is going to have to be canceled. This brawly Terran play. Vulture Goliath, no add-on, no need. Wraiths coming in for the support. Goliath's focusing the Envoy down. Pops like a balloon. Kasuga GG's. HitEmUp faces Godwheat one more time. We've got one more chance for somebody to stop HitEmUp. HitEmUp is my shirtless brother from another mother right now. We are suffering in the heat, but we'll make do. We'll make it happen. And we've got another matchup here. It's another versus Zerg. And wouldn't you know it, the Zerg on your screens is not Godwheat. The Zerg on your screens is HitEmUp. In the top right, our maroon Zerg. In the bottom left, our cyan Zerg. There we go, there we go. ZVZ, this is Godwheat's favorite matchup in terms of win rate, at least. Not sure in terms of what he likes to play. And the pace is just fast. Our players are always ready for the next match immediately. Kasuga now watching, hoping that Godwheat performs the upset, but he's going back to Hydrith. He refuses. He refuses to change the meta. Unbelievable scenes. Well, it's going to be a Larvosk opener for HitEmUp, and I suppose if Godwheat opens with 3 Izira cores and runs past what HitEmUp has, he might just destroy him. That's a build HitEmUp did versus Gerald Storm in the last Acropolis battlements that we had, and it worked marvelously on Rage Slave. Oh, I was not familiar with your game, Mr. Godwheat. I did not expect you to put a Kagrant down right in front of Monsieur HitEmUp, who is now making Rilla Rokors. It seems like maybe this is exactly what Godwheat wanted. Now, will he cancel in time? No. We didn't want to see that. That's 50 minerals down the drain instead of it could have been just 17 for every cancel. I think that's about how the math works. It's 50 minerals, but you only lose 30... What? Yeah, you lose 33% of it. I think that rounds to 17. But the Izira cores are starting. It's been scouted. HitEmUp has a lot of Rilla Rokors, but Izira cores are pretty good against those. They have the bounces, they can deal with those pretty easily, and then just go straight in for the kill on the worker line. But how soon will Godwheat move? We've got an Ovaleth coming. HitEmUp is not actually respecting, in my opinion, the strength of this opener, despite being one of the proprietors of it. But if Godwheat doesn't even think about using his Izira cores offensively, then it feels like his only window in this early game is going to start to close. And listen, I know a barrel-chested man when I see one. You need that window wide open for Godwheat. How is he going to fit otherwise? And he's still not leaving the base. 2 more Izira cores on the way to make it a total of 6. That would monumentally destroy this army. Unless it was body blocked by the Circus. HitEmUp. Not even drolling that much. Pretty low worker counts for both of our players. Understandable for Godwheat's opener, but HitEmUp is maybe down there with him. Now we see workers being made behind this, and the 6 Izira core move out. It will be spotted by this Ovaleth, almost assuredly. There's the timing. Only now is HitEmUp aware. He's just going to commit to it with the Zeths. He's confident he can hold out. Making a backup circuit is very wise, as the Izira cores may just try to brute force their way up. Instead, Godwheat seems to have been held at an arm's length. See you, nerd. Damn it. HitEmUp's going to kill him. The Larvosk will be the main target here. And Cannoli has gotten him this way as well. Godwheat, he just got his Larvosk full killed. And what's the reaction? Where's the response? He needs to drill the workers. Oh, he's not quite attacking with them. The Izira cores rejoin. The bodyguards, the bouncers. One more worker goes down, and that's all she wrote for the harassment. But it totally kneecaps the chances of Godwheat being able to pull this one together. He's going to go for the drop. HitEmUp could probably just move across the map right now, but will he? Hey, being barrel-chested is not the same thing as being fat. Sometimes you're just built like a brick house. I can say that. That's family-friendly. When I'm talking about Godwheat, you know, maybe his family's watching. I want to keep it family-friendly, you know? Zorka's Shroud on the way for HitEmUp. Godwheat's last hopes and dreams rest on a very solid run-by, but look, the Sim City. The pool blocking the run-in. Now he's got to go after the workers in this position. How many will he even kill? Has the worker lead right now, but not the production. And certainly he hasn't been spending his cash as much as he would like. He could at least end the herd on these quads. Instead, he wants to try to evacuate with most of the Izzies. Live to harass another moment. Another minute. Another day. I will say it hasn't been Godwheat's day today. Not yet. Not so far. But if HitEmUp secures the win here, it'll be Kasuga picking into the next map to challenge Godwheat. And essentially it'll be a best of 3 with Kasuga already winning one of those games. Yeah, built like a lumberjack. Oh, look at that. It was preempted. HitEmUp paying attention to that potential. Another Zeth drop. This was not respected or expected. Godwheat is going to lose another Larvosk to the Zeths. They're so good in ZVZ, man. He killed a larva. He BTFO'd him so hard he killed a larva. Well, the Zeths that run by over here are just going to get shredded by the Hydras, but I liked the idea. Shopkeeper Dog talking about the format changes. Yeah, indeed. It's very deadly. It can be very difficult to make matters, to make ends meet as the third seed. The format is not exactly your friend. Big worker transfer just happened. I think maybe overcompensating. Could definitely send some of those back. Let's scoop up some more Zeths, why don't we? He's going to get in here and see that the Larvosks haven't even remorphed yet. That's brutal. The Quas are coming in. Circuit finishes, so I guess that's something. Pool now started. It's going to be an 8 Zeth run by as the rest of the forces push in. No detection just yet for Godwheat. And here come the Zeths. They're going to just tear through this back line. The Quas are muscling through. That Kagrin is not going to finish either. It pops immediately. The Zeths are loose in the mineral line. They've killed the Circuit, and now, with the Quas just forcing the issue, the Hydra's cowering behind the Droleths. The Lakers are going to clean house as well. GG, well played. Godwheat has one more chance to avert disaster. Has to play flawlessly. Has to play like HitEmUp. Ladies and gentlemen, we are just about ready to get into what might be our final match here HitEmUp has completed the 4-0. Godwheat now struggling. Needs to be the man. Needs to daddy up and get into this one in a big way. Put on a show. Don't go out without any wins. We are getting into it. Kasuga in the yellow, Protoss in the top right. Godweed in the bottom left is maroon. Hey, he stole HitEmUp's color from the last game. That means this one will be epic. Kasuga doesn't know what a Valentine is, boys. Oh, wow. Kasuga wants to date Jakulangski instead. I see. I see. Stood up. Stood up. All right, that was my one typing in the middle of the match. I shouldn't do that as the admin, as the proprietor of this establishment, of this here YouTube channel and Twitch channel. I invite you to follow, subscribe, send money. Perhaps if I receive enough donations on coffee, I will be able to afford air conditioning and not have to cast shirtless. At least I'm not pantsless. Not that it would really matter for you guys. Stark-ass naked casting? I'm sure that would be a possibility. So, Godwheat is in the bottom left, and he is going for a pool. Larvosk into pool. It seems like he's been convinced to go away from his Hydrith play. Kasuga, on the other hand, he's going Hierophant. He's going 2-gate. It's exactly the same thing we saw in Crisis Vector. Oh yeah, Kasuga is like, I think he's 30, by the way, since HitEmUp was asking. He's just from Taiwan. He doesn't speak the king's English, so to speak. So. And yes, Jack is recently not a minor. We can say that much. Congrats to making it to an 18-year-old oil flow. Big ups, big ups. Now, obviously, with the Hierophant killing the Worker Scout, with the Scribe seeing everything that it wanted to see here, the pool opening, it's a lot of Zeths. And Kasuga is going to be playing on the conservative side, going for a Warden instead of a 3rd gate. Kind of counter to how he normally plays, but he's worried about all the Zeths that might be coming across. And maybe he's right to be worried, as there are 12 of them. Can certainly overwhelm small numbers of Protoss, but Kasuga should be able to micro. We are on the heavy latency for the connection's sake. Kasuga wiring in from East Asia is certainly a challenge for peer-to-peer, for anything, really. Rapid fire Hierophant, but maybe the Zeths will have baited it in. Trying to clothesline. Oh, such a small opportunity there, perhaps. Now with the Ecclesiast out, it feels like it's too much. And hemorrhaging a lot of these Zethra-cores, giving Kasuga confidence. The Vornath Pond already on the way, and 10 more Zeths on the way as well. Will Kasuga just march across the map? His Warden investment be damned. Vespian in the tank, we could see Nathracores. The Warden would require quite a few of them before it goes down. The production tab kind of tells a story here. 5 Vorvs on the way. Bit of a gas bank here for Godwheat. Mineral saturation, not ideal. So could definitely peel some workers off of the gas if he really wanted to. What is he doing with the Vorvs? What's his move there? And how good is his saturation? How good is his army positioning? Oh, nice. He's able to just get right on top of things here, it feels like. Oh, yeah. This is a complete swing compared to the last one. That Ecclesiast will go down. That'll allow these other units to escape, but double Hierophant kill, that feels really good for the Zerg. And Kasuga floating a ton of money right now. Certainly needs to be spending down a little bit better. He's got his Sedant. He's really into those early Sedants, it feels like. So all of a sudden, the Gateway Army starting to show its lackluster, I suppose, where it's maybe got a couple of holes in it. If we get a couple more Vorvs out with this army, we could see Zeth Vorv potentially pave the way for an explosive push up the ramp. lot of Ecclesiasts being made to try to counter it. And it looks like Godweed is entertaining the idea of an expansion, but he just went for 12 Nathracores, 14 Nathracores on the way. Hold on. If he picks it up with those, I don't know if you guys know this little detail. When it was the qualification, Tribunal stage, Gauntlet stages, the Vorvracor and the Nathracor did not stack their armor rends. But now on the Battlement stages, that has been changed. So you will rend up to 2 armor if you combine a Vorv and a Nath together. Now, I don't know if that really is realistic, but the Zealot, if it loses its shields, goes down to 2 armor, and then it would have none. So there's a window of opportunity here. If the Nathracors are even going to attack with the main army, there are a lot of units here for Godweed. Almost 4x the army that Kasuga has, but his Zealots are well positioned. Really hard for ground units to make it through here. Maybe he can bait him through with some of the Nexus attacks, but it feels like it's going to be a challenge. Certainly the ranged units will have to abandon ship to protect against the cloud of Nathracors. 14 of them earmarked for that Warden. No, he should just go right after it, and there it is. What's the reaction from Kasuga? He needs to do something about it. But he knows that if he dares move, he could get collapsed upon. He's got a really good position here. The Warden didn't even go down. The Nathracor is just going for the jugular, and the Zepvorv surround is going to be pretty good here. Nathracor is starting to fall. There's not much focus fire. The Ecclesiasts providing so much value. Man, they really got stuffed here. You see the corpse concentration on the ramp. They weren't able to do anything. The surround looked good for a moment, but the Ecclesiast count too high and not focused. Kasuga just held his nerve, man. He could have lost this Warden and then just lost all the workers here. He refused to budge. He saw the ground army. Maybe if Godweed hadn't showed that, it would have been a window. But now there's an Akantor on the way. Zethvorv, no remaining Naths either. So the window is really definitely closed. Well and truly now. If that Bulwark finishes, it doesn't feel like there's any chance for Zethvorv. Even with Zethvorv, look at the Ecclesiast count. We're up to 8 of them. The Matrix will just make this unassailable. And if there were more Nathracors still on the way, I would say, hey, maybe this inevitable Akantor drop that's probably going to wreck house. It could be caught. It could be dealt with through the courtesy of the Naths instead, but I don't know, man. What's up? Disturbing the peace. Trying to form a tower to attack it that way. Outnumbered 4-1, and the Protoss still end up fighting back. Tell me that's not thematic. Second Matrix, seed into operational yet again. The Akantor will be a Titan. All we're missing is the Mind Tyrant. Witness spying on the base sees that there is a Hydrith pivot. The one Zethrakor, or one Vorvracor, traded out for a Zealot. Classic. So the Nathracors clear the Artisan. And the Envoy has started. So if they patrol the area and they can catch those very important envoys, that would be one thing. That would certainly be one thing. Embassy Crucible, it's a macro pivot here for Kasuga. He's very comfortable right now. Remember, guys, this could be our final game of Group B. We might be sending to break with almost 2 hours to spare. Narrowly avoiding a Canada moment as the Zeths and the Vorvs extend outward. I typed a pretty detailed explanation of the stakes of this game, saying that this is second map point for Kasuga and all that. I don't know if he understood it. He doesn't, you know, his English is, he know England. When he first started, he sent one of the funniest messages I've ever received, though. I was telling him he had prize money from the March Invitational, and he's like, keep money for epic make mod unit or something. Just what? Well, he's going to end up losing this position a little bit here. Cantors reveal themselves. A couple of Zets and Vorvs will be wiped out, and it's going to be Matrix Engram. Look at this position. He's pivoting into Mass Artisan to colonize it. Big Hydra force has been assembled. Maybe Kasuga playing with his food a little bit. If Godwheat wins off of the back of a more prolonged skirmish, we could have ourselves a really surprising move. Look at this. He comes back in. He could actually go for that Acantor, but he's not going after it right this second. Needs to get the ensnare on it. There we go. Forces a cancel. The Acantor actually gets picked, but the Matrixes are alive. And that's going to make attacking that Engram a lot harder once that finishes up. Maybe not the best focus fire. Nath Hydra pushing in. I don't think we've quite seen this. They could see the Naths diving onto the Acantor right now. The Hydras are in enough force. He had a brief opportunity to maybe pick that Acantor. I'm not quite sure what he wants to do now. The Nats are just going to get eviscerated by the Positron. The Hydras really need to focus it down, but they're busy trying to deal with all the Zealots. The Zeth4 just draw shots and turn into ketchup. Exactly what Godwheat needs to do in this game. Catch up. He's behind by 12 or 16 workers, something like that, and he's really got to thin that deficit a little bit. The Witness continuing to spy on him. No Escagants for his ridge caps, but at least he saturated the gas at the third. A couple of units lazily waypointing in. The Hydras need to fall back. They could pick that Envoy, but his reaction time not on the ball. That's an opportunity that other players will absolutely punish Kasuga for. But Godwheat, he seems to be being pushed on back. He'll have a couple of Bactyls, but only those. Where's the money? He's got so much. Only now making a couple more Bactylisks. I'm not sure that Kasuga will give him the opportunity. And now colonizing that third base with the Artisans. Another Ardent Authority. He's going to have a prostration stage as well. The tech feels like it's going to start to suffocate Godwheat here on Kingwa Valley. Got a lot more Bactyls out. This might be a stumbling block here. Kasuga has the Zealots. The Iziracor's here to add chaff, add meat. Hydra's in the middle as well. Will he be the meat man, or is he going to be harvested wheat? It looks like this is a much better fight for the Zerg than Kasuga was giving him credit for, but those Acantors can still reign supreme. Oh, so much splash damage. It's expensive at the end. Is the Protoss even going to actually be brought back here? Where's the focus fire? Godwheat thought he won this engagement a lot easier. And wow, what an expenditure. So much more cost efficient. I was starting to get a little bit sweaty. I've been sweaty this whole game. Worried about Godwheat's position. And then I thought, wait, he's got it. He's going to crush this attack. But at the very end, Kasuga thins the herd so much, he is just fine. Godwheat going to need to take the next engagement very well if he wants to overwhelm. And doing the first move here to pick this Acantor is very nice, but he still trades it for 4 Hydras. And once he picks that Ecclesiast, the rest of the Zealots are guaranteed to escape. Doesn't even do that. Nexus earmarked for top. It's going to be 12 o'clock expand. 4th base for Kasuga as he continues to pump out Pariahs and Acantors. With no armor end on the cards here, the Hydras are going to have to be the heavy hitters. Kasuga doesn't have enough money yet. He'll end up losing the Scribe. Godwheat having good awareness to check the 12 o'clock. 7 Bactyls on the way, but they're in the middle of nowhere. If Kasuga pushes out, he could get right on top of them. Zethacor is just for chaff, just to draw some Acantor shots. Another Envoy scoops up yet another Acantor, and they start to coalesce around this third base, knowing that he can pivot over to the defenses at his natural. He's got 4 Matrixes and a Bulwark. Vorvacors, those are certainly an option. Still no growth in the worker department, really. 5 of them are going to saturate this third base. A Larvosk very vulnerable. And an Acantor and an Envoy might just tear through. The lack of defenses for Godwheat is just going to really bite him, it feels like. What's he going to do when this hits? No awareness of the Droleth. It actually gave him vision. 11 Hydras are being made, but not in time. Now he's going to fall back. He's so far away, and a Monument of Sin spotted. Kasuga going for that vaunted profane technology, and the Larvosks can be picked by the Acantor. Instead, the Hydras should be able to clean them up. The Drolets need to get back to work ASAP, as Godweed is still in an economic deficit. Oh, the Envoy is going to escape at the very least. Never mind. Clotheslined. Lost mining time. Big factor. Mine Tyrant on the way. Another Ardent Authority. Tier 2 for Godweed. 6 o'clock taken. His Zeth Vorv attack is going to maybe try to press this position, but there's a Bulwark in the back, and the Engram Splash a little bit too much to deal with. Could go after the Pylons maybe, but not with those Zealots nearby. Gateway Army definitely shoving him away, but this is a huge opportunity for a counterattack. We don't see it. Bactalisk's not quite the most mobile. Finally, capping the ridges is Godweed. Cycling back towards the ice. Nexus on location at 12 o'clock, so I'm sure Godweed is aware that that base is likely to be taken next, but at the very least he's got a little bit of tempo. Where his hatch is done, he can saturate it immediately. Tier 2 finishes up. What's his move? What's his make? What tech is he going to go for? The Tethvith Swamp. Tethzoricors have a glow up, not in terms of their model. Star Sovereign on the way from the Monument of Sin. Is it any surprise Kasuga loves to glass? We've seen him do that in team games. Now we get a chance to see him in action. The new Potentate on the way as well. So Tethzoricors now have the same passive as the Zarkavrakor, the Gorgakor mutation, where once they take a hit, they release a bone that will deal damage, similar to a Lake's Spine, all targets in the way. It's a very short-range retaliation strike, but it can be very good at giving them a little bit of value versus the Zealots. A couple of empowered Acantors here, Malefactors, courtesy of the Mine Tyrant. And let's talk about that Potentate. This guy, when he attacks something within 3 range, will automatically give Ascension over to the Protoss army. So if you're not getting reliable procs out of the Pariahs, you might be able to get it out of the Potentate. But look at the splash damage on offer here. Without Air Army or without outranging them courtesy of the Bactalisks, it feels like it's going to be impossible for Godweed to successfully connect onto this. His Zeth Vorv is going to get spotted out here. Easy opportunity for a whole bunch of units to change allegiances, and there they are. Just a couple of Zeths. And the run-by already apprehended, courtesy of all the static defense. There's no mining there yet. And Thelion on the way. Where is that Star Sovereign? Grouped up in the middle. Gonna get ambushed by the Hydra back, but not gonna be able to be brought down. And here's the Tethzoricors that we were talking about. The Bactalisks need to move back. Oh, the Acantor strikes are gonna hit in a big way. Bit of a flank from this side as well, coming in from the west. But Kasuga getting split. He's diving so deep. Convalisks have arrived. It's the best showing we've seen out of Godweed, but I just don't know if it's enough as all of his eastern flank collapses and the Pariahs just refuse to die. Vilgoricors were made as well, but they were not in position enough. And the Star Sovereign hovers over everything. Profane though it may be, Kasuga's victory is complete. Nothing in the tank. Godweed with a little bit of banter, and GG is called. Kasuga is out in second place. Not the finish we wanted to see out of Godweed, but we did get to see a nicer macro game out of him at the end, so at least there is that. I'll ask Weed if he wants to grace us with an exit interview. Hello, sir. Commiserations on the way that the games went, but I was glad to see a nice little macro attempt for you. You got to tier 2 and everything. How are you feeling after this group?
Well, I wanted to do better. I wanted to at least take a game from somebody, but not today.
Tough stuff. I mean, Kasuga, a bit of a surprise. I wasn't expecting him to go for that Hierophant-heavy strategy. Did that surprise you in your opening on Crisis Vector?
Yeah, I don't deal with a lot of Hierophant opening. I kind of regretted going Hydra first when I saw that. So I'm just playing in too small of a pond right now, dealing with the same stuff over and over.
Right. You were talking about the... hey, you did say you would cast aspersions towards your practice partners if you ended up losing, so I guess there's an opportunity for that here, yeah. But before we get to that, your next matchup, obviously you end up going up against HitEmUp. And that ends up being ZVZ. You pick Serenity. It's the map with the shortest rush distance. Not sure if you were aware of that, but it is the map with the shortest rush distance. You kind of hold back with the Izira cores early on. What was your thought process behind that? How come you waited for 6? And how come you didn't press the issue once you did scout?
I don't know. I probably shouldn't have waited. I'm not a very, I'm more of an intuitive player. I don't really have very smooth builds. So the last time I did that on that map, I did know it was the shortest rush distance.
Okay.
I was able to pop like 6 Izzies all at once, and this time I couldn't. So I kind of felt like I just wanted to wait until I had a little bit more. I wasn't sure if he knew it was coming or not, because it's so standard for me to like build 3 Izzies and then go back to droning. So I didn't know if he was gonna just predict that I wasn't gonna hit or whatever it was. So and then when I saw the Circuit, I kind of knew that, I'd switch to drops and try to peck at him or something.
It's hard to do because we don't have that StarCraft 2 tech where you can resume a game in the middle of a replay, but I would challenge you to maybe go back to the point where you had the 6 Izzies at the ramp and see how much damage you did, because I think you might be surprised how effective the Izzies can be. I was expecting you to commit to it and see what happened anyway, but I understand why you wouldn't, if you're not sure that it's going to work out that way. That being said, we go over to your rematch against Kasuga. I mean, you did play a second game against HitEmUp later on, but when you were talking about the match against Kasuga, that last one on Kingwa Valley, I thought it was really well set up with the Nathakor attack into the Warden, and then you end up trying to attack into the Zealot Ecclesiast. Talk to me about that thought process, because, chat was going off on you for that, whatever, that's one thing.
I'm
but
sure.
I was surprised to see the decision making, because maybe it's like right on it can be very deceptive, in those fights. If you're right on the level of not just barely not being enough, you'll lose really dramatically, instead of it being like, oh, he survived with 2 units, just because of the way that the shield mechanics work. But what was your thought process there? What did you see that we didn't?
Just user error, I suppose. I could have just went for a snipe on the Nexus because I think he was afraid to leave his ramp, but I just thought maybe I could edge him out with the armor rend.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it's again like I'm not much of a scientific player, so I haven't played every composition, every unit, so I don't always know what's gonna win in every situation. And I thought maybe I could pull it off. And then by the time it was too late, I was already like, oh, chat's roasting me right now.
Well, I guess that's another thing to ask you about. This is your first time playing in a tournament setting where there's chat going off and it's all live and being witnessed and stuff. I don't think I was able to catch any of your games live to cast them specifically. I think if I adminned any of your matches, I had to go back and cast them after the fact. So how was your first experience? This is the closest thing we have to a stage right now, a stage game. How was your first experience in that way? What did you think?
Oh, I love it. Yeah, I love the attention, and anything's fine. And I'm not super afraid of like playing in front of people or talking in front of people. I've done things in my life. I've done stand-up. I've been booed off the stage. So I got booed out of Acropolis. There you go.
There it is. I will say it's remarkable you were able to make it through on your first attempt, even though it did take you the lower bracket. It wasn't exactly a close series against Jujic. No shade to throw at him. It's just kind of the way it went. You ended up getting the luck of the draw when he rolled Zerg twice. But I will point out that, it's remarkable you were able to do that. And, Shopkeeper Dog in the chat did say unlucky. You're in a group with HitEmUp, and then Kasuga was able to find the right sort of tactics that you just hadn't seen quite yet with the Hierophant opener, which dissuaded you in the opening. Did you have any other thoughts or any moments that you remember either seeing from the other games or seeing from your own games that you felt might be good to touch on here?
Can't think of any moments. I think when I threw away the Zets, I put myself in a really bad position. And I knew I was playing from behind at that point, but I still thought I could kind of edge him out. And yeah, I did kind of my thing where I prepared to receive him in the center of the map, but I just didn't have enough firepower. The tier 2 hadn't really taken off yet, so he just hit me at a really bad time, basically.
Yeah,
but he played super good, so.
Right. When the agency is taken away from you on when the hit comes, you're kind of just hoping that it doesn't happen at the worst possible time for you. I did think that there was a point over the bridge towards your natural and your third area where if you had been able to keep more of your Hydra back alive, you might have been able to just chain that together into denying some of his bases. But the unfortunate thing happened at the very end where like a Cantor lived with 4 health, and then there were the positrons continuing to do splash damage, and you ended up losing a lot more than maybe you thought you would at the end there. So I was not sure if you were actually clocking that or if it was just like, damn, Protoss OP or any thoughts like that. But that was one moment that stood out to me.
Yeah, there was such a wide surface area for the battle, so everything wasn't on screen at the same time.
Right. Yeah.
I remember looking down to the bottom right and being like, oh no, some units flanked in from the side. And so like that game, the whole idea was just to keep him on his end of the map with my mobility as much as I could. And
right.
At the end of the day, just Protoss walked over me, and so
I think it was still good to see you give a good accounting of yourself in that last game. The other ones maybe were a bit more straightforward in that sense, where they didn't go as long. You didn't get a chance to really feel like I'm maybe putting your words in your mouth, but you can tell me when you lose before 10 minutes, when you lose before being able to really be operating on multiple bases, sometimes it feels like you didn't even get a chance to play. And so it's nice to be able to at least end on as much of a high note as you got there by getting up to tier 2, showing up the composition, and then, he got the screenshot fodder with the Star Sovereign rolling in, at the end of the day. So.
Awesome. It's a highlight reel. That's Zerg in a nutshell. Like survive until you bowl them over. So, I was playing with good players and I just wasn't able to survive so much, I guess. Still I'm proud of the brain drain, the Ovolith micro.
Yeah.
I came back to the chat and Alex was like, Wheat's playing way worse than usual. And I was like, bro, have you ever seen me do Ovolith micro?
Yeah, I was like, oh, he's taking the notes from HitEmUp because there was that game against Kasuga where he was doing it with the blackjack. So.
Yeah, or what was his name? I can't remember anymore. That doesn't matter.
Whoever it
was. The guy from early Starcraft 2 who moved to Korea and his name starts with a J.
Oh, I also don't remember the name right now, but I know who you're talking about. Where he's doing the siege tank, constantly lifting and loading.
OGs Unite
versus Stalker. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So same shades. Somebody in the chat will probably know that.
Yeah, it's probably Jujic.
Not quite. It's Jack G apparently. There you go. So pretty close to Jujic actually. So HitEmUp obviously has that encyclopedic knowledge. All right. Any final words for our move? Any final words for this group? Because you've seen HitEmUp 4-0. Some of those games closer against Kasuga. The opportunity for you to even upset if you had, used your Azure cores a bit differently. And your first, again, closest to the thing that we have to the stage, first stream experience here in Acropolis. You sending us out with a bang? Any closing thoughts?
Yeah, not much to say, except I guess I'll get him next time.
That's right. Hey, you can finally switch to Terran if you wanted to, because we were talking about that before... in between the qualification and the main stage.
Oh, I'm not good enough for that. Let's stay Zerg.
Fair enough, my friend, fair enough. Thanks for playing, man, and GG's. We'll see you around, I'm sure.
GG's.
And I think we can bring in HitEmUp. My man, my guy, how the hell are you? You have successfully smashed through this group 4-0. How are you feeling?
About the same.
About the same, yeah. Just,
yeah.
Business as usual in that respect. I will point out you've completed the 4-0, right? Better than Crank did earlier in the group. And then we think about also the way that you have done so even against Kasuga, who maybe surprised you a little bit with the Protoss. How did you feel about those TVPs that you played?
I mean, to be fair, like the first game, I was just how do I say this? I was trying to like gauge how good his macro was, but I was also confused with the Atreus, and they felt better than what I thought they would be, because whenever I used Atreus against Ramen, they seemed like absolute dog shit.
Fair enough, yeah.
But I also pushed out with like one phalanx, that was kind of bad. But I don't think at any I don't think at any point in that game I was worried at all.
Nice. Okay, that was the one on Near Impact. One of the things I noticed is that you, like, comparing the way that Ramen had pushed versus Krankendau with the biomech, I noticed you did a lot better with your preemptive phalanx timing, where you deployed them and then took the fight. That agency of, like, knowing exactly when to do it, would you agree that's almost like a critical skill that Terrans have to have in this tournament, I feel like? Because the mobility doesn't always rest on your shoulders, even when you're going bio with the phalanx against Zerg, right? But especially versus Protoss, they have the ability to just kind of walk into you, right? So you kind of need to be able to be more choosy with your engagements. Would you say that's accurate?
Yeah, you can't just let them jump on you. You just lose the fight if they do that. So you have to preemptively try to take the fights. Kind of difficult to do, but
would you when you compare that to the way that siege tanks in Brood War work, TVP? There's similar thought processes where, I mean, it's even a longer animation, but obviously it's hit scan attack, so it's a bit different there in terms of the value offer. Is it kind of similar in that respect in your mind? Because I know you've been playing a lot of Brood War, so you have that probably fresh on the brain.
Oh no, I think the phalanx is a lot weaker than the Brood War.
Oh sure, but I mean the process of like preemptively picking your fight kind of thing, right? That was
not really, because in Brood War, because of the upgrades and how things work like that, there's a little bit more complexity to how you can take the engagements, and you don't actually have to preemptively take them. You can be aggressive with it. In this mod, just because of how many different units there are, it's very difficult to have the knowledge of when you can actually just take the engagement or not.
Interesting.
So it's almost always better just to preemptively do it.
Got it. Interesting mind mapping, mental differences there as how you approach the engagements in the different games, because I know you've been playing both. Obviously, we talked about how you had an impressive practice record coming into this. Now we're going to be seeing you in the throne room stage once again. I know you came in here with... You were talking about having no expectations before you started your practice run again. Is that the same thing? Are you still thinking, yeah, whatever happens, happens? Or do you actually has tasting blood in the Battlements stage invigorated you? What are you thinking there?
I just know how it's going to go. I'm going to do well in practice. I'm going to bumble a match, and hopefully I won't go the route of the TheNightFox. That's about it.
Hopefully not. Well, with all that said, I have to extend my congratulations towards you once again. It looks likely, with the record that you've got and the level of play you showed, you're most likely going to have that playoffs berth, that first round bye, where you can just kind of ignore the opening matchup and see who's going to be facing you second. But we'll find out, because we got more Battlements groups to go through. Congratulations on surviving this initial test. The standoff ends up going your way, but Kasuga getting the better of Godwheat. How do you feel about that? Did you kind of think that was going to be the way things went after watching the first game?
Yeah, after watching the first game, it just felt like Wheat didn't really have a... I don't think there's a legitimate meta in Cosmonarchy. Like, the fact that I can go away for like 2 months, come back, and like people think they've figured something out, and then I just bob it. Like, I don't think there's a legit meta at this point, but it just felt like Wheat didn't understand game states and when to attack. Like, it is weird.
Yeah. Well,
he had points the first game against Kasuga where he could have won, and he had points in the last game where he could have won.
Right. Yeah. Well, in that case, we have some things to think about for sure, and I'm definitely interested in how the throne room stage continues to shape up. Kasuga will make it out in second place and play somebody in the first round. We'll have to see who that is. He can't play you, same group. But, maybe it could be a Kasuga Ramen thing, for example. Those are our two second placers so far. Do you have any thoughts on his chances in the tournament? Any thoughts on whether or not he can make it particularly deep? Or do you think because he's on the newer side and still maybe learning on the macro side, is he just going to end up falling out without a win in the throne room stage? What do you think?
It depends on who he gets. I think he can beat a lot of the Terrans in the tournament.
Interesting.
I think he could beat a couple of the Zergs too. I don't know about his PvP.
Right. Gotta wait to see.
I haven't seen it, so.
Well, he did. The first time he played it, he was gateway warring with Smarty Cakes across 5 games. Narrowly got destroyed. And then the second time he played it, it was against Arbuz, who 2-0'd him, but they were closer games. Third time it was against Smarty again, where he won 2-1. So you never know, man. That's the last time I saw it, and it was a while ago. We'll have to see.
Gateway man's the devil.
I did notice that a lot of the Protosses have been leaning away from Lattice, despite all the Lattice talk I've been hearing lately. You yourself obviously opting for the 2-gate, but I think maybe that was mostly just because you saw that was on Brainstorm, if you remember. You figured you could just like Zealot Hierophant him.
Oh, against Wheat?
Yeah.
I think in PBZ, Lattice is actually not that good.
Interesting. Okay. Well, that's running counter to a lot of other Protosses, but that makes sense. You know, you define your own meta.
Well, it's pretty basic. Like, if they go, let's say they do like Hydra first, the Lattice units don't really do well with any of them. And if you go Gateway, you get a lot more edge on the early engagements with that. And Gateway, I also feel like does better against the Vorb spam that jakulangski does.
Oh, okay, yeah. I actually haven't seen much of Jack yet, so I'm really excited for the next group, which is in about an hour and a half. We're going to be taking a look at those juicy ZVPs and, of course, P mirrors. It's going to be Jack, Doglived, and the Shambler. Not quite in that order, Jack, Shambler, Doglived. I guess while we're on that subject, before I let you go, any predictions for that group?
So the game, like the only person in that group that I played any games against was Shambler.
Mm-hmm.
And he felt like he always felt. Poor macro. Just sits there. Turtles. I think if Jack and Doglived have any bit of a brain, they should win. But I don't know. I hope Shambler gets knocked out. That's all I care about.
Fair enough. Representing the anti-Shambler society till the end. Thank you, HitEmUp, for your interview. It was great to hear from you, and always nice to see you manage to storm into Throne Room stage unassailed. Looking forward to seeing who you end up facing in that Throne Room stage. I will certainly be keeping an eye out on what the potential options are. We won't know until the end of days tomorrow, end of the broadcast tomorrow. So maybe I'll see you then. GG's, and good luck in your future endeavors, sir.
Well, thank you. I hope I control a bit more in my matchups later.
Hell yeah, brother. See you then.
See you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think we are about ready to cut over to Group C. Jakulangski awaits us, as well as the Shambler and Doglived. HitEmUp's hoping Shambler doesn't make it out. I don't know that that's a possibility, or rather, that's a probability, but I will say, you can't sleep on Doglived, and I have no idea what to expect out of Jakulangski. We shall find out after a break. I hope you guys are excited for this one, and I hope you won't mind waiting just a little bit to see the results of Group C take shape. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the final group of today. Day 1 of the Battlements stage has been quite the hoot so far. I hope you guys have been enjoying it. We're about to get ready for Jakulangski to take on the Shambler. Our first map will be revealed once we are in it, but I think it'll be a great time. Now, listen, we got to talk a little bit about our players here, because this was not actually supposed to be a matchup that was even possible, at least not with this complexion of players. Looking at Doglived, he is the most recent qualifier entrant into the competition at this stage in this group. He was able to defeat Art of Turtle rather handily, and then moved on to being the only Tier 2 player seeded out of the last qualifier, the last gauntlet stage. That led to him, combining with his availability and scheduling, being slotted into a group with another Tier 2 player, the Shambler, who qualified out of the lower bracket of Gauntlet Stage A after a very hotly contested set against Arbuz Budesh. So that is how we find ourselves here, where Shambler has a decent amount of Protoss versus Protoss practice in recent history, but Doglived not as much. Simply not a player who has been practicing nearly as much. And even now, what is he doing while everybody else is practicing and getting ready? Well, I'll tell you what he's doing. He is watching a movie with the fam. Or maybe he's not. Maybe he's done by now. I don't know. But that's what he was doing just moments ago. We are going to be letting him sit this one out, but we will hear from him in a moment with the opening interview. And it will, of course, be a lovely time to talk to the man himself, the family man. But we've got another player to consider. The Shambler has indeed been practicing as Protoss, and though he has some misgivings and perhaps some might say misconceptions about the Zerg race, his PvZ is not the only thing that's going to be tested here. If he can't best Jakulangski at some point in the early or even late game of the PvZ matchup, that mid-game might just run him over, and he's going to have to rely on his Protoss mirror tactics to break Doglived and get out in second place. But he has drawn a difficult group. What you might argue as the weakest of the Class 1 Tier 1 seeds, Jakulangski has of course gotten out of the Tribunal stage, earning him his own group. The Shambler then gets the strongest of the final players to qualify. And that is an interesting dilemma, where you can argue that Jack is a winnable match, even though Jack did 3-0 the Shambler to get here. And you could also say that Doglived is a losable match, where Doglived is a very uncanny player. His build orders are not something you normally see, not a meta player. So this is an interesting test for the Shambler, where we saw his first ever deployment to the Battlements stage as a result of HitEmUp defeating him last Acropolis. Or rather, not the Battlement stage, the first ever deployment to the Gauntlet stage. He ended up having an opportunity to skip it outright, and even got to the qualification series after a 5-game set versus Shopkeeper Dog. But his versus Zerg, it's a question mark. What better way then to discuss our Zerg representative in the group than to switch over to talking about Jakulangski. This man has been a mythical figure within the realm of Cosmonarchy, consuming incomprehensible quantities of oil, and also looking pretty good while doing it, it must be said. He is a player who has been, for a long time now, been on the come up, on the rise, always bordering Class 2, and never quite able to escape the gravitational pull of Class 3. Maybe this is indeed the best chance. Well, with all that said, with all that covered, I'm very interested in what kind of form that Jakulangski will be in, and he has elected to face the Shambler in the opener, which means we'll get to talk to our Doglived man very soon here. I will pull him into the voice channel with me. Howdy ho, sir. How are you doing?
Oh, hello.
Hello, hello. No warning. We just go right in. I hope you are ready to talk about your performance in Cosmonarchy here, because you've made it through the upper bracket of the only gauntlet stage you even participated in, man. So that must feel pretty good coming into this. You think you got a good chance?
Yeah, I've been playing a little bit more, so I think I will be better than I was back in the gauntlet stage.
Oh, better than that, even though you didn't drop a single map. It was 2-0 over Jujic PvP, and then 3-0 over Art of Turtle PvZ. You reckon that the players that are on your screen right now, the players that are coming up, I mean, you get the distinct honor and privilege of just watching them duke it out at first, but how are you feeling about this group and your chances in it?
I can't wait. Both of the players, I think, are great players, and I think it should be. I think all these games are going to be great games, actually.
There you go. There you go. Love that. Well, I am very interested in how this one shakes down because I was just kind of previewing. I don't know how much of that you may have caught. That this feels like Jack might be on the bottom end of the top 6 in the tournament based on the qualification, and well, you are coming in as admittedly one of our latest additions because you were in the final gauntlet, but you looked like the strongest player from there, which kind of squeezes the Shambler a little bit. He might be able to think, oh, I can beat Jack in this opening matchup, but then he also has to worry about maybe losing to you. So how is your Protoss mirror? Because this could be a fight for second place like Group 2 was.
Probably not as good as my PvZ is. I've mostly been playing a lot of PvZ. I think my play time lines up with most Zergs, so I don't get to practice against Protoss too much.
Interesting, interesting. One thing I have noticed about your versus Zerg is that you do seem to be a little bit more of a cheeky player when it comes to the build orders, and I don't know if you feel that way. That's just how I compare it to some of the other Protosses. You like the Kabbalist, I know. You like a bunch of other stuff. You don't have to tell me any strats you don't want to reveal because your competition is listening. But what do you think about your build orders? You got some interesting ideas.
Yeah, I got a few up the sleeve, so I like to switch it up and keep people on their toes.
See, that's it. Now, I do notice that obviously that was something that I remember thinking about when you were up against Art of Turtle is even though you were winning matches, you changed your opening every time. Impossible to really adapt to. Is that something we can expect this time around too?
Oh, I think I've settled more into a style, so I think you might see kind of repetitive openings. They're somewhat similar, I want to say, but maybe not exact.
Okay, we like that. All right, well, I do feel like the way that this one is shaping up, it's going to be a very competitive group, so I'm very happy to save it. Maybe we saved the best group for last, right? That might be what we did today on day one. Do you have any closing thoughts, and do you have any sort of, what would you say? There's a term that they use in ASL, and I'm forgetting about it. It's like determinations almost. It's not that word, but there's something else. It's when you're deciding, this is what I'm going to do. A lot of them will just say, I'm going to show great games. Is Doglived getting out of this group? Second place or first place? Is he going to go on and qualify into the playoffs?
I'm predicting I'm getting out first place here.
Ooh, confidence. Okay. Out first place. Well, I can't wait to find out. You'll have an opportunity to just watch and, bide your time and plan your opening, whether it's going to be versus Protoss or versus Zerg. We're going to find out here for you. Thank you for your kind words and your lovely time. And I will put you in one of the voice channels to wait it out. Any questions for me before you go?
No. Thanks a lot.
All right. We'll see you soon, man. And I think it's a good time to bring in the Shambler now approaches us. How are you feeling ahead of this group? And Shambler, if you have been listening, I've been talking about also how this looks like a stacked one where it's maybe easy to get Jack, but maybe difficult to get Doglived. Oh, we got Shambler technical difficulties. Shambler more like the Rambler, am I right? We'll wait.
Right, sorry about that. I'm back.
You good. Okay, so I'll back up a little bit. I was asking you how you're feeling about this group because I have been feeling like this one is a tough one to call. Jack looks like maybe he could be mortal. Doglived saying he wants to get out in first place, and he's a very uncanny player. How are you feeling about your chances in this group, and do you agree with Doglived backing himself for first place? What do you think?
Obviously, I don't think it's going to be first place for Doglived. But in terms of my own odds, I'm a little worried that I over-practiced for this because I literally just got off the back of like 10 games with Hamster, and like 2 of them went to tier 3. So I'm worried that I puckered myself out a bit. But I feel like right now in this moment that it's either going to be I'm going to smash jakulangski really hard, and then it's just going to be a snowball from there, 4-0, or it's going to be a grind against Doglived. There's no real two ways about it, that's pretty much it.
Okay. So basically you're thinking it's either going to be easy or it's going to be as hard as possible, no middle ground. That's interesting. How are you feeling about Protoss Mirror then? You said you practiced a lot against Hamster, which is kind of like the hyperbolic Zerg chamber, if you will, as he is our top-ranked Zerg right now, although Krankendau might be giving him a run for his money, but your feelings pretty strong versus Protoss. You showed good games against Arbuz earlier, so feels like something that you should be comfortable enough in, but has it been recent that you've practiced?
Well, I've practiced as recently as yesterday, day before, I don't remember, but I've played a fair amount of Protoss PvP with Arbuz. Now I'm saying we're pretty similar in our styles right now, so I'm worried that it's a bit of an echo chamber, but I think Arbuz is like one of the best Protoss players we have right now.
Yes.
So if I'm going to be grinding against anyone, I'm happy that I'm grinding against him right now.
Absolutely, I can agree with that. Yeah,
cautiously optimistic.
All right. Well, you are not going to be able to see Doglived play in the opening match. I wasn't sure what Jack would pick, but he's the first top seed to pit himself against one of the players, and he chose you for the opening. Do you have any reaction to that? Do you feel like is it overconfidence? Any read on why he might have picked you? Is he just trying to take out the big dog first so you can go after Doglived after? What do you think?
I think he wants to take my oil, and I'm not going to give it up. All oil belongs to Hood.
Okay.
And, jakulangski, you're going to have to be conscripted or you're going to die.
There it is. Okay, it's a duel for not just oil, but also to see if Jack gets forced into the clan that is slowly assembling. Well, with that in mind, I see you're already in the lobby, of course. You end up selecting Brainstorm. I know you don't want to necessarily give away your game plan because Jack will be listening, but is this like a high confidence pick? Is this I have a game plan pick? You played this against Cannoli's Zerg and were able to defeat him. Do you feel like Jack is going to be a very different beast than that?
It's the map I've grinded most against Hamster. What I can expect versus Zerg on it. I also grinded a fair few games on it with AOT, so it's just, what I'm kind of familiar with.
Got it.
Also, there's certain elements of the map that I think help to mediate a lot of Zerg's advantages that I didn't appreciate when it was first made. That I've really come to. They've grown on me since I've really started to interrogate Zerg on other maps. Not going to name those maps because I'm not giving them an inch. But there are some maps in this pool that I think are that make Zerg go from difficult to, I'm relying on the opponent to give me the game, essentially. And Brainstorm isn't one of them. So if we're going to have a nice competitive series, I think it's a good start. Also, it's fitting, I'm going to be brainstorming against jakulangski because I haven't been able to see how much he's been playing, so I don't know what kind of style he plays.
That's it, all right.
I know he's Skith Man.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. We will find out. Any final words, determinations you want to leave? Are you exiting first place, or is it going to be second? How are you? Just give us the final little word there on how you're feeling about it.
Gods are watching me, and they'll decide whether I exit first place or not, and that's it.
All right. No chance it's a third, then. I'm going to stuff you into that Competitor 2 voice channel, and in case I need you to stream, of course, I know you're good for it. I will see you soon, Shambler. Good luck. Have fun. Don't hash.
Leo, see you.
It's the time we've all been waiting for. It is time for the jakulangski voice reveal. Hello, Oil Man. How do you do? How are you? Who are you? Did you say 3? Is that what your opening was? Your opening word?
Howdy.
Oh, howdy. How are you?
I wasn't able to hear you because I was also watching the YouTube video, so there was double audio.
Classic. That's okay. I was just essentially saying this is the Jack voice reveal, welcoming you to it, it's a wow, right? The star eyes one of your favorite emoji. I'm just going to ask you one simple question, Jack. I was thinking to myself recently, this group really does live and die by how good you are compared to your Tribunal Stage form, which was by far and away the best I've seen and the inspiration for this group name, because this is the best chance I think we've seen. Which side of the bed did you wake up on in this morning? Is this going to be your 4-0? Are you easily coasting to first place?
I'm actually not sure. I haven't been practicing much, but I did practice semi recently. It's Protoss only, so it could go either way.
Okay, interesting. You practiced mostly against Protoss recently. Is that what you were saying?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I know you have a lot of time zone overlap with Neblime, for example, and he is a really good player to practice. And something else I've noticed, Jack, is you've actually kind of been owning him, at least in the games I've seen. Do you now have a winning record against him? Is that real?
Not really. He still wins most of the time.
Okay. I mean, I've only seen those games where you start infesting nexuses and stuff. I still have to cast that top level one that you posted semi recently, the best one ever. I'm gonna do that some point next week, this coming week, after the tournament has gone on to the throne room stage. That's another thing I need to ask you about, Jack. You are a player who has been in Battlements, but you have never gotten to the playoffs. Is this your first time making it through? For that, you only need first or second place, so it feels like a pretty good option here. I like your odds. What do you think?
Yeah, I think I have a chance to win, but I can't really say for sure until it's done.
Right, of course. Well, like I said, man, I know there's a question mark at the end of that group name, but this feels like the best chance. But no pressure. We'll see how it goes. How do you feel about the Brainstorm pick from Shambler? And are you confident against him in particular? You 3-0'd him last time you met in the tribunal stage to qualify. So you feeling good against him?
I actually forgot which map Brainstorm is. But again, I think I have chances to win. I wouldn't say I will definitely win, but I might.
Okay. That's the one with the really thin middle, and the treasuries off to the corners and stuff.
Oh, okay.
See, it's a good thing I asked, because then now you can think about it, right? You can start prepping your strat if what you're gonna do.
I think it's an alright map. I don't really have any maps I don't like, so any pick is fine for me. That one could be fun with the treasuries. Infest them.
Okay, yeah, you can lift them off and put down some quarries, get some Talos. You know how it is. All right. I see. Hey, maybe we'll see that. Maybe it'll be another long game. I know your time zone is a bit wonky compared to the rest of us. Did you catch any of the Battlements before this?
Nope, not at all.
Okay. Well, I certainly will encourage you to go and watch the hype video afterwards. You can 4-0 and then watch it while you wait for the rest of the results to come in. But with that being said, I hope you have an excellent showing here. I'm looking forward to it. And do you have any closing thoughts, final words you want to say for the chat watching?
Oh, no matter what happens, even if I get 0-4, I will still win at the end because they have prevented the creation of the Malcodro core.
There it is.
Haven't prevented the creation.
Yeah. Well, you can't. Yeah, there's no preventing it. You've already sent in the money, so there's GGs on that. It's I did tell Shambler, if he's worried about Zerg right now, he's talking about how they need a total redesign. They're OP, etc. Wait until he sees the Malkoth core. That's all I'm gonna say. All right, Jakulangski, good luck, have fun. I will see you later on, and I'm gonna stuff you in one of the voice channels in case I need you to stream your perspective. In case we hash.
I can't stream at all. It lags my device.
Oh, okay. Well, in that case, no worries, and we'll get your opponent's POV then. In that case, you can feel free to disconnect from the Discord voice channel. But GG, GLHF, I will see you soon, man. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that is a wrap. An interesting interview with Jakulangski, and we are now going to move on to seeing exactly what is on the horizon here. We've got a very exciting opening match here, the Shambler picking Brainstorm because Jakulangski chose him as the opponent. Not at all what I was expecting. I kind of just expected every Battlements Lord and Knight to pick the peasants to fight each other, you know what I mean? The contenders need to earn their time against the top seed, but no, Jack wants to fight. Jack wants to do it right here and right now. So as I get ready for our lovely overlay here for the match, I will also be asking our players to jump in, and actually I should probably let Jack know that the lobby is up. That's something I should have done earlier because I forgot to. Lobby up. And then he can join because he's not in there yet. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be Very cool. I love me some Zerg here. Also, apologies about the audio. On occasion, the sound probably overwhelms other people's voices. I've done my best to kind of do it in the heat of the battle, so to speak, in the middle, in medias res, but always feel free to chat me if you can't understand what somebody's saying. I'll do my best. I will do my best. I am paying some attention. All right. I agree with Jack, though. He says in the lobby the new music is epic. And Shambler agrees. Let's get into it, boys. Let's get into it, lads. This is a horror game. I agree with none other than Shopkeeper Doglived. Oh, got him! Absolutely, him got. We are in to Brainstorm. Jakulangski in the bottom left as our dark green Zerg. And in the top right, the Shambler as our red Protoss. This is his map pick. Let's see what he's cooking. Let's see what he's coming up with. And of course, let me go ahead and grab you guys the game audio. Can't forget that. See, Doglived in the chat talking about how they still pick the peasants. Yeah, Jack picked himself. I see. He's letting the eventual champion rise from the occasion. Doglived was in the middle of some family time, so I appreciate him coming in for the interview, even though he technically could just chill out for a bit longer. But also nice that he gets a little bit of a chance to see what his opponents are up to in the group. I still think this is certainly the best we've seen Jakulangski look. He's really come into his own as far as his game plan is concerned, and well, he's just about ready to grab a Larvosk as part of his opener, and the Scout is already more than halfway across the map for the Shambler, revealing our lovely blue terrain here in Brainstorm. It's not Blue Storm anymore, it's Brainstorm. Straight out the Brain Drain. And a single pair of Rilla Rokors. This Scout was preempted timing-wise, and the Rilla Rokors are just going to go ahead and clear it out. This is the first I've actually seen a Zerg player do that. That's really nifty. Now, Shambler would have been able to see the pool, but it looks like he's just kind of dancing with the attention of Jack, forcing him to be a little bit silly, a little bit testy with his micro. Maybe see if he can heckle him. Hey, you can't do that. Already spreading the Kager a little bit. You can't burrow the Rilla Rokors, so they can't benefit from extended, faster HP regen. Gonna be a second gate. Shambler was listening in when HitEmUp was talking about, PvZ. And while Shambler clearly doesn't agree with that take because he thinks that Protoss has no chance versus Zerg on most maps, allegedly, according to some stuff that I read and also heard him say in the interview. He does seem to think that the 2-gate is a good opener here, avoiding Lattice for now. That's something that HitEmUp mentioned in his exit interview after he 4-0'd his group, is that he thinks Gateway gives you a lot more pace setting. Nebula, I'm obviously a big progenitor of the 6 Lattice, so, We had another player who tried to do that, no longer with us, of course. Dead now, of course. Zorkia Shroud very quickly here for Jack, so this seems like a style kind of similar to Krankendau, but maybe a little bit more speedy. I mean, Jack is on 11 workers, guys. That was a 12th Droleth spent on the Zorkas. Meanwhile, he's got Anti-Vassal with the Quas. His Zets are going to be moving over and seeing the hold pause by the Brain Drain. So they're going to go ahead and deposit by the treasuries. The Hierophant could get baited in here a little bit. No, looks like he's just going to go ahead and leave that. He burrows one of the Zeths. I wonder if that was intended to be a different one, but either way, he's just going to go ahead and kind of burrow. He sees the complexion of the army, right? I'm not quite sure whether Shambler will actually spot some of these burrowed Zeths, but when you see one of them, it's really easy to then be like, oh, there's probably more around here. But Jack's actually going to go ahead and leapfrog forward. It's a commando mission from him. He's going to sneak into the base and see the embassy on the way. Well, I say he's going to see that. I actually don't know if that's the case. If there was a second Zeth with these, I'd definitely rate the ability for him to kill a couple more workers. He could even go after the gas miners right now, but he's not doing that. A single Zealot attacking the treasury. I don't know what that means. Shambler taking out his aggression. The first pair of Lakes is on the way, so we are going to have 2 of those. Warden pretty fast here. Shambler already tired of the shenanigans. Why the middle one, though? Is this a symbol? Is Shambler saying that this is second place for Jack? Middle place, second place? Last Zeth unburrows, gets bopped immediately by the Ecclesiasts, and the expansion is very quick here from Shambler. Just getting a very comfortable expand. He heard HitEmUp say that Shambler has no macro. Shambler going to go ahead and make a very fast expand just to say that he does. And, you know, if he can be comfy, if he doesn't end up collapsing to a timing attack here from Jack, well, the expansion is a little bit later, right? So maybe Jack will end up struggling a bit. Going for the Vornath behind this, and that treasury is pretty close to being destroyed. It might create a funnel path. I actually don't know what this maps out to. No, it doesn't look like the Zets can actually get through. That's really funny. Zealot denied the opportunity to attack that in peace. I don't mind leaving this one here, but I definitely think getting rid of the first two makes a lot of sense here for Shambler. So he's going to clean those Zets. No opportunity for them to turn into Vorvs later. They're not very costly, but it is Larva. First Artisan sighted, moving over to 12 o'clock. Witness in the main base, seeing all sorts of different things. Anti-drop defense already assembled. Zorka Shroud, Vornath Pond, and of course the lake is spotted out as the Witness hovers over the brain drain. On Jack's side. Okay, now going after the one to the far left. It would be Shambler to leave the one on the right. That's your political compass test right there. Ardent Authority, halfway done. Stargate. And of course, just to piss Nebelheim off, the tech is in the natural. Feels a little bit too easy for the Zerg to pinch into that, especially when you factor in the idea that he's actually gotten rid of most of the treasuries. So he's opened up a ground path here. A single Gorgorkor arrives. I will point out, Shambler walked his scribes away from the Warden, but still, he only ends up losing 2, which is not bad at all. And Gorg does get away, unfortunately. That feels like it was impossible. The Hierophant was slowing it. I don't really know what happened there. Analysis fails me in this moment. Ah, yes. I must observe you. Sorry. I must witness you. Well, he's on notice now. He's going to need another static defense structure or some such. Flying over the abyss as part of the glow up here. No water, just void. Just oil. Pretty solid Zealot Ecclesiast army with Hierophant support. And a land effect already out on the way. I guess he's going to try to disable the Lakes. They are clumped up such that a perfectly placed land effect could do that. But will he be able to actually break it through the brain drain? I don't know about that. He's going to have to get through the treasury side, I think. What the hell? I don't know how Jack did that, to be honest. These might have been on hold pause. Well, the Witness is revealing what's going on here, and we do have a pair of Nathracors out already. Second land effect on the way. A single Quaz to try to dance the Artisans away. Shambler is, like, allergic to attacking with them. I don't really know why. But in this case, he does spot the Nathracors heading for them. The Gorgorkors come in a bit more en masse, but one of them is wounded from before, the other one not long for this world, and doesn't look like they got very many worker kills. Like 4? 5? Shambler on 2 bases is pretty comfy here. However, the third base does look like it's going to almost be brought down. And now, fighting away from the lake this feels like a bit of a potential mistake for Jack. However, there's no land effect support here. I don't know where he was going with that. He's got a second Witness with his army, but it feels like the land effects, wherever they are, could have actually disabled that. Maybe I missed them? I don't see the corpse anywhere, though, so I don't think they died. No, it's just kind of idling inside the mineral line here, trying to riposte any potential Nathracor attack. As a companion piece to the Artisans, I don't hate them, but I do think that he can disable the Lakes and then play completely differently from that point onward. As of right now, it looks like he's going to need to wait for his Acantor stack to get high enough. And a Warden and an Engram as his Artisans get pinched. This does look like it's going to be a little bit unfortunate. And a couple of Nathracors. No, actually, the land effects turn back around, and they're like, yeah, we'll just kill you, actually. But will they? But will they? Oh! 1 hit! And Shambler said to buff the land effect. Get out of here. Big attack can come in to surround this army in the middle that is now revealed to Jack. And I don't know if Shambler is ready for it. Remember, the Acantors are kind of far away from the rest of the army, slowly crawling through the brain drain. Burrowing up above. Just trying to use those spines. Jakulangski dancing. Now we're in that mid-game section of the map where really you got to watch out for your army movement, and Shambler has looked away. He's losing so much. That's a third of his army gone without him even noticing it. Too busy trying to set up a nexus on the other side. His army has fully been clotheslined here, but the Acantors are on the other side. They wipe a couple of Lakes, but they're being held at an arm's length by the Zoryus, just delayed, and no detection immediately available for them to actually clear the artillery ball. The Lake is just slicing and dicing, but the Ecclesiasts, well, in spirit, they may fall, but they inspire the rest of the crew to move on through. This pursuit has gone on for most of the map's length. More units on the way. 2 land effects still in action by this third base. Feels like an opportunity for Disruption Field to make a big difference, but Engram and a Cantor, I wouldn't want to touch this with a 10-foot pole. Get the hell out of there, Jack. Nathracors catching a Cantors. I mean, is there any funnier sight? Third base now being capitulated. Shambler's going to have to make a move here. He's going to have to make a decision. Does he just decide to counterpunch the third base and use his rallies to clear the attack if it does continue? That seems to be the decision here. He actually saves one of his Acantors. I wasn't expecting that. Maybe that'll be impactful later on. The treasuries are being returned to by the Ridge Miners here, and the big attack is loose inside the natural. He's got another Warden, but it's only halfway complete. Those land effects need to scramble. As it stands, the Gorgakor will not survive. Another one coming in the mineral line. Where's the attack? Looks like the reinforcements from Jack trying to hold Shambler at bay. He is collapsing at the natural. His Ardent Authority will not survive, but I don't know if the rest of the force is actually going to be cleared. All the Lake is getting torn asunder by the Brain Trust. And look, there's still a couple more, but the Disruption Field finally leveraged. Zeth, Hydra, Quaz, that's it over here. And here comes the Disruption Field at the 11th hour. I'm not quite sure it's enough to fully break. He does not split his army as well as he needed to, but still, he will claim victory over the third base. At what cost? Drakadins and Akantor, the only survivor from that Ardent Authority. The Scribes have to evacuate. Jack has taken a 10-worker advantage. Losing the third base is big, and does he have enough of an army to crush this while still continuing the attack? The Nexus falling, that might be it. A couple of these units getting caught up by the static defense. I don't know that they'll get out with their lives. Where's the detection? I guess you don't need it if you have the Disruption Field from the land effects, forcing an Unburrow, even though the Spraith is there to try to break those Lannies. Look at all of the Zoryus. I think Jack has just about clinched this match. No natural, and now no army. All the tech, the Stargate, the Ardent Authority bopped at the natural. And the last of his Acantors is waylaid far away, beyond the Brain Drain, beyond the Brain Trust, and dire news for Shambler. His Artisan Flock never got off the ground. The 3 HP land effect out here, just his last standing force. Triple Drak, that Akantor on a pointless A move, and it looks like it's all but wrapped from here. Shambler's got a pretty big bank, but not nearly enough tech structures or production structures to really do anything with it. Fourth gate, double Ardent, hardly any static defense. The Lakers can come in here and finish the job pretty much anytime they want. Well, maybe not like that. Drak's actually wrapping around. This counter push could potentially cancel that third base. We'll see what the reaction is as the Strider count has started to balloon, but the Witnesses are on the other side of the map. Finally, one returns. Both of them returning, actually. One Drakadin just off to the side. Unfortunately, the Zets will clean that up nice and easy, but the Lake is kind of getting wasted here. It's a humongous Zerg force coming in for the uppercut straight through the Brain Trust. Still, multiple Acantors have been assembled. This gateway may not be long for this world, but the Nexus can be defended. And all of the Gorgakors can be held at an arm's length just by the Drakadins alone. Trying to go after the Acantors, and they are getting some splash damage dealt. Where's the focus fire from Shambler? He needs to break down that Gorg before it kills his artillery. And even then, with only 1 or 2 Zealots left alive, the big firepower here is the set of Hydras in the back, and they are being body blocked, body guarded. Linebackered. Looks like it's just a little bit too much here. There's only the one Warden in the back, another one off to the side. 4 Zealots and an Acantor are about to pop out here to try to save Shambler's skin, but we've got reinforcements, and this is a one-pronged assault. You don't need anything else here. If your name is Jakulangski, you're very happy about going up 1-0 in this opening match. Setting yourself up with a fight against Doglived. No detection. That one lake is going to start wrecking face. 13 kills and counting. Good warm-up, said Shambler. See you after the break. Well, a rare GG out of Shambler. He feels like he still has a chance here after all, judging by such a comment. I'll take it, guys. I'll take what I can get. All right, now it's time for Doglived to pick the next map. Also time for Shirtless No-Go to come back. Ugh. Shambler Brewing Coffee. He's going to hope that this game goes a little bit long so it can really activate here. But he also says it was better play from his opponent, which is honestly the most I think I've ever heard Shambler say. So I'll take it, guys. Kingwa Valley selected by Doglived. We are waiting for Jakulangski to pop on in, and there he is. I'll get the overlay ready for in-game, and we'll be off to the races. You could say it went the expected way, but honestly, Shambler had a real chance in that game. Oh, no, GL. Jakulangski just did a zoomer. Or maybe that's Gen Alpha, actually. I don't really know. We're about to find out what Jack has in store and also what Doglived is all about here as we get into our next round of play. Doglived is in the bottom left. He is our Dark Lavender Protoss. And in the top right, Jakulangski is our Black Zerg player. The 6 pool is called out, but Jack already hatched our workers, so that's definitely not what's happening here. Guys, thank you so much for joining us for the day 1 of Battlements. It's been an eventful day. Things have occurred both in and out of the community. They say in and out of the server when they talk about Counter-Strike. In and out of the lobbies, shall we say. In and out of the game. But I really appreciate what's going on. You know what I'm saying? I really appreciate it. And, Lucy is shilling, as per usual. The Shillmaster, my homie Lucy, dropping the coffee link in the chat. If you like what we do, you can donate. If you get $3 a month or more, you subscribe to our monthly little ordeal there on coffee. You'll get private porch postings. And that's not a euphemism. It's literally me on my porch recording audio and saying, hey guys, this is what I did today, or this is what I'm thinking today, or whatever. So if that sounds interesting to you, I did a 50-minute long sort of preview of the Battlement stage. I will be doing one for the Throne Room stage. Also, if you start donating now, it's not too late to listen to that and get prepared for day 2 as well, if you're interested in that sort of thing. And not that I deliberately do this, but sometimes I'll say stuff that maybe you just didn't know about. So if you're actively playing in this thing, sometimes that can even give you a little bit of nuggets of knowledge to chew on. Maybe improve your chances in the tournament. I might have to tighten up and not say that kind of stuff because, maybe that'll be sharing info that I'm not supposed to share. But I'm usually pretty good about that. Anyway, enough plugging. Enough thanks. You guys are watching the epic content. I think that's thanks enough. We do have Doglived moving out with a Hierophant. It is a 2-gate opener for him. Jack not changing his style compared to the first round against Shambler. And it does feel like, to me, with the double Larvosk here, this is going to give him a nice little spot. He can drop a K-Grunt by the ramp if he really needs it. He's actually going straight into, again, the 12 Zorka's Shroud. I wonder if Jack will ever feel the need to pivot away from this, but a Grand Library might be the tactic. Now, if you think about it, Grand Library has a really nice stylistic matchup against the more spread damage, you could say, of Gorgs and Lakes. Maybe a little bit harder to deal with the Zorius by comparison, but if you storm the Lakes stack, you can get yourself a really nice initial round. Double Hierophant to start things off completely takes the teeth out of the Zethrakor attack, and now he's just going to saunter across the map, even though there's the potential of a counterattack. So does Jack have what it takes with this unit light opener to hold from this position? Making 7 pairs of Zeths is one thing, certainly could help. And now the Zeths are in the base, drawing that one Zealot over and forcing a little bit of multitasking out of Doglived. I feel like he's already failed the first test. He's going to lose that Zealot if he's not a little bit too careful. There you go, finally finding a way to make it happen. And one more Zeth was just burrowed, lying in wait. So one worker goes down, and now here comes the Larvosk pressure. Jack not quite in position. With 4 pairs of quads, I feel like it's an open and shut case that the Zerg will be able to hold this position, but the Hierophants can get away. In fact, they can rapid-fire machine gun the Zeth and grab another round of Ascension in the process. Yeah, there you go. Zeths take exactly 5 hits for Hierophants to kill, which is the minimum they need to get their passive stacked up. The Zealot actually goes right past everything. He's going to hold up all those quas, but I don't think that Doglived is too paying attention. The Cantavis is actually his choice du jour, but he does have an Amaranth coming for afterwards. And it's a drop. A quas drop, in fact, from Doglived. Okay. Or from jakulangski, rather, into Doglived's main base, earmarked for his workers once again. Maybe a bit of weakness detected by Jack, the reaction time when he's doing something across the map. Not exactly something he knows. I guess he must have... Yeah, he sent that other Zeth in after unburrowing it. It was able to be reposted just by the workers, of course, but it's just another little thing that probably stopped Doglived from microing to his heart's content there. Lakes are out for the defense. Not really that many other combat units, right? It's really just like Zeth, a couple of other pool units out here. That Ovaleth still just posturing at 6 o'clock. And the Lakes are going to come on down and try to entrench in this position. When the drop is about to hit, I would really love to see jakulangski take this fight, but it might just fortuitously occur at the exact right time. Remember, the storm is a real threat. Jack doesn't really have an opportunity to get anywhere with this. But here comes the drop, unloading only one at a time, then all of them. That's a mistake. You can drill on top of them if they're in the mineral line. But at the same time, the Lakers have to come down the ramp. Where's the storm? All on the way of the Zeths. But I think that Cantavis is days are numbered. See you later. Barely any impact on that front, and, well, the Amaranth is also torn asunder. At the same time, it doesn't look like that much worker damage was done. Doglived still maintains a 6-worker advantage for now, but the Nexus is nowhere in sight. He's going to drop it now, I think. And we are forced into a little bit more of a macro game as that hatch holds. I don't hate the idea of trying to DPS it down, but his attention was disrupted at the very worst possible time for something like that, and the Ovaleth only now getting evicted, maybe not even. So very nice multitasking. I want to say from both players, but Doglived, not the best recipient, right? Jack definitely comes out ahead there as he wipes the whole army while doing a little bit of worker damage. Even though he didn't do as much as he would have had he unloaded at the right spot in the back, that's still something. And now he can try to start elevatoring in some amount of army. If he elevators this whole army, and that could be really deadly, actually, a Warden on the way. How long is he going to be able to get through here? Wow, he's actually going for the whole thing. Now remember, during this time, he's not quite macroing back at home. Only now is he starting to spend some of that. And his ground army is just going to kind of keep his opponent's army entangled. He'll pull his Zealot away and kind of force his attention away, just as the Zeths start to run amok. Oh no, this amount of Zeths is actually really deadly, despite any drilling that might occur. Now they're going after the Warden that's not actually done yet. And meanwhile, the rest of the Gateway army, as well as those Amaranths. Oh, the Warden just now finished and gets popped. Whoa, hold on. Maybe these Zeths can do a little bit more than I gave them credit for. I figured if they weren't attacking the Scribes, it doesn't really matter that they're being that they're targeting the Warden because the drill would prevent it. But no, it does not protect. A couple workers once again going down. The raids are good, and Jack is now up by 10 workers and counting. The counterattack has moved all the way across the map. The Amaranth revealing that one lake is up top can be a useful tool in absentia of the Witness. Problem is, I don't think Doglived has any units left, and he calls GG, knowing he's behind the tempo. And that's a wrap. Jakulangski says it in back himself, and, well, I don't know if Shambler's coffee is kicked in just yet, but he's going to have a rematch in his choice of a map. Jack up 2-0. Honestly, that game had a lot of back and forth despite being so short, and I'm really impressed with the back and forth of the multitasking, but Doglived is going to have to bide his time, and if Shambler doesn't take Jack's skin here, it's going to be a really difficult time for that Doglived first place that we were promised. Well, let's find out. Let's find out, lad. I have to agree with Jujic in the chat. I think there are a few players who have improved to such a degree that they are favorites in the group, that they're top seed in the group. He was bottom seed in Acropolis too, in a group with Hamster and with TopRamen. And while he was very aggressive and pretty uncanny, he still didn't end up grabbing a win, at least that I can recall. I think it was a duel between Hamster and Ramen for first place, and it was just a guarantee that they were better than Jack at that time. But here we are, a very different story. It's up to Shambler. It's up to Doglived. It's up to them to upset the apple cart now. We go to Crisis Vector for round 3. Jack looking for the illustrious 4-0 start. Looks good to begin things. But of course, it is none other than the Shambler to make things happen here. The mind games are big. Shambler is our brown Protoss in the bottom right. And Jakulangski is our... Oh, this is either turquoise or eggshell blue, but I'm going to say eggshell blue. Eggshell blue Zerg in the top left. Shambler is not putting down a gateway yet. There it is. Okay. I was wondering if he was planning something with that early scribe, but instead he'll scout pretty fast. Jack just going to go for the Larvosk first, true to his word this time around. And so far, the color guesses have been on point, if I don't say so myself. It's a bit easier to guess Shambler, because he almost always goes for vanilla colors. I think Jack is just random, and I think Doglived really likes Dark Lavender. It's funny, though, because he prefers Dark Lavender, AOT prefers Japanese Violet. Good luck on those color read abilities, bro. I can do it. I'm apparently superhuman or something when it comes to color. I'm like, you know, the opposite of color blind. I'm color cognition. I've got a bird's eye. I can see every color. But, I mean, obviously, some of the guesses aren't always bearing that out, but I at least can tell the difference on the mini-map somehow. I don't know. I can't explain it to you how. Just works for me. Your eyes don't work like that? I don't know what to tell you. Jack just kind of poking out there, seeing what's going on. Second Larvosk gestating now, waiting to grab the Vespene for it. Second gateway nearly complete for the Shambler. We'll see what his game plan is and whether that coffee had an effect. We need Cosmonarchy sports betting, but without the money addiction, you know what I mean? Just Twitch points or whatever. Or a currency that we track via Deputy Dad. It can be based on, like... It should be based on games played, I think, of Cosmonarchy. That's my thought. One day, guys, we'll have these features one day. Well, it's the 12 Shroud. The build has not changed. 3 games in a row, Jack is stuck to his guns. But his Zeth attack is hitting very different, and he is absolutely spinning his camera right now. He is having a grand time. You know, Jujic could use a trigger to rename this to something. It would be really funny. You know, my old bit was K-Darian formation. My first name is Darian. You guys didn't know, name drop. Zeth harassment towards the Nexus. They can't quite get through the ramp to the mineral line, but Shambler just riposts that pretty easily. Little ring of burrowed Zeths, the 4 survivors from the initial attack. I like that he keeps going with that, even though it ends up being somewhat predictable, because it does give him map control. And now his Shroud is about to pop. So we get into that situation where he can pretty comfortably go for the lake and he has map control. He has vision of where the enemy is. I think Doglived had a better idea for the pressure, but he needed to reinforce it. He needed to keep his units on the other side of the map. And there's just a little bit too many annoying run-bys with the Zethrakors to keep him focused on that. Yeah, Jujic. Maybe I'll do it for you at some point. It'll be the Jujic formation. Third gate on the way after the Nexus. So this is a very economic build from the Shambler. He wants to keep his macro going and scale up. He has some thought process behind the pick. We'll have to see about that. It's a double. Lake is just kind of hanging out right now. Only 1 Ovaleth means I don't think it's going to be a Lake is drop, but it technically could be like Lake is and 2 Quas or something. He actually doesn't really have that many units to drop in the first place. So I guess he's just going to use it as a scout. He has dropped Doglived, and Shambler will have been paying attention there. Witness on the way. If these intersect, you can click on the Ovaleth, see that there's no text there to indicate cargo, and then it's just, oh yeah, it's got nothing in it. Shambler's a veteran. He's been around long enough. He should know that by now. So seeing a bit of a Vespene heavy harvest here, and not quite seeing that Ardent Authority with the rather pitiful Zeth vision range. But once again, tech in the natural. Shambler not straying from that. It does afford you some things, because if you think about it, what you want is you want the ability to like rally those very slow Acantors right to the front lines. But if you don't protect them, it's very bad. Now the Witness is here, and he is going to bop this Ovaleth without it really being able to scout anything. But I don't think he actually clocked that there was nothing in it. He sent the Witness back to see that, and then he probably forgot to click on it or something. Now the first Artisan operating by the reservoir. Very cool. Very cool. Witness just kind of stray catching some of these Zeths there, and Jack only now realizing. I don't think he actually knows that it's an Ardent for Shambler. He has not rescouted that. A pair of Naths hunting. A Crisis Vector is an Artisan map, courtesy of these neutral reservoirs, but the problem is that the Nathrakors have already been deployed once by Jack, and this time he's doing it again, specifically versus Shambler. I think maybe his Ovaleth may have caught just the tail end of this embassy graphic. I'm not entirely sure. It's also going to be a prostration stage. Is he even going to guess that the reservoirs are where these artisans have gone? Because that's a big amount of Vespene to get. Instead of 5 per return, it's 7. So it's very impressive. 4 artisans there is like... It's essentially like having 6 artisans on some other gas. They pay for themselves a lot better. Third one arriving now, and the Nath's not quite looking for it yet. Zeths are kind of moving to all the different bases. All corners of the map. This one not actually going to see the artisans there. The Nath flyover will reveal the prostration stage, and the lack of defenses here means that those scribes might actually end up bopping. Let's see. Okay, you got a Hierophant or 2. One Nath is going to be surely plucked. No, body blocked! Lives at 3 health. See ya. That banking turn, I thought he was going to die, but not quite. A couple Zealots will reveal 9 o'clock. Looks like a third base now on the way for Jack as he gets his Hydrathin down in his natural. He's not the only... Yeah, Shambler not the only one to build tech in their nat, apparently. Love to see it. Oh, that wounded Nath got swatted after all. A big Zethvorv Quaz horde now descending upon those two zealots at 9 o'clock, as well as the Gorgs. This is going to reveal to Shambler what's up on the anti-air front. He's got an engram and a warden. Should be fine there. And his first pariah halfway complete. Starting to garrison this position with 2 artisans, a third one on the way. This is going to reveal, I think, maybe. I don't even know if Jack knows this. He's not actually paying attention right now. Okay, maybe he is now. He's getting tickled by it, so he should know. Wait a second. You're in the middle of the map, hiding in plain sight. A buttload of Lakids are now moving through. I think that's the technical term for that many. And it looks like all over the place. Jack is maybe a little bit confused, but he's going to go ahead and power forward. These reservoirs are not immortal, so you can actually destroy them and regress them into just normal geysers. Kind of a neat little factoid. Haven't seen it take place. I don't even know if I've seen the power generators killed yet, so, you know. First, a couple of Acantor salvos are going to definitely do well to defend this position, but Jack can set up a really nasty contain. It feels like it's going to be pretty difficult. The Gorg's committing to attack, but it doesn't look like they're going to get any worker kills in the process. Well defended by the Shambler. An Artisan, I don't know what's happening here, but I guess it scouted that hatch. Third base sighted. This lake is contained looks so deadly. There's even more than that. Wow, okay. So he's setting up for a longer game, but he has the ability to just instantly saturate this third base. And he's essentially shut down half of the artisans. Witness seeing just how many Lakes there are. Actually, not really. There's way more than that. Here comes the Shambler. He wants to dive forward. He has taken a lot of damage already to those Lakes on the right side. Jack's reaction? Well, he's got to respect the 4 Acantors, but he has lost a single Lakes and been forced into a more defensive posture. Finally, the Artisan will go down. That's so funny. This one Zealot on hold position is eventually going to be dealt with. No, Zethrakor, you had so much to live for. Still 2 or 3 Artisans over here. Looks like 2. A little bit of extra Vespene then. What's Jack's reaction to seeing this move out? Right straight into the Lake's spines. Shambler struggling a little bit there. But the Acantors will be able to get rid of this very easily. Witness is providing no control on the detection, and a lot of those Lakes going down, but drawing shots while the rest of the front line engages. I don't know. I kind of like Shambler's positioning here a lot better. He's got a little mix of Tier 2 and Tier 3 in with all this Tier 1 fodder, but it's not very mobile. It's going to take him a while to get across there. Now, has jakulangski played against Acantor heavy styles before? And if so, what is his modus operandi here? What is he going to respond with? His Lakids are just kind of getting eaten up there. A 4th base now getting saturated. 3rd, not quite fully. 5th on the way at 12 o'clock. Taking his sweet time to respond to this, but he's got plenty of larvae that he's already queued up into units, and it looks like it's going to be a mass Gorg switch, while the Lakes continue to buy time with their bodies. The Pariah makes me worry about the Gorg. There's 3 Pariahs here. That's so much splash damage. I don't know if pure Gorg is going to be enough, but a huge amount of them are being assembled. He's just going to try to overwhelm him despite the splash damage that can come out from the Pariahs. And maybe Shambler will bite off a little bit more than he can chew, but the Pariah Ecclesiast combo I feel like should be enough. He's going to pressure the 9 o'clock. This base will not get off the ground. But that being said, the Ecclesiasts are showing their bellies. Retreating now to a position that's not nearly as effective. And that Hatrosk has 1,300 health total. The Pariahs are not attacking the stack of Gorgs. They need to be focusing down all that stacked air. That needs to be where Shambler prioritizes, but instead he's slowly capitulating. Still, it looks like even despite a very poor initial trade, this is a favor that jakulangski has done him. Still plenty of Zealot Ecclesia, still Pariahs, gonna be making their stand. The Acantors never quite made it to the front, it looks like. They're still back at home, protecting the 3rd base investment. And that was not very cost efficient, but he doesn't snipe the 3rd base, so it doesn't really matter that Jack threw so much away. He's got the economic advantage. No real harvesting yet for minerals, but plenty of gas saturation. And Jack has put tier 2 down behind this, so what looked like a good move at first for the Shambler started to be a lot less attractive when the Acantors didn't really come with. Worried about some kind of ground-based counterattack, but there's no defenses over here. He wipes the deck of all the Gorgs, so that prevents him from an easy Zarkavrakor transition in tier 2. Still a ways off of that anyway. Jakulangski has a lot to do here. 12 o'clock could be the next point of pressure. Pariah's marching across the map. Shambler's still in a point of pressure, point of priority. He has power on the map. And Jack is not in the right spot to cancel this out. He does not have the same level of Krankendau-esque scouting that we've seen out of other Zergs. The Gorgakor is going to get hung up. 5 Pariahs, so difficult to deal with. That base is shellacked. Here come all the Hydras moving on through. A single Altrav Cavern, that's the only point for tier 2, but he's got Oxylcesians on the way. This goes on long enough. Oh, Shambler's stuck himself behind the base. Doesn't want to pop the engram. But if this goes on for long enough, Jack can start making Ultra Cores. Maybe that can help turn the tide. Maybe that can deal with the Pariahs. I remain unconvinced for now, but he might have actually isolated the entire duel here. He's got Lakers for days to clear all the Zealots. He's splitting the shield healing from the Ecclesias across multiple fronts. Wise from Shambler to ball up instead of allowing his shield healing to be taken care of and isolated, and now he'll try to make his way out. He fights his way out, just like the Pariah is fighting its way out of that cage. Keeping the bulk of the expensive units alive. That was really smart from Shambler, it has to be said. Not quite able to outwit him with unit positioning was Jack. 4 Ultra Cores on the way. Matravel Nest, Kalkir Lake. He's got some options here that are opening up before him. The Zerg is not out of this by any means. A second prostration stage has been finished. Meanwhile, we have a third one going down right here at the third base. The one Zeth going to come in here and see what it can do, but the engram will stop it from getting any damage. Still, a little bit of static defense being set up here. It's only tier 1 static defense, though. The Drolets need to evacuate as soon as is reasonably possible, but Jack's minimap awareness was not quite there. Instead, he's going to lose all of the pressure that he's got economically. He's going to lose this hatch. He's going to lose the workers. The whole base is going to be absolutely confounded. The Hydra's trying to harvest resources. They don't want to fight that army. They'd rather be workers. They'd rather regress straight back into larva. We might get set up for our first PvP well earlier than we thought based on how those first rounds went. And it's the Zarkavrakor. That's the choice from Mr. Jack. I just don't see how that could possibly deal with all these Pariahs, although some of them have admittedly been brought down low. The Hierophants have to get out of dodge. Another prostration stage finishes. We don't have any potentates. We don't have any mind tyrants. Certainly no sycophants. It's all of the Pariah show right now. Rather fitting, if you ask me, based on Shambler having a whole clan against him. Maybe he's the Pariah we always knew he would be. The Pariah man. But there's plenty more where that came from, right? Shambler's still in a position where he can absolutely deal with this attack. Only 4 Zarks. He's got a Pariah on standby, multiple engrams. These are not going to regress into the Gorgakor, and this base is depleted anyway, so limited efficacy for the economic harassment. They don't kill a single structure. And Shambler might be down in workers, but... oh, maybe this is a little bit different now, actually. The gas harvesters. The gas harvesters. Finally. Brought on down. The one thing you can say here is Shambler has not expanded again. So even though he shut down so many bases, Jack has just remade them. Straight back into it. Persistence may be exactly what Jack needs to clear this, but he threw away his Zark, so he doesn't have them for the fight. Positioning, not a factor. The Acantors are going to shred this army if it even gets close. In fact, he might have an opportunity. The Hierophants slowing down individual Ultra Cores. The Pariahs trying to chew through them. Let's keep tabs on their HPs. They can and will be overwhelmed if given the opportunity, but a Pariah goes down. Maybe that's the beginning of the end. There's so many more Pariahs than there are Ultra Cores. Those profane heretics are working wonders for the Protoss frontline, and they've routed, cowed the Ultralisks, pushed them into a corner. Exiting stage left. The Matrolet's out. Maybe maybe some of these very high kill pariahs will be converted to the end. Oh my god, look at how many there are. There's still like 10 of them chewing up this army. There's only a few Hydras. Where's the DPS? The Ultra Corps just trying to keep their wits about them. But short-circuiting the Ascension with all of the ensnares. It's not enough when the Acantors factor into the playing field. God damn, Jakulangski just lost most of his army and is now outnumbered by the Protoss. Maybe not in terms of workers, but absolutely in terms of military. What a disgusting looking army. I wouldn't want to touch that with a ground force, I'll tell you that much. Instead, Jack needs to look either towards the skies or towards the reactor. Roundabout. Go around. Go where he is weak. Go where he is not. And look at this. Just as the static defense starts to come down, a pariah leads the charge. There's so many more Protoss here. Another base will fall. Sending all of the available forces to respond, but this is just going to open up the attack at 12 o'clock yet again. And if Shambler keeps knocking down these bases, it doesn't matter what Jack has. His first 3 bases will deplete eventually. The Zarkavakors are out, but Pariahs can deal with them too. And the Acantors, they're just allowing a little bit of an opportunity here. The Vilgaleths are just going to be fodder for those Acantors. The Zarkavakors coming in for the flank. Hold on a moment. We don't have any more Pariahs. They've been outlasted in the last couple of shots from that Protoss artillery. More than enough. This is what we've been training for. This is what we've been waiting for. Jakulangski finding just a sliver of hope after losing at 9 o'clock yet again. He defends. He wipes the Acantors. His ground army can be much better now and has the Shambler overextended. All those Zarkavakors, you might say, they're stacked up. That's fodder for the Pariahs, and you'd be right. All of them end up going down. Maybe we go again. Maybe we go on as the Ultra Corps get overwhelmed for the umpteenth time. 10 Vilgoricors on the way. Is that really what you need? Kagralisks would be perfect. Get that plague going. Spread it around. But despite it being the latest and greatest addition to the Zerg arsenal, it's not something that Jack wants. The Zarkavakors are out, but they're pounced upon immediately. They might get a couple of those Ecclesiasts. They even splash one of the witnesses, but at this point, the army for the Protoss just looks so damn good. He's got a couple of infested Acantors, but they're so far removed from the fight. As thematic as it is, as much as it reminds me of Nemesis Omega versus Jay Barino, it's not nearly what Jakulangski needs right now. That throwback and a half will have to be his Pyrrhic victory unless something changes. Unless the Vilgoricors can salvage this position, unless the Matrolets will allow the Ensnare to slow the Pariah's assault. He's got nothing on the other side of the map. 6 o'clock isn't even garrisoned. Shambler has stuck it out on 3 bases. But still he's routed, but still he's forced back. Just in time to see the infested automata. The Pariahs attempting to make their last stand, but this might not be what he wanted. When the DPS is low enough, the Ultra Corps will absolutely be marauders. They'll absolutely step forward. And when you're killing the Rillarocors on top of them, oh man, that's so good for them. They consume all of the corpses of those poor brood spawn. Fodder for the Ultra Corps. Feast for the eyes. Stack of witnesses revealing more Zerg where that came from. Reset at 9 o'clock. Off-center though it may be. Not so many Pariahs on the front lines. Vilgoricors and Ultra Corps combining, trying to absorb any lifesteal through the attack, but the decollision might be a little bit too strong. I don't know what's happened there. I think it was the Vilgaleth. Doesn't matter. We go again. We go longer. The Pariahs refuse to give it up. Shambler going to mine out very soon here, I think. Maybe not at his 3rd base, but absolutely the natural. A limited lifespan. So much more here. He's taken top right. I don't know if the Protoss will ever saturate that. 6 o'clock also on the way. About halfway complete. The Pariahs, there's so many of them. On an open fight, that's suicide for the Zerg. Mutat Spire. Next tech switch. He wants to go Protathalors. That wasn't an expansion. That was just units. I just assumed based on the blob size, the Lakers are going to try to hold this. That'll be more than enough combined with the circuits. This army will not bust the position. Even the Pariah not able to get out of time. I like the idea from the raiding party, but Jack has fortified 12 o'clock. He needs to do the same at 9, and then maybe he can think about another base. Then maybe he can think about denying 6 o'clock. The Acantor is softening up the Ultra Cores before they can even have a chance to start lifestealing away. This is the switch that we needed out of Shambler again, but is there going to be enough of them? The Zarkava Core's chewed up by all that splash. The Pariahs, they refuse to relent. Is it going to be enough? The infested Acantor providing a little bit more value. Here's the Matroleth again. Here's an opportunity. The Vilgalets providing more reinforcements. Frontline reconstitution. Speeding up the Ultra Cores. It's so close for both sides, but the wraparound is good. Jakulangski stamps down the rest of the army. What does Shambler have back at his rally? More Pariahs loose. Acantors all over the place. An unsaturated 6 o'clock. And the Zealot Ecclesiast returning home from their unsuccessful raid at 12. Oh, man. It's so tight, but I think Jack just barely squeaked this out. I thought we were seeing PvP, but I think Jack has got this one. Before he even needed the Mutat Spire tech, he sets down bottom left right in front of that Zealot. It doesn't matter to him. He's stamped down that Nexus. And Shambler, so much money in the bank, but not enough to contend with Jack. As his natural begins to run dry, he never really had good saturation to begin with. The style points are scouted out. The Shambler can tell now if he pans over. And the last time somebody saw this, Nablime G'd. The Ancestral Archives is the final hope for Shambler. The Vilgoricores had more impact than I expected. The Matroleths have been so good for so long. The Protathalors are helping out, bursting down individual Pariahs, and when there's no concentration of Acantor damage, the Ultra Cores, whew, they are so damn good. This might be a slight overextension, but look at all of that softening up they're doing. An infested prostration stage, the Pariahs, they need to defend the pylons. No, they turn code as well. And just like that, we've got Kagra on the front lines. GG from the Shambler 2 games in a row. And it took infestation. It took everything Jack had. But he's up 3-0 in the group, and he shows no signs of stopping. I love Cosmonarchy. And I love this chat. Oh. Ladies and gentlemen, I have had a blast this first day of Battlements. I hope you guys have too. It's been a set of really impressive matches. Really from everybody involved. Yes, even you, Godwheat. I see you in the chat. Let's go. Doglived picks near impact into Jakulangski. He is our Dark Lavender Protoss in the top left. Jack on the bottom right is our green Zerg. And one more win will be his deliverance. First seed 4-0. Flawless victory versus the Shambler and Doglived. It's now the chance. The best chance. Sometimes that final hurdle, sometimes it gets the better of you. And if Jack loses to Doglived here, it's actually no guarantee he exits in first place. Still an opportunity. A gateway for Doggy Dog. Doesn't look like Jack will abate his strategy anytime soon. Larvosk, really Rocore pair. Most likely straight into that all-important 12 Shroud timing. Larvosk Pool, Larvosk Shroud. That's the way it goes for Jack. Somebody will need to force something different out of him. So far, it's going to be 2-gate with a Hierophant start out of Doglived once again. It wouldn't suck to see Hierophant, Zealot, that same timing, run back again, just like on Kingwa Valley. Listen, watching Cosmonarchy does things to a man. I just feel like maybe somewhere out there, there's somebody who's struggling. Somebody who can't perform under the right circumstances, the right conditions. They just need something to hype them up, to get them in the zone, in the mood, to get their body working again, their body moving again. And what better way to treat such a condition than watching Cosmonarchy? Not official financial advice. Zethicor is out at the same time as the Hierophant, as the Shroud is indeed down. Grand Library once again for Dog. Yes, it has been a long day, and tomorrow will be the same round, the same style. We open up with a very exciting group that features Hamster and Arbuz Budesh and Art of Turtle. It's going to be a real knife fight, I'll tell you that much. But then we go into group E, which features Neblime, Shopkeeper Dog, and Smarty Cakes. Some PvT and TvT on the menu. And then, all the way afterwards, we go on to the final group. Aoud 64, Sausage. Oh no, Aoud Cannoli Sausage. That's how it goes. Champions group, Champions choice. Looking forward to it. Well, it's going to be a second Grand Library. Doglived feels like maybe he expanded his economy a little bit too quickly. Nice little body block there on the Scribe to prevent that decollision rule from allowing the Zeth in. Unlike in, StarCraft 1, other units don't collide with workers when they're decolliding themselves, so you can walk right through your miners and your opponent's miners as well. Which does make drilling work a bit differently, but it still really helps to shut down melee. Gonna be those Lake is out once again, but we've got a Cantavis, we've got some Amaranths on the way. Doglived relentlessly hunting every single unit he can find. There's still a couple of Zeths loose. 2 Lake is on opposite sides. That feels like it's dangerous. Jack going for the hatch. Let's see. This is a much better timing attack from Doglived now, but there's so many quas. Maybe if he had a chance to get right on top of that Lake is, that would have been a different story. But as it is, he retreats with 2 HP damage taken total. Let his shield start doing some of the talking while he waits for his Cantavis to levitate across the map. Just needs that Misty Step or something, you know what I'm saying? Just seeing what's going on here. Jack poking out, trying to get some combat units, some scouting. He will reveal the Cantavis before it's actually quite ready. If he even noticed it, I'm not so sure. That Zeth very bruised. Soft contain here for the Protoss. No expansion in sight, however, going into Atreus now. Wants that steady damage. If he goes Zealot Ecclesiast out of the gates and Atreus out of the Grand Libraries, it feels like it's a really solid composition. He can even afford to be a little bit more lackadaisical when it comes to the Ecclesiast, as long as he keeps really good positioning going, because his army is fairly mobile. But that Cantavis got sniped so early last time, that's my big fear. If Jack snipes the Cantavis, that takes the teeth out of this push quite a bit. Slowly getting his saturation going here. Jakulangski on to 5 productions so far, once that K-Grint finishes turning into a Larvosk. So the embassy is for the Witness. He wants to reveal where the lake is are so he can storm them from a range and force Jack to repeatedly back up, kind of forcing the issue. But the Zoryus are out in enough force that it feels like maybe Jack will still be able to riposte this assault, and if it breaks, not really that much follow-on for Jack. He doesn't have so many Vorvs, right? Looks like only the 2. So surrounding the army is kind of, feels like not a possibility, really. The complexion of it is revealed by that Zeth. Lots of Atreus, lots of Zealots. Amaranths as well for the sustain. They can actually stand and fight underneath the Lake-Is fire for a lot longer than you might expect. I think this attack commences as soon as the Witness arrives. So we've got about 10 seconds before we start seeing some fireworks. Last game ended at 7 minutes, almost on the dot. This one likely to go at least another minute longer. We'll find out based on how good this attack is. My money is on a tight hold from Jack, but his Gorg is actually moving across the map. He might need to pull that one back. Great storm. That catches just at the time of movement, and those Lakers are now down below half HP. The Gorgs are almost immediately going to get dove on. There's another storm. The Cantavis has to remain safe. A second one cast at the same time. Remember, there's only the one sorcerer here. Pretty big flank coming in from the bottom. It doesn't really look like it matters. The Gorgs have been shellacked. Another storm. That Cantavis, 12 kills, almost 2,000 damage, and stays alive. I think Doglived has shattered him. Holy moly, wait a second. The Zeths are out, but are they really going to do a thing here? Those Lake is... Oh, this can be deceptive. The Cantavis has to come back in, scramble forward, ignore the Zeths, go for those artillery. Yeah, one of them falling. Maybe we will see a bit of an upset here. But the static defense, even when I think Jack is broken, he's still got a little bit more, another gear left in him. The Witness revealing, the Zealots descending. A storm under the mineral line could seal the deal. It might not even be necessary. We've got more Lakers, more Zoryus coming. Jack doesn't quite know it, but there's no expansion here. Still, the workers exploding before our very eyes. This timing attack was brutal. Doglived said he wanted first place. A very slim chance if he closes this game that he might be able to make it happen, but he'd need to go on a clean sweep from here. Finally, after 26 kills and probably 3,000 or 4,000 damage, that's a dead Cantavis. But the Hatcherosk has fallen, and there's not that much larva left. Reinforcements can come on in, and Artisan of all things. Hey, you can harvest the mineral field if you want. Brilliant play from that Cantavis. Absolute linchpin of the attack. And crushing on through. The last of the lake is. Another one will burrow, but it gets decollided. Kicked out by the collision of the structure. Maybe that's a mechanic Jack forgot about, or maybe he never even knew. It's only combat units hatching right now. But that Larvosk is not long for this world, and the Witness is still here for detection. The Artisan's helping out. All hands on deck. I don't think that was quite intentional, but Doglived will take the opportunity to attack him with impunity, using those Artisans. The Atreuses refuse to fall. The last lake is trying its best, but it's just a little unit that could. Jack looking around His flawless 4-0 start has been foiled. Doglived gets on the board. And the Shambler challenges his Protoss brother from another mother. The oil was spilled. And we go to a 4-spawn map for our next round. It'll be PvP. A different matchup, finally, on the money, on the cards. Here we go, boys. This is an all-American derby. U.S. caster, U.S. players. Doglived, Dark Lavender, Protoss in the bottom right. And it's cross positions on Mass Destruction, the pick of the Shambler. Top left is our Tyrian Purple, Protoss. And I think I need a moment here, if you guys don't mind. I'm gonna take a sip of water, and we're gonna just watch the the openers. The very first open. What? Didn't like that positioning. I caught that, Doglived. And we're back. I'm back. I've been here, but it's just 2 gates, so nothing to comment on too much. I wish we saw Pylon Forest in Cosmonarchy. Motherfuckers don't want to build any pylons. It's after 9 p.m., I can swear. Shambler moving into the bottom right with his scout. He's already cleared bottom left. No scout from Dog. This is the first time we get to see his PvP. Same for Shambler, for that matter. So the FFA dreams are dead, as Jakulangski closed Crisis Vector quite well, but Doglived could just go undefeated here for first place, shocking everybody. And that would cement Shambler in last as a result. There would be no decider match because Jack has already beaten Shambler twice. So that would be the way things go if Dog does that. Shambler, if he secures the kill onto Doglived here, it would be a really difficult time for him to go flawless, right? It would be really hard, but I could see it happening. Just a hypothetical here. Shambler beats Dog, then beats Jack, then beats Dog again, then beats Jack again. He's 4-0 in first place. And it's one last match between Jack and Doglived to decide second place because they are 1-1. So that's the complexion of what we can have. We can also just have whoever loses this match sit out for a moment, and then the winner dies to jakulangski on the rematch, and that's over. That is another possibility. That is another distinct possibility here. Because then Jack would be at first place, and it would be a best of 3 with whoever wins this one up 1-0 for that second place. So, there's a couple of different options. Yeah, definitely not anything else. You're right. Well, a very fast expansion yet again from the Shambler. It seems to be his modus operandi in the early stages of these games. And now, scouting with his attack force, Doglived will be moving across the map. He actually doesn't have the biggest attack force based on what I would expect. Despite putting 400 minerals in for a Nexus, we have more units for Shambler than we do for Dog. He's made a read that the top half of the map is where his opponent is. Scouts top right, none to be found. Mass Destruction, by the way, its quirk here is that it has this little position. So that is a side ramp you can take into the enemy base, into the enemy natural. Pretty clever, in my opinion. Pretty interesting. Embassy out pretty early here for Shambler. Doglived, on the other hand, just rocking double Grand Library, double Gate. Same exact build order he did against jakulangski. But I'll note, I don't see a Cantavis. So he is going mostly Zealot, Atreus. Hierophants tag each other, but it looks like the cliff advantage actually lets another tag go live. That's a neat little interaction. I haven't seen that before. That'll cost the first unit, first blood going to Shambler. Shopkeeper Dog asking a format question. If Dog beats Shambler here, isn't Shambler out? Shambler will only be 0-3. You can come back from that position. It just requires a little bit of magic. Alexander plays D&D with Shambler, but who does he root for? Doglived. Family man. Well, Ardent Authority on the way here for the second base yet again. Shambler going for the Acantors. So there is that. Doglived definitely had a swagger about him in that previous map. Near Impact was a treat. Wonder if anybody's ever used Cantavis quite like that versus Jack. But yeah, everybody has to, essentially, if Dog wins here and then drops to Jack after, he would just be up 1-0 in the best of 3, right? So. You'll be very happy to know, HitEmUp, that they all died in D&D and they're still playing because I'm that good of a DM. You know what I mean? Wink. The Ardent Authority is going to finish and immediately get pressured a little bit, but not likely to actually result in any death. I love this fight for the Shambler. I think this is so good for him. I really can't see how this is supposed to be a Doglived dub. He's got Atreus out, but the Hierophants are enchanting the attack speed, and Doglived looked away, looks back, he's gone. All of his forces chewed up and eaten out. Shambler looks like he's about ready to just run him over. And yeah, Doglived calls GG, nothing behind it. I think maybe he misread something. No PvP practice makes Doglived a sad boy. Chances for him to go flawlessly no longer there. So it's not possible for him to be in first place any longer, by my calculations. Shambler gets on the board in a rather anticlimactic fashion and sets up a rematch against jakulangski. Round 6 of the group. We're going to find out if Jack has what it takes to finish us here and now, or if we're going the distance. Yeah, I also agree with what Alexander is saying. On Crisis Vector, if the Acantors didn't get wiped because the anti-air wasn't with them, would have been a very different move. Or if he expanded. Yeah, maybe. Oh, good. I thought I was out of water. Shambler predicting that Acropolis number 3 will be won by a Zerg player. And he is not a Zerg player, so that might be the first time he's predicted anybody but himself to win. Jack asking for which maps are still available. That would be Radium, Serenity, Blackwater, Check Stealer, Decapitation. I've been cooking. I swear it's like 90 degrees in here. We go to Radium for our next map, selected by Jakulangski. I like the cut of your jib, Jujic. Yeah, random is going to be funny when we get Ascozy. We're going to have to re-implement how random works under the hood. And I think by then, since we'll have so many races, we're probably just going to auto-reveal the random player. That otherwise, Nebline will just not be happy. All right, I gotta fill in the overlay. I was too busy cooking. I forgot to pay attention. All right, Shambler up 1-2. Doglived up 1-2, and we go with Jack challenging Shambler on Radium. Very exciting stuff. Let's do it. If Shambler wins the next 3 rounds in a row, he is out in first place. If we were doing Gamba, if we were doing bets, I don't think many people would bet on that. Jack has got the better of him, both of their showings against each other, and 3-0'd him to get here in the tribunal stage. We go to Radium, Jack's pick, after Doglived had a timing. Likewise, I feel a little bit rough for Doglived. If Jakulangski finishes the job here, Dog has a hard time in PvP, evidently. He's 1-for-1 against Jack, but 0-1 against Shambler, and I just don't think the Grand Library timing did him very many favors. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. Jack is in the top right. Vine green. No, dark green Zerg. I really thought that wasn't dark green because something about the hatch told me that. But all right, all right. And Shambler in the bottom left. He is our black Protoss. It's funny. Shambler's actually been... He was red. He was brown. And then he was Tyrion purple and black. That's a funny displacement of colors because 2 of those are custom and 2 of those are vanilla. And I always thought he just did vanilla colors, but I guess that just happened to be luck of the draw, what his preference was. Twitch Prime, Twitch Prime. Without losing your memes? Do you want me to just play like a funny random line that like a reference to an emoji or something and then, you know, obscure reference, right? I don't know. Did we get a Twitch? I didn't even notice. Did I miss it somehow? What happened? Hold on. I don't think it even played for some reason. If I got one. Did I get another one? Oh, yeah, I agree, Juju. I agree. Well, Toasted Bagels did. I don't know who that was. Oh, yeah, we did get 3. We got AOT, HitEmUp, and Toasted Bagels. Also, we got a follower from Surilu. I don't know who that is. But, thanks. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why Smarty said that. He did not Twitch Prime us. If he did, and he meant to, it didn't go through. Jeff Bezos stole his money for free. Gonna be a Legionnaire out of Shambler, a Rogue Gallery follow-up, so that's interesting. And not scouted, it looks like, so jakulangski. 3 pairs of Zeths. That'll be his scouting force. He's got the 1 Legionnaire looking out for any would-be attackers, and a Hierophant coming. 2nd Rogue Gallery. Hold the phone. Yeah, I figured that was you, Godwheat. I mean, if you think about it, bagels are often made out of wheat, right? And you need gravity in order to eat wheat. Vagrants? Eh? What is Shambler thinking? Hierophant Ecclesiast Vagrant. I thought he was going to go double Kabbalist or something funny, but I guess not. Zeths are going to clear that Legionnaire without too many troubles. Same build, although Jack has a couple idle workers here. Too busy trying to set up his move. There you go. Get those workers working. Without wheat, we would die if we were hailed. Eh? Alright, we got Kabbalists on the way. I'm done making jokes about Godwheat's names. Oh, wait, there is one more, which is Pass Over the River Tiber, or whatever it was. Pass Over the Tiber. Big call. Pronog call. Pronog big call. Fuck yeah. So there were 2 Kabbalists, right? But one of them is with the army, the other one is out. He doesn't want to let on that he's been making them for a little bit of time here. Should be able to just one-shot that worker and then keep on moving if he wants to, but he's not paying attention, so the hatch will go down uncontested. Every time the Kabbalist decloaks, it can teleport and gain extra damage on its attack, so that's how it's one-shotting the Droleths. 3 kills so far. Ooh. Reveals a couple of Lakes. We'll also see the expansion coming. Again, a missed opportunity, I feel, to have bopped that. 2 Kabbalists with the army is an interesting tactic. Detection out with the Avaleth. Okay. Let's see. I don't know if that was actually premeditated or if he decided to go for it in reaction, but it's pretty cool. Also, perhaps unsurprisingly, a black-colored rogue gallery looks pretty sick. Shout out to 5 Nations for offering us their assets. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. So here comes the committal. No detection. Shambler gonna have to deal with those Lakes the old-fashioned way. Oh, but he goes after the Zets instead. That was a missed opportunity. Most of his Kabbalists already shredded. Still, he could kill that Lakis, but instead... Oh, he really blundered the micro on this one. Big time. He could have front-loaded his 3 Kabbalists onto the Lakis and one-shot it immediately. That's the tactic I thought he was going to go for. Reveal with the Zealots, jump on it with the Kabbalists, but it's not to beat. Kind of defeats himself there. The Fumbler. Shambler knows. Holy shit. New D&D meme name unlocked. Because Alexander always calls him the Rambler. He's calling himself the Fumbler. God damn. He's confusing him. He's using oil to confuse the Shambler. Well, I also would say, like, Rogue Gallery Kabbalist, that is Doglived's tactic, but he doesn't usually make 3 of them. And, you know, Doglived doesn't like to build the Nexus. He doesn't expand. He's not an expander. Well, Shambler kind of doing that right now. No, it's your nose. Witness to reveal, but it flies right into an Ovaleth. Oh, the Fumbler! I feel like he had a distinct opportunity to kill Jack earlier. He did okay damage with the first Kabbalist run by, kept it alive, left the area, saw what was going on here, and then still... Ay, ay, ay. If he ends up faltering versus Doglived, he only needs to win 1 out of the next 2 games. It feels like he should be able to get out into the 2nd place, but if he doesn't get out of Battlements, he's going to look back at this moment and think to himself, he's going to look back at all those Acantors that died to the Gorgs, to the Zarks, and he's going to think to himself, I'm the Fumbler. He might even look back at the first game. He said that he wasn't playing very well. He needed coffee. And it felt like it was kicking in at first, right? But Crisis Vector didn't go his way. He also has GG'd. I have to give him credit. Reformed Shambler. The Naths and the Gorgs closing in on multiple fronts. 2 artisans garrison this natural geyser, and they will be munched upon. Hi. Surprise, there was a second one. And here come the Gorgs. Oh, Shambler. What a situation. Oh my goodness. Oh, poor guy. Poor guy. Well, the 3rd base will be full killed, but doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. The Lakers might not even need to burrow for this fight, but they will anyway, and immediately get sliced and diced. That's what we should have seen earlier. And it doesn't even matter that we got a hash out of it, because Jack is about to finish the job. Well, that is a wrap. Ladies and gentlemen, Jakulangski exits in 1st place, and that last match, it could have gone so much differently, but it didn't. It didn't. Congratulations? That sounds wrong. To Jakulangski. Ejakulangski. He's out. He's in 1st place. Good job, dude. But we've got one more score to settle. It does not surprise me that the final 2-spawn map available is what Doglived picks. The one with the shortest rush distance in the whole damn game. Serenity will be round 7. And if we need a round 8, Shambler will have to pick it. I can't believe the things I've seen today, but I'm so glad that you all saw them with me. I know Alexander is one of our players who was here from the word go, but was anybody else? Like, who else was going on with this? Is anybody else rocking out this whole time? HitEmUp was here. Obviously, he played. I think Shambler was here from the go, right? Appreciate all you guys, even if you only tuned in for a short time. It's a good time, even if it's not a long time always. Here we are, Shambler in the bottom left as the brown Protoss, and Doglived in the top right as the dark lavender Protoss. This is his map pick. The last one he'll have in the set of games here in Group C. If Doglived doesn't 2-0 from this point forward, he is out in last place in the Shambler. He will be the one to exit in second. There's shades of TopRamen afoot here. TopRamen defeated Neblime as Zerg. Neblime was Zerg. TopRamen TVZ'd him on, I believe it was all the way back on the starter. Yeah, it was Axiom. And that was Acropolis #1 Battlements. Ancient history now, it feels like, but the beginning of last year. And it was then Taco Cake, a Swedish Zerg, who beat him twice. It's a very surprising start. And, it's just one of those things where you're like, huh? How is that possible? How do you beat Neblime and then lose to some kind of random guy? No offense. I don't even know if he still watches. He might not need to take any offense. But just something to think about there. If Doglived takes the game off of jakulangski, but then drops both matches against the Shambler, it is going to feel like, wow, missed opportunity there. Could have had a chance. Could have had an opportunity to bop him. Two gate for both players. Dogs is a little bit faster, and he goes for the third gate right after. He's not interested in the Grand Library moves this time around. Interesting. Four gate, okay. Doglived throwing down the gauntlet. Fastest rush distance map. Shambler likes to 2-gate expand. Doglived 4-gate, that's the counter. Blind a little bit, yeah, hasn't scouted, but this is what he's learned. This is the strat he's come prepared with. And if Shambler goes in back against the wall, elimination, final game, do or die, does the mental get to him? Does he still perform the way that he wants to? I don't know. The last game was almost too easy on mass destruction. Quad Zealot, now starting to grab those Ecclesiasts. The Hierophant could tilt things in a different direction, but it is indeed 2-gate expand from the Shambler. And yeah, right now we don't see a massive swing in terms of combat units, but we're about to. 4th gate operational. The Zealot count is going to be out the wazoo. You're going to have Zealots coming out of the walls. You ever hear Ahmed say, they're coming out the walls? That's the Heracles complaining about being attacked. I know I am the voice actor for Ahmed, but it still kind of titillates me when I pitch perfect deliver a voice acting, replica of a line that's in the game. You know what I mean? I don't know. Something special about that. Maybe I'm the only one who feels that way. You guys can tell me. I say, we've got Zealots coming out the walls. But has he overstepped his boundaries? That Zealot might end up getting bopped here in very short order. Shambler might have put the pieces together. That's a lot of units. Trying to go after the Hierophant. Now trying to clothesline those Ecclesiasts. No blood has been shed just yet, but a lot of softened up Zealots on the side of Doglived, and he bops one of the Ecclesiasts, but Shambler, did you make a mistake by doing that? Your back's against the wall now, buddy. The Zealots trying to clear out all of those shield sustainers. The Ascension from the Hierophant, absolutely critical here, but look at the way that the Zealots are pushing. They're forcing the issue, and now they're sped up even more. Reinforcements forcing their way in. The third gate just finished. Shambler backed into a corner, backed into the mineral line. Did Doglived think he would get this far? Trying to descend upon it. The drill not quite helping either player more than the other. We've got reinforcements that are now streaming across the map from the ramp. The Ecclesiasts split a little bit for Doglived. We need to get more information here. How are Shambler's Zealots doing? Still staying alive. The focus fire not quite there. Only now is Doglived microing his little heart out. That Hierophant still alive. He's done some damage, but Shambler still maintains the worker count lead, and that Warden finishes up. Maybe the worst possible time. The reinforcements will sick the Nexus, but I think Shambler's held it, and we've got a Nexus of Doglived Zone on the way. Easy frag onto that Scribe. He can go after the embassy if he wants, but that would be the next available target for him. I would love to see him as Ecclesiast stay on it. More reinforcements streaming on in. Doglived just pumping out units out of the gateways. They're kind of idle right now. He queues up a couple more Zealots in the process. That Warden assailable. Potentially. Wrapping back around. That's a miss rally on that Nexus. Reminds Doglived that it exists. And now he'll just fully kill it. Securing the advantage that way. We've got a pylon to extend the buildable space here so that we can get a fourth gate out of the Shambler, but he is going to have to sack that Nexus. There's no opportunity for him to hold it. And slowly but surely, Doglived will take the economic edge in this match. But does he have the better follow-through? Sauntering forward, posturing with the Ecclesiasts, almost begging Shambler to kill one of them so he can pounce. 10 Ecclesiast, 5 Zealot. It's not the most heavy-hitting army you ever did see, but you got 3 more Zealots coming on in. Workers are tied, and soon Doglived in favor. Pylon to expand his build area as well. We may have hit the promised land, boys. How soon does Shambler try to retake his natural? He goes for the Artisan. It's going to be a pale shadow in terms of that worker count, though. It takes longer to train and more resources, too. I know Doglived was hoping to end the game there, but he goes for Grand Library. And I don't know. I don't know if going up against a gateway-heavy army with such specific AoE with the Cantavis is actually going to work out, if that's even what he's going to go for. But he moves across the map. He's got a couple of Striders now. We've seen PvP between Shambler and Smarty Cakes have a very interesting dance with the Drakidans. The Striders can be a thorn in Shambler's side. He distance harvests with the Artisan. The Drakidans have the range that Doglived was missing. He just scouts to see if there's a Nexus there, but he overlooks the potential for an Artisan. Adding some static defense. Grand Library going to finish up pretty soon. There's one for the Shambler on the way as well. Anti-harassment defenses coming in on the side of Doglived. Prostration stage. Well, that's a value proposition. I've got an offer for you. Why don't you make a couple potentates and kill them from a distance? But he'll probably go Pariah, if I had to guess. Reliable splash damage versus Zealots. Good way to cut through even more formidable chaff. We saw them contend very nicely with even Ultra Cores. Just didn't have the Acantor backing, unfortunately. Shambler not able to grab that early advantage. He's going to grab a Cantavis. We've seen him play PvP with Cantavis plenty of times. Wasn't enough against Arbuz Budesh. Maybe it'll be enough against Doglived. He's got a couple harvesters, 3 of them on that geyser. Zealots are going to get tickled a little bit, shoved back into the main base. Wrapped up in a neat little bow and shipped back home. Returned to sender. What's the prostration stage going to give us here? A pariah indeed. Still a ways off from being able to use it. First Cantavis, idle for now. All the units on hold position. The Zealot does nothing but offer itself up in a sacrificial dance. We've got more artisans leaving the building, garrisoning 9 o'clock. Maybe towards 4 o'clock as well. Just more Zealots right now. A Cantavis for Doglived. Hallucination can play a big factor in these fights if you preempt the movement with the spell. Doglived has to fight back. Cycle back. He's going to lose one of his own. The Cantavis storms come through. There's a couple of them here for Shambler. Doglived not really engaging with all of his army at the same time. Ends up losing a good number of Zealots, but you can say the same thing for Shambler. So far, even trades on both sides. And now I don't really like this position for Shambler. Where's the focus fire? Those Cantavises pounced upon immediately. Is there another one? I think they both ended up going down. Focus fire on the top. Doglived really focusing a lot of his micro attention on the top of this fight. We finally have some ascension, and another Cantavis arrives on the front line, but he's storming himself. He kills one of his own ecclesiasts in the process. Positionally, I still like Doglived's spot on the map. But slowly but surely, Shambler is reclaiming some kind of economic parity. He has never tasked these workers, but his Nexus is operational and he can saturate it soon. Immediate ancestral archives. No way! Doglived banking all that money just so he can grab the Optecton, another gateway to add even more chaff to the fight. First Pariah descends upon the army. You can see Shambler wants to focus it down. Not quite able to get much more out of that. Some damage chipped away. Almost 100 onto the Pariah, but it's got plenty more where that came from. The tense match. Shambler now carving into the middle. He could get surrounded. The Herald, a good target early on. It will end up getting burst down almost to dead. And that Pariah, that's an even juicier one. Doglived unhappy to lose that. Wanted to be able to flank a little bit more decisively, but maybe misjudged the timing. Now has to fall back to his likely third base location. But the Ancestral Archives is almost complete, and that represents a big spike in available difficulty here. Shambler going to have to worry about that quite a bit once the first Optecton rolls through, if that is indeed what Doglived is going for. A Mind Tyrant. Combine that with the Optecton, and you've got yourself a recipe for a Doglived victory. If it can assemble, if it can get to the right spot, it's all down to positioning. And the Shambler doesn't have that much more mobile an army. Look at the Cantavises. An opportunity that Doglived does not take. Occasionally throwing some Legionnaires. I don't hate the idea just to take some more shots. But look at the Cantavis focus immediately. There's one in the back. It gets a lot of kills off, or a lot of storms off at the very least. But so many more casualties on the side of the Shambler. He drops 2 out of 3 of his Cantavis. We saw how important it was for Doglived to keep them alive. And now he's diving forward. He's committing. He thinks he sees an opening before his Wombo combo can actually assemble. The Ardent Authority going to finish and maybe just get torn asunder. Rest of these units for Doglived clearing the ramp. He's got to turn and fight, but his units are getting hooked up on all of the structures to deal with. He's got Amaranths loose. The Cantavis gets cleared in the main base. That re-entry from the Shambler. This might have been a bit of a throw from Doglived. Land Effect helping out quite a bit, disrupting, disabling, even the Pariah, stopping it from attacking, and the focus is not there. We've got more units where that came from, but not nearly as many Pariahs. That was a big loss for Doglived to deal with, but he's wiped oh my god, the economy! The Shambler has nothing in the natural. Words escape me. Another Cantavis sniped at the 11th hour of this push, and the Pariah even cleans House of the Warden. It's ascended. It can go for these scribe kills. Shambler going to be reduced to almost no economy after this. He might even lose his Nexus, and this is without the Optecton even hitting. Look at that. It's now a Malefactor. More Pariahs. More Optectons. The Artisans only now properly mining at that base. And this Ardent Authority will be without power if Doglived has anything to say about it. More units coming on through. We're going to a Game 8. This group does not have a second place yet. The disruption field is a really nice touch there, but the land effect moves for just a hair, just a moment, and now that Dracodon changing location. Look, he moves out. It wasn't on the follow. Oh, the land effect. Losing so many points, losing so much opportunity. Reinforcements not quite there. The melee not quite there. The Nexus. It's not changing hands just yet, and maybe I called it too soon. Still a lot of Dracodons, but they have to eat through the energy bar of the Mind Tyrant before they can actually start to damage it. The Pariah lands on it. Good move from Shambler. He tagged it with the Hierophant, giving it its life just to grab that Mind Tyrant, preventing the control from going over. More units on the rally, fighting at an 18 worker deficit, and the Shambler almost losing that Nexus, but no, he's not ready. I need a 5-minute break. Doglived forces the decider. We go all 8. A tense game. Can't say anything but that. 4-spawn map. The one time it was picked against Doglived, he drops it to the Shambler. It was cross spawns. Serenity, obviously, a much more aggressive map. I do have to agree with what Shopkeeper Dog is saying, sticking up for his fellow dog player. You look at the scoreline, Shambler losing against jakulangski every opportunity, every time. And now Doglived wins one. Needs to put the Shambler to bed one more time. By the grace of God, or perhaps the format. It has gone the way of the Shambler. One final chance to push through. Is he gassed out? Does he have anything left in him? These are questions we ask ourselves. At the 11th hour, the dying moments of day 1 of the Battlements stage, absolute scenes. It was a 4-1 for Krankendau, only TopRamen to bloody him. It was HitEmUp 4-0, the clean sweep, and Kasuga able to get out cleanly against Godwheat. Well, now we talk about who's going to make it out after Jack. Will it be Doglived, the man to take a game off of the Zerg, or will it be the Shambler? Blackwater Bastion decides things, courtesy of the Shambler's pick. And our players joined almost at the same time. They are ready. They are waiting. Yeah, so I seed the playoff buys based on strength of performance and also based on the record, like what your actual score was. Because it's not a guarantee that the remaining 3 groups will have a 4-0 performance. I would say, I think Hamster, if he gets out in first, will drop at least 1 game. And I think Nebelheim might 4-0. He's probably the one who's... I guess maybe Nebelheim and Aoud kind of split the difference on whether they 4-0 is like which one is the most likely. But I think both Terrans in Nebelheim's group could surprise him with a well-thought-out strategy. And when it comes to the Aoud group, if he's caught slipping versus somebody like Cannoli or Sausage, they're crafty players. They might be able to use a strategy that he just hasn't seen before. But you come at the king, you best not miss. I think their best chances versus each other. The champ is probably going to cleanly sweep out. So, if you think about it from that perspective, 4-0 looks to me like most likely it'll be Aoud, HitEmUp, Neblime, that kind of trio. I don't think Hamster will make it out. And then I can't just say, oh, if you 4-0, you qualify through to the playoff bye. I have to weigh your strength, right? And honestly, if Aoud looks rocky at all, there's a good chance that he doesn't necessarily get preferential seeding in that because he's got the easiest group. So he should 4-0 and he should do it comfortably. That's my sort of take on it. But we'll talk about that tomorrow because we've got another match, the final match of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being with us for day one of the Battlement stage. It can't go longer than this. Dark Lavender, Protoss, Doglived, top left. And top right, the Shambler, Black Protoss. Color guesses have been probably like in the 70-80% range, actually. I think the only one I really dropped the ball on was Game 2 and Game 3 of Group A, actually, funnily enough. I got both of them wrong in that one. I think other than that, I either split the difference or got both. So I'm going to pat myself on the back. And also, you know, I cast it for like 9 hours, so that helps. If you 4-0 the group, is it an automatic buy? Again, it could be that, like, if you 4-0 but you look rocky. Like, I know HitEmUp was sort of gauging the strength of Kasuga in the first game, and he wasn't really worried about any of that. But, like, it would look a lot more convincing if he just stomped him with a timing attack 8 minutes in or whatever, and he didn't have to, you know, reset his move at all. But, like, it was probably as comfortable as realistically you can expect, right? So, oh my god. Shambler scouts his opponent. Will he build a pylon? Will he build a pylon, or is he just pocketing it for a rescout later? Rogue Gallery! Rogue Gallery! Alert! Alert! Ding, 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 ding. We've got Kabbalists on the way. That's my bet, anyway. Now, the Shambler had to hold a 4-gate opener from Doglived. Will he delay his 2-gate expand strategy? Or what? Or what? Also, I don't think this Rogue Gallery blocks optimal mining from that ridge, but it is a possibility. We'll keep an eye on that. I tried a Cantor in base against HitEmUp Zerg once. I didn't win. But I won that game with Mavericks. That's all that matters. Zealot moving across the map. There was a Hierophant. Yeah, it's just about to pop. So that Zealot likely to not escape. Shambler might not realize. Now he's tagged onto it. Yeah. Poor guy. Scribe Rescout. A Drakadin. It is a Kabbalist. I thought it might be a Charlatan, but that's an Ecclesiast being made, so never mind. It's also for the other player. Coward indeed. Tried to run away instead of standing and fighting. How dare he? Alright. Will we see a second Kabbalist? We will. Okay. I wonder if Doglived was at all inspired by what the Shambler didn't do on Radium versus Jack. Because the Kabbalists were out, and you can just use 3 of them to instantly kill, for example, a Lakers. But in this particular matchup, it takes 4 to one-shot a Hierophant. It only takes 2 to kill an Ecclesiast, so that's pretty snazzy. That's pretty nifty. Does he see it? Does he see the shimmer? He does. And there's a Bulwark already out. Oh, man! The Bulwark blind! I think the Rescout saw the Grand Library, or the Rogue Gallery, rather. I did not notice that. He only gets 1 worker kill off of it. That feels bad. Quite the investment to make that happen. 3rd gate in response. There was a second Kabbalist, but it got canceled, I guess, because I don't see it. Oh, no, it's in the mineral line. Huh. Chat, do we think this Kabbalist in the mineral line is anti-Kabbalist tech if Shambler made it? That's kind of nuts to think about, honestly. Like, you assassinate a worker and then you teleports behind you. You thought you were alone. I don't know. That's pretty snazzy. That's pretty nifty. Well, HitEmUp does donate $69 a month, which is pretty Giga Chad energy, if you ask me. So, yeah, why not? So this is a timing attack from the Shambler. I actually don't think stylistically it works very well versus Mass Strider. I think with the Striders, you just kind of pop the Hierophants and then you're good to go. Doglived gets an advance warning that this attack is coming. He can pull back away from the Nexus and then just kind of come down the ramp later if he wants to. Plus the Kabbalist, I mean, sure, there's a Bulwark here, but the Kabbalist can still kill a couple of workers and cycle around. It's not like there's anything else over here. So he pulls his workers away from his Nexus, and now he's going to come down in and try to basically shut this army out. An Ecclesiast is maybe not the best target, since now the ground army can just start to walk away. Oh, I don't know about this one, doggy. Dog, you got to be focusing those Hierophants. You're just giving them so much extra attack speed. And here comes more Striders, kind of just walking into melee range. Only now do they pop the Hyros. Shambler might just be able to finish the job here, man. This does not look like a salvageable situation. I think Doglived massively overplayed his hand, and he has the Nexus over here denied by the Shambler's nemesis, the Kabbalist, but it's not nearly enough. Man. Heartbreaker. Doglived denied. The Shambler survives. Now, it's worth noting, I think it's safe to say at this point, the Shambler might end up exiting here with the worst score imaginable, despite the fact that he lost technically less games than the Shambler. I mean, than Doglived. He still ends up exiting without being able to be bopped. He still ends up escaping to Throne Room. He might be the bottom seed here, depending on what we get out of the other players, and that says a lot, because I didn't think he was going to struggle so much coming into this one. I really thought either he was going to be able to look good or he would be banged out. But that is where we find ourselves. A little bit of a quirk of the format there exposed. And now we go back to the drawing board. The Shambler will make it through. It's true. It's true, dog. It's true. Neblime, don't let the scoreline confuse you. Shambler actually just got in despite losing more games than Doglived. The head-to-head favored him after all. We'll bring in Mr. Doglived to speak to us for a little bit here. Get his take on how things go and see how he's doing. Hey, Sir Doglived. Not the finish you were hoping for, but I wonder how you're feeling after your first live showing in a Cosmonarchy tournament and how you're feeling after those games. I also have to extend congrats to you. You're the only Protoss here to beat jakulangski. So how do you feel about that?
It feels good. I felt more comfortable with my PVT. I kind of dropped that first game against him. I should have done a little bit better. That game 3, I probably shouldn't have went to DT. I let the scout get in to see it. I blew the whole game.
Oh, on the last one right
against,
there?
Yeah, the very last game against,
Yeah, so that was an interesting one because I think you had the right composition, but you were fighting the Ecclesiasts instead of the Hierophants. And, you know, when that Hierophant will stack up the attack speed almost perpetually if it can pick your units. So gave him a big force multiplier.
Yeah, it was good. Good little introduction to it. So it felt good. I can't wait to play Scosi next season here.
Yeah, that's right. Our next season of tournament will definitely feature that fourth race, so that's going to be hard.
I'm excited for them. So.
Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah.
But I appreciate it. Thanks for having me and everything.
Yeah, thanks for participating. I was glad to see you again because I remember when you were first starting to play and we had a little bit of a shindig with some of the players. You know, I can't remember if you were part of like a one-off tournament that we had around that time or if you were just doing a lot of practice games that we casted.
That's when I think I just started playing when you guys were doing the last big tournament.
Right. So I feel like what happened there is at the end of Acropolis 2, you were kind of coming in and then you went back out, but you came in just in the lick of time to grab one of the last slots here. And so, listen.
You talked me into it. that last gauntlet stage.
That's right. I just remember some of your PvPs. I remember against Smarty Cakes. I remember against a couple other guys. I thought that, this guy's got some moves. This guy can do stuff. And hey, you gave Jack something to think about, something to stew on.
The PvP I don't quite understand yet. Still getting that one down.
Right.
So, but once we play some more, we'll get it.
Oh yeah, of course. Well, I think that your level of decision making with the build orders, being a bit craftier, being a bit more committal to attacks, if you get the game knowledge part of like understanding how the units interact with each other, like you were just saying, an introduction to the Hierophant there.
Absolutely right.
You already have that killer instinct kind of down. That's something I noticed about the Brood War veterans. Like Art of Turtle has the same kind of thing going for him. You know what I mean? So.
Oh yeah, absolutely. One thing I notice I find myself doing is watching battles a lot and just seeing what's happening, and then I kind of figure out from there, like, okay, this is what I should go against these. So sometimes I still do that, even in like tournament games. I'm sitting there, I'm like, I don't even know what the outcome's going to be, so I just kind of watch it.
Yeah, that's one way to do it. That's one of the reasons why when it's like tournament games or even just certain practice games, I never bag on people too much if they're like, the game's clearly over, but they want to see like, can I like kill some units with what I have? Because you're learning the unit interactions. You're kind of understanding how much damage stuff does approximately and building that like game sense there.
Absolutely.
Yeah, cool stuff. Well, I appreciate you joining us, and I'm glad you were able to give Jack a bit of a bloody nose there at the end. You were able to show him the Cantavis moves. I'm a bit gutted we won't see stuff like that going forward in playoffs, but maybe you'll stick around and get some practice games with the rest of the guys, train them up so that they can maybe do some of the stuff you were doing, because if more Protoss can use Cantavis like that, very flashy. I think there was a big difference between that and the match you won on Serenity against the Shambler, where he was using the Cantavis. It wasn't nearly sticking as well, right? Like you were able to snipe him out a lot. So I say big ups to the 2 wins you got here. They were impressive ones.
Yep, it was thank you. I enjoyed it, so I'm looking forward to the next one.
Hell yeah. I can count on players like you, Doglived, to show off the micro potential of the Escoza units as well, jumping around to each other and stuff. It's going to be a good time.
I can't wait. Yeah, I can't wait.
All right, man. Any final words before we let you go?
Nope. Good luck, everybody that's left. Enjoy.
Hell yeah.
Until next time.
Until next time, we will see you again, sir. GG's.
GG's.
All right. I say we ask Shambler if he is ready. And I will also say extend an invitation to Jack after. And let's bring in the Shambler. In the last moment there, in the final moments, I was really worried that you were going to lose everything to the Dracodons, but a fatal error from your opponent, you're able to get on in. Did you feel like the back was against the wall? Did you feel the sweat building up? It was down to the wire. Every game mattered. How you feeling after barely qualifying in, Shambler?
A little annoyed. I was really pissed at myself that I lost to that kind of basic cheese, and it was in the back of my mind, like, my scout's a bit late. What if this is actually gonna be fucking 4-gate? And it's fucking 4-gate.
Yeah.
I'm like, and then I got even more pissed after, because the fact that he got the jump on the 4-gate, and then I managed to crawl my way out anyway, kind of like added insult to injury, because like my practice games were a lot more difficult than this, and I'm floundering. I'm like, just fuck off. Like, I can kick the shit out of you. I just, need to get my shit together. And so I needed that break to sort of be like, no, okay, it doesn't matter if you know that if you don't do it. So let's not go rushing in like a blazing bull. That was annoying. In terms of the Zerg stuff, it was. I wish I could say that I was surprised that it was so rough, but is what it is. There are things I could improve, but I have my complaints as they are, and no need to go into them.
I feel like the Crisis Vector game in particular, I could see that you just felt like you were a little bit under the pump, maybe a little bit sleepy or some such after all the practice games when it came to Brainstorm. But Crisis Vector, you had such an advantage early on, and I think the tide started to turn when you didn't have much of an eco and lost all of the Acantors in the middle. Was that also where you felt like you identified where things started to feel a bit bad, or how would you say Crisis Vector went? Because it felt like you were in the lead there.
I don't think I was in the lead. I think I was even. But I do agree that the Acantors shoved me into the pit. And I did need to expand, but I also need more production, and I kind of ended up not doing either. In my attempts to expand, like what I needed to do there was just essentially I needed to have the presence of mind just to rally, because the thing about the high ground bases is that actually you can hold them very well with just a couple of Cantors. So once I got that Cantor, it's really the flat bases that where you need like 20 Cantors to hold anything.
Yeah.
So
the third.
What I should have done, all I needed to do was preemptively rally some Cantors there, and then it's a different game. It's not a win because Zerg has a lot of BS they can pull, but it's still my favor. And then the Akanor push, it was just, ran out of steam. Like, with the Akanors, the thing is that they're so slow.
Yeah.
And they get in these big conga lines, but I need to push at that time. I need to kill a base, because I knew if I didn't kill a base, then these Akanors were just going to be caught out in the middle of nowhere and die, and then they ended up getting caught out in the middle of nowhere and die because I didn't get to a base in time.
Tempo issue, yeah.
Yeah, it was... I played a very similar game with Hamster that actually went to tier 3, where it's like you can buy a lot of time swatting Zerg bases, but their expansions are so cheap and fast that even even if you clear the worker line, it doesn't matter because they just drop the expansion, and then when it's halfway complete, they make a round of workers, and they'll just insta saturate it anyway. So the only thing you can really do versus a Zerg is that you can manage the bases, but you just have to crush the army decisively multiple times in a row. That's the only thing you can really do. And I thought Pariahs would have the DPS to deal with the Ultras, but that wasn't the case. And I really thought I felt like when I first went into that Ultra Ball, and it was like that fight that's like north of my third, and it's like I'm locked in with this, and the Cantors are slowly coming up, but I thought it was a rough fight, and it was real grindy. And then as soon as I realized that, the Pariahs aren't killing these things, like I expected to just crush what remained of his army because he bled a bunch on my third, but when I realized, oh shit, they're actually not grinding through this, I sort of felt like it was downhill from there, which was much before the Cantor push itself. So I needed to adapt to that. My gut instinct would be some sort of land effect play, because in my old builds versus Zerg, I would build 1 token Stargate for land effects. However, I've cut that out for earlier Pariahs because land effects just don't do shit to anything in terms of anti-air. Like, they struggle versus Naths sometimes, and it doesn't matter how fast they are, the Naths get on top of them faster anyway. So you just sort of, they're not very useful. But one thing they were useful for is that in my games versus Hamster, I would use them to deal with like random lake hits. I'd have a bunch of Pariahs, and then all I need is just 2 seconds of lake hits not firing, and I'll get all my buffs up, and the speed buff will happen, and all that will happen, and I'll just shred them with my melee. And usually that results in Lafex dying to the anti-air, but that's all they need to do, right? I didn't have that going, and it didn't feel like it was worth it, but I guess versus the Ultra Cores, and he had so little anti-air that it probably would have made sense to make some of them. But again, every Stargate and land effect you make is another Pariah you don't have, and then at the end of the day, it's the Pariahs that are your bread and butter.
The Ultra Cores did start to tear through once the Acantors were no longer a part of the heavy army, right? Because they're the ones that are dealing enough DPS to overwhelm the lifesteal. So, plus it doesn't help that versus the Ultra Core in particular. One of the things that I noticed that was happening is once Convolisks or Vilgaleth started getting added in through the Matroleth cast, it felt like they were constantly getting Riller Cores killed because of the Pariah Splash, and then the Ultra Cores would eat them and get more DPS, right? Because they'd start getting their speed.
I didn't know the DPS boost too.
It's an attack
I thought
speed
it was
and
just
it's
speed boost.
movement speed. Yeah, so it's both.
Jesus Christ.
So they're pretty monstrous. Yeah. So, it's an interesting choice. There's points if you go back and watch that replay or watch the cast. I think there's points where it looks more decisively in your favor in the early stages of the game. Maybe some stuff to learn, and you'll have an opportunity to practice, obviously, implementing any changes you continue to make to the matchup in this round. Obviously, if you look at the Zergs that are in the tournament confirmed in playoffs still, I mean, HitEmUp's random, so 1/3. Jack and Crank exit first place in their respective groups. Over on the second round, we actually have way less Zerg representation. We've got Hamster, who it seems like he's a lock for Throne Room, and Art of Turtle, who's in a tough group against Arbuz Budesh as well as Hamster. And then the remaining players that we have for Zergs would be maybe like the only other one that could play is Cannoli if he gets out of the group with Aoud and Sausage. So based on that, it feels like the pool is starting to shrink in terms of which Zergs are likely to get out. And we could end up seeing a bit of a funnel there. Do you have any particular opponents you're hoping to avoid in the first round of Throne Room, since as a result of exiting in second place, you'll be slated against somebody else who exited most likely in second place? There's a slim chance you could be put up against a first place player, but unlikely.
I don't want to face Hamster under any circumstances right now. Until I can get into the point where I can play Protoss absolutely perfectly, because that's what's demanded of the matchup. I do not want to play Hamster outside of practice. I'm going to submit some of those replays because I do think they're entertaining to watch, even though they feel like evidence to me that I want to tear my hair out at this matchup. But I definitely overdid it in terms of the practice, because I was exhausted. I am exhausted.
Right.
And there's like 3 40-minute replays in there out of like 10 games, and none of the games were particularly short. And
so it was probably like 3-4 hours of practice then versus just the one guy. For the yeah. That's longer than you played in the tournament, to put it into perspective for people who are listening. Yeah, that's a big time commitment.
Yeah, once you get a little tilted, it's like hard to stop, because you want to end on a high note.
Yeah.
And sometimes you just don't end on that note.
Yep, I know what you mean.
So it's Nablime's correct in terms of the only mindset you can have once you're in the tourney is that you need to improve regardless of the circumstances. So I'm trying to embrace that a bit more, but we'll see. I hope all the Zergs die horrible deaths except for Wheat.
Fair enough.
And then, but if that's not the case, then whatever.
That's sad because Godwheat's the only one who did die a horrible death so far. Everybody else has all the other 2 Zergs so far have made it out. Godwheat was the only one to not make it out. So far.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I forgot he got eliminated. That's awful.
Yep. Kasuga beat him.
The one good one. That's how their race is irredeemable.
The one good man among them gets felled.
Put down.
Yeah. Well, I guess we'll have to see. I mean, that day 2 looks pretty lip smacking good, if you ask me. So it's certainly going to be some entertaining games. But also, you were one of the few who actually, I think, watched the whole stream, right? Is that right? Or how far did you end up going? Because obviously you played in this one, but the first 2 groups, did you catch both of those?
I checked in. I kind of like had it on the background, and I send a chat or 2 every once in a while. But yeah, I caught a good chunk of Group 1 and Group 2.
There's some good games there, man. Especially Group A. I feel like that opening Crisis Vector match. Too bad Fox rage quit out, but really good game, I thought.
I was really upset when Fox left because, like, that match that he lost, I was like, holy shit, man, you're actually gonna rage out of the whole tournament because you played like a baby. Like, he had that game in his hands at least like 3 times, okay? And he just gets and then, Ramen also had he also has his moments, right? But where they don't really end it. But he had that game pretty solidly, right? And he just drops the ball repeatedly, and then he has the audacity to sort of like be a spoil sport about it. Like, it's like there's that moment with the tanks, that extended tank line where he just resets the whole thing. He just needs the A move into the net, and he just doesn't do it. And he's surprised when he gets rebuffed and has to go running about
trying to catch Seraphs.
But then he has a whole reset again.
Yeah.
And then he has a whole second reset later in the match, when he has the Solarians going.
Yep.
And it's like, oh my god, just fucking end it. And he doesn't do it. I'm just watching this. I'm like, I know it. I know he's gonna be a big baby about it. And you know what? Fucking good riddance. Screw you, TheNightFox. At least suffer nobly, okay? If I got fucking crushed like you did, okay, I would have at least bit my teeth down and took it like a man. Jesus Christ.
Some fighting words from the Shambler on the way out, catching strays.
I mean, the kid, you know his reputation. You know what he said. So I have my reasons. Okay, I'm allowed to go all out on him and all people. He's not welcome in the hood. We'll jump him. Okay, we will orbitally bombard him.
Okay,
he will not. He will be gone, reduced to atoms. Okay, I'll make what Versalin did to us look like nothing. Okay?
All right. We got some D&D themed trash talk here for the new clan hood represent. Well, I certainly hope that we get this level of trash talk. More on later, of course. Should be a good time. We'll see which side of the bracket you end up on. I'm, of course, I can't help but think if it were at all possible for me to rig it so that you play against HitEmUp second round or something. Juicy. But hey, we'll figure it out, man. GG's, any final words before we let you go and talk to the champ himself, Jack?
Thanks for the fun, and I'm gonna come back swinging.
There it is. We'll see you later, Shambler. GG's. All right. Let me just ask Jack if he is ready. I know he's in the chat. I can always ask. I did bring Doglived in with no warning for the opening interview, and that made me think, oh yeah, I should probably ask. They are not reading my mind, so to speak. Howdy, Jack. I gotta switch the music to Zerg, because you are a Zerg, and you are also first place. Can you believe that?
Nice, it's my favorite music. Since I didn't know what to expect these games, I was pleasantly surprised. Thank you to Neblime for the rigorous training.
Got him trained up, didn't he, Neblime? He certainly played you a lot, and you had only Protoss to worry about, so it kind of simplified your matchup prep. Did any of the games go not as you expected? Obviously, you ended up dropping one to Doglived on near impact, but did you have any games that were like super surprising to you, even if the win happened? Because you had to play your heart out against Shambler on Crisis Vector, I saw.
Oh, that game in Crisis Vector, Neblime specifically played like Shambler but to a kind of like a caricature of him, like he spammed infinity static defense. So it was actually less nightmarish to break through than what Neblime did. And the one with Doglived, I actually thought it had 3 bases there, so that's why I didn't spam infinity static defense on my natural. Oh well.
You thought he had more bases, but instead he was all in on one. Yeah, he did a good job denying the scouting, I noticed, so definitely made it harder to figure out what he was doing.
I also didn't use the burrowed Zets properly. I have 2 out on the map and I didn't unburrow them until it was too late.
Right, because if you see no Nat, then you know he's definitely going for the full throttle there. So, yeah, interesting stuff. Well, certainly things to check back on. Like I was saying earlier, so obviously you've been a participant in Acropolis since their inception back at the beginning of our 2024. So coming into this one, I didn't know where to place you exactly until you end up making this really nice inspired run in the Tribunal stage. You know, you drop 1 game to TopRamen in your campaign and that's it. I was shocked when you were able to defeat him and then 3-0 the Shambler for qualification. Here you are. You beat him 3 times again. It wasn't enough once. It had to be twice. And you also are able to get the better of Doglived once. And that's your win. That's your first place. How are you feeling about your chances to not just be a player in the throne room stage? You qualify out in first place. Depending on how tomorrow goes, you might even get a first round bye. Can we expect Jakulangski to make it kind of deep in this tournament? Top 6, maybe even top 4, totally skip qualification next time? Where does this Cinderella story end, Jack?
This might be the end because I am absolutely horrified of Nebula and Aod and HitEmUp and everyone else.
Okay. Well, I don't know, man. We've seen you take Neblime a couple of times, take him down a few times. You know, the couple of casts. LAX did one, I did one. There's another one apparently that I don't know if you win it because it said the best thing ever happened, and I assume that must mean you also win. But you know, I got to get that one down at some point. It's an impressive record, an impressive show of form where you have started to post up some nice dubs versus top level players, and you're able to top this group as well. But point taken. Have more measured expectations. Let's see how it goes. A lot is going to start to ride on your your first round opponent. See who you're going to go up against, and whether you even have a first round opponent. You might skip the first round. We'll see. But based on that, I'm sure you're very pleased at the very least that you turn your luck around from going third place in both of the first Acropolises, not being able to get it. Your first time in Throne Room is after a first place finish in the Battlements stage. How are you feeling about the playoffs being so preferentially seeded now?
Oh, I'm just glad that it happened. I'm just glad that I don't go to the bottom of the barrel again. But I'm not gonna say anything else because that might jinx me and I lose immediately afterwards.
Fair enough, fair enough. You want to make sure that you keep some of that good luck in the tank there. And yeah, I guess if you won 4-0, it would have been too lucky, and then you would have used it all up before your playoffs. So that makes a lot of sense. All right. Well, Jack, a very cool run, and I thank you for joining us. We don't know your first round opponent just yet. We'll know around this time tomorrow. So if you happen to be able to catch the stream or check the tournament's channel, I'll be releasing the information about the bracket, and in that sense. So we'll see what happens. But with that being said, do you have any closing thoughts, final words, happy days for Jakulangski here in Group C of the Battlement stage?
Oh. Watch out for the Kethrostalor.
Oh, shit. I forgot about the Kethrostalor. Except I didn't. I already have a plan. All right, Jack. Wow. React to this man because he is our first place player. GG's, Jack, and we will see you soon.
Wow.
What a guy. What a top 1 finish. What a first place exit for Jakulangski. Not at all what was exactly locked, but I would say he's played a very nice game. And you know what that means, boys? It means we've got to see a little bit more from the rest of our players tomorrow. The Battlements action does not come to a close just yet. I hope you guys are very, very excited because we've got more where that came from. I'll quickly take a look at it for you guys. One moment, please, while I switch over to... Oh, I have to turn the chat off. Sorry, guys. Chat, go away. So this is how day 1 went, for all those who are wondering. We had Krankendau and HitEmUp and... Wait for it. Wait for it. Wait for it. Why isn't it doing it? Do the thing, Photoshop. It's not doing the thing. It doesn't want to do the thing. Oh, I see. I hit the wrong button. Hold on, guys. I have to hit the right button. Krankendau, HitEmUp, and Jakulangski in gold. And it was TopRamen, Kasuga, and the Shambler in second, silver. Unfortunately, the TheNightFox, Godwheat, and Doglived exited in the red, bottom of the barrel, as jakulangski mentioned. So by seeding, everything went exactly according to plan, but some of these games were nice. Real nice. And I'm just pleased to have been able to bring them to you. But the work is never done. Acropolis number 3's Battlements stage continues in the next round of play. Tomorrow, we will have 3 more groups. Same time, just a different date. It's going to be Hamster, Arbuz, and Art of Turtle ganging up on each other for Group D. On the side of Group E, we'll have Neblime take on Shopkeeper Dog and Smarty Cakes for good measure. And then on the side of Group F, well, we got to smash some pumpkins. Sausage is there at the bottom end, but Cannoli and Ayud64 both love the pumpkin Zerg color and pumpkin Terran color respectively, and Ayud is our reigning champion. Will he exit 4-0 like I predict, or what's exactly gonna happen? Well, there's only one way to properly find out, and that's to get there together. Gentlemen, I very much appreciate you. Ladies as well, if any ladies are watching, I very much appreciate you too. Thank you for supporting your favorite players. Thank you for playing players. And we'll be back for another round of exciting Cosmonarchy very, very soon. GG.